Chapter 42-28. Kid, remove the ownership of the storage ring and we'll spare your life. The lower ultimate god bandit leader stepped into the air and stared at Duan Lingtian silently as he spoke in a cold tone. This was also their usual tactic. If they killed him directly, he would destroy his storage ring and they would get nothing. The best course of action was to appease the other party and force the other party to hand over the storage ring in his hand. As for what would happen after that, they would have the final say. Spare my life? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard the bandit leader's words. If I remove the storage ring seriously, are you really willing to spare my life? Of course. The bandit leader affirmed. In that case, how about you all make a heart demon blood oath? As long as you all make a heart demon blood oath, I can remove the ownership of my storage ring. When Duan Lingtian spoke again, he seemed to be serious, but there was a hint of mockery in the depths of his eyes. In the next moment, before the bandit leader could speak, a deputy leader beside him sneered. We don't have time to waste here with you. You have no right to make conditions. Another deputy leader said coldly. Now, you only have two choices, either you die or you remove the ownership of the storage ring. At this moment, an unfriendly aura locked onto Duan Lingtian. How insincere. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. However, I don't seem to have any other choice now. Then I'll remove the ownership of the storage ring. I hope you can keep your promise. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, he vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already beside the bandit leader. As for the bandit leader, because Duan Lingtian had agreed to remove the ownership of the storage ring, and because he saw that Duan Lingtian was only a upper-level emperor god, he was not too wary of him. As a result, he did not even have time to react when Duan Lingtian made his move. The result was self-evident. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, there were few lower ultimate gods who could match him if he went all out. Even some powerful lower ultimate gods were no match for him. Although the bandit leader was strong, he was only an ordinary lower ultimate god. Whoosh! 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 As the rainbow-colored sword light entered the bandit leader's body, countless tiny rainbow-colored sword lights whizzed out of the bandit leader's body, dazzling and resplendent. At the same time, an illusory figure rose from the ground and let out a cry of disbelief before crashing to the ground. It was the heavenly anomaly of a lower-level ultimate god's death. However, this was not the dimensional battlefield after all. The fall of a lower-level ultimate god only covered a small area. No one would be able to detect it if they were further away. Lord Chief! Lord Chief! Only when their leader fell did the group of bandits come back to their senses. Then, their expressions changed one after another. They turned around and fled at the first moment. However, even though they were fast, the seven-colored sword rays were even faster than them. Whoosh! 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 A seven-colored sword ray chased after one person. Except for the few half-step ultimate god deputy leaders, the rest were killed by Duan Lingtian's seven-colored sword ray with just a thought. Although the seven-colored sword ray was not enough to kill the half-step ultimate god deputy leaders, it was enough to block their escape route. Then, Duan Lingtian killed them one by one. They did not even fight back during the entire process. What a joke! He could even kill their leader, a lower-level ultimate god. Killing them would be child's play for him. Therefore, they only cared about escaping. Why bother? After killing all the bandits and collecting their divine weapons, Duan Lingtian shook his head and directly boarded the ultimate god spaceship left behind by the bandit leader. The storage rings had self-destructed. However, there were still many divine gems in the ultimate god spaceship. In addition, Duan Lingtian also had a large number of divine gems in his possession. Therefore, he did not save them and directly rushed on with the speed of a medium ultimate god. During the process, the divine gems were constantly burned out. When they arrived near the Xia clan, a giant ultimate god clan in the world of divine remains, Duan Lingtian had used up a large number of divine gems on the ultimate god spaceship. Next, Duan Lingtian had to pay for the divine gems to travel to the Yun clan from there. The Xia clan. Duan Lingtian stood on top of the vast glacier and looked at the oasis in the distance. His eyes were misty. This is Ku-er's home in her past life? My parents, little Fei, and the others were imprisoned here? Third uncle, is inside? In a trance, Duan Lingtian thought of the sloppy middle-aged man he met in the secular realm who claimed to be Ker's third uncle in her past life. The other party was called Xia Jie. Last time, his parents, his wife, Li Fei, and the others were able to escape from here. It was also Xia Jie who took the opportunity to save them. For a moment, Duan Lingtian wondered if he should visit his third uncle to see if he was there. However, after thinking about it for a while, he dispelled this thought. It was meaningless. So what if he met his third uncle? In the end, he still had to go to the dimensional battlefield to look for Ker. Now, Ker shouldn't be back yet, right? When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stayed in the vicinity for about 10 days before he finally caught a lone member of the Xia clan. Who are you? The Xia clan member who was imprisoned by Duan Lingtian and had even sealed his communication with a formation was a young man. His face was pale as if doomsday had arrived. Don't be nervous. Duan Lingtian looked at the person in front of him and said calmly, I'll ask you a few questions. As long as you don't lie to me, I'll let you go immediately. Go ahead, the young man said repeatedly. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he was not going to die, it was fine. Do you know the eldest daughter of the Xia clan, Xia Ningshui? Duan Lingtian looked at the young man and asked. When the young man heard Duan Lingtian's words, he did not respond immediately. Instead, he sized up Duan Lingtian and asked cautiously, Why are you asking this? Humph. Duan Lingtian snorted coldly, I'm asking this because I want to save your eldest daughter of the Xia clan. Don't tell me you don't know that she entered the dimensional battlefield and has yet to return? Duan Lingtian asked again. I know. The young man nodded. Then, as if he had thought of something, his expression changed, You kidnapped our eldest daughter and are here for ransom? Pa! The moment the young man finished speaking, Duan Lingtian gave him a slap on the head. What nonsense are you talking about? I am the husband of your eldest daughter. How could I kidnap her? Duan Lingtian did not intend to hide his identity and spoke frankly. So what if the Xia clan knew? Hunt him down? Wait until they found him. Impossible. However, as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the young man shook his head. It is said that the eldest daughter's husband is only an ordinary person from the mundane plane. How could he be as powerful as you? You are not the eldest daughter's husband. Hearing the young man's words, Duan Lingtian smiled. I didn't expect you to know so much. How are you related to the Xia clan? Duan Lingtian asked. Hearing this, the young man said proudly, My father works for the third master of the Xia clan. He has followed the third master since he was young and was given the surname Xia by the great ancestor. The third master of the Xia clan? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. Are you talking about Xia Jie? Don't call the third master by his name. When the young man heard this, he frowned and reprimanded in a low voice, I'm not as strong as you. If my father was here and heard you call the third master by his name, he would not let you off. Duan Lingtian smiled. So, he was on the same side. No wonder he knew about him. Is the third master in the clan? Duan Lingtian asked again. No. The young man shook his head. The third master has gone to the realm battlefield. He was worried when he saw the eldest daughter had not returned for a long time, so he went in to look for her. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded and patted the young man's shoulder. I'm sorry for the offense earlier. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Duan Lingtian. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian removed the formation that enveloped the young man. Then, with 2 teleportations, he disappeared before the young man's eyes and left. Duan Lingtian? The young man was left standing on the spot. He frowned slightly. This name sounds familiar. I think I've heard father mention it before. Let's go back and ask father. After the young man returned to the Xia clan, he immediately looked for his father and told him that he had been imprisoned outside the clan and that he had called himself Duan Lingtian. Impossible. The young man's father, a sturdy middle-aged man, shook his head. You said that person could easily restrain you. You're an intermediate god emperor. It's impossible for someone with such strength to be the eldest daughter's husband in the mundane realm. That's not right. Then why does he have the same name as the eldest daughter's husband in the mundane realm? The middle-aged man muttered to himself. As he spoke, he was confused. What? The young man was shocked. The eldest daughter's husband in the mundane realm is called Duan Lingtian? No wonder I thought it sounded familiar. Father, that's not right. A few hundred years ago, didn't you say that the eldest daughter's husband in the mundane realm did not even have a divine body? How long has it been since then, and he already has such terrifying strength? The young man found it hard to believe. I also think it's impossible. It's a pity that the third master is not here. He's someone who has seen the eldest daughter's husband in the mundane realm. He knows what he looks like. The middle-aged man shook his head. After leaving the Xia clan, which was located in the center of the glacier, Duan Lingtian headed west. His destination was the Yun clan. The Yun clan. If I have the chance to kill Yun Qingyan, I'll be able to solve many problems. Once I kill him and find Kerr, everything will be over. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself in the godly supreme grade spaceship. The speed of the divine weapon grade spaceship was very fast. The divine crystals that Duan Lingtian had stored in the spaceship had all been used up when they were heading to the Xia clan. They were still traveling at the speed of an intermediate god. Duan Lingtian did not feel any heartache at all. After all, he had the laws to help him with his cultivation, so he did not need divine crystals. Chapter 42-29. If it was said that Duan Lingtian's mood was perturbed and slightly excited when he arrived outside the Xia clan's door, then he was extremely excited. However, outside the Yun clan's entrance, Duan Lingtian's mood was only gloomy. In fact, it even carried a monstrous rage. Yun Qingyan, Duan Lingtian's eyes were burning with anger as he stared at an oasis in the Gobi Desert in the distance. Faintly discernible groups of sect leaders could be seen there. It was the Yun clan, one of the most powerful ultimate god clans in the divine offering land. Let's see if I can find a chance to kill Yun Qingyan. Before arriving at the Yun residence, Duan Lingtian had been to a bustling city at the edge of the desert. It was one of the Yun clan's subordinate cities. While he was there, he had inquired about Yun Qingyan. It was not difficult to find out that Yun Qingyan's cultivation level was at the lower ultimate god realm. It was said that he was about to enter the medium ultimate god realm. This rumor had been circulating for a long time. It was very likely that he had already entered the medium ultimate god realm. As for the law that Yun Qingyan was good at, it was not said that he had reached the level of 100,000 miles dim light in the dimensional battlefield. Moreover, the possibility of that was very low. It's not difficult to kill him if I fight him one-on-one. After learning about Yun Qingyan's strength, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel restless. If there was one person he wanted to kill the most in the world, it would be the young master of the Yun clan, one of the most powerful ultimate god clans, Yun Qing Yen. I need to think of a way to sneak into the Yun clan. Duan Ling Tian stared at the Yun clan from afar before returning to the bustling city he had been to earlier. He wanted to see if he could find a chance to sneak into the Yun clan and lure Yun Qing Yen out. Of course, it would be even better if he did not have to risk his life. After that, Duan Ling Tian stayed in the city for more than 10 days before he finally found an opportunity that did not require him to put himself in danger. 2 months later, the ordinary ultimate god clans under the Yun clan would send people to pay tribute to the Yun clan. Duan Ling Tian planned to do something to the Yun clan's people. Next, I need to find a suitable target. Duan Ling Tian was not a rash person. After a few hundred years of wandering, he had become more mature and calm. He patiently searched for a target among the people from the godly venerable rank forces who would be paying tribute to the Yun clan in 2 months' time. In the end, they locked onto one person. A high god emperor. He was also the leader of one of the godly venerable rank forces who was going to pay tribute to the Yun family in 2 months' time. That person was a half-step ultimate god. He's the one. After Duan Ling Tian locked onto his target, he began to plan. The Hongyu Sacred Clan was an ultimate god-level faction with one ultimate god expert in the current generation. It was subordinate to the giant ultimate god-level clan, the Yun clan. Furthermore, the younger sister of the only ultimate god expert in the Hongyu sacred sect was married to the second master of the Yun family. She was the official wife and had quite a high status in the Yun family. Because of this relationship, even some forces stronger than the Hongyu sacred clan did not dare to underestimate them. Yu Qingshu was the second elder of the Hongyu sacred clan. He was also one of the 3 strongest people in the Hongyu sacred clan after the lower-level ultimate god. He was usually in charge of the external affairs of the Hongyu sacred clan. Since many years ago, every time the Hongyu sacred clan went to pay tribute to the Yun clan, Yu Qingshu would be the one leading the team. Yu Qingshu was a middle-aged man who usually dressed like a scholar. However, those who knew him well knew that he was not very knowledgeable. He just liked to dress like a scholar. That was because he wanted to be a scholar the most. Even his name was later changed to Yu Qingshu, because he felt that it made him look more scholarly. He was, in fact, a bloody butcher. He became famous through killing. Later, he joined the Hongyu sacred clan and became the second elder of the Hongyu sacred clan. He was also the head of the enforcement elders and was in charge of the enforcement hall. When I was outside, I saw a woman being held hostage. I thought that woman looked familiar. Look, have you seen her before? That day, Yu Qingshu walked past the door of a hall in the Hongyu sacred clan and saw a few people gathered in groups of 3 to 5. One of them raised his hand and copied the appearance of a woman in the void. After all, he was a divine emperor and had a deep memory. His divine power filled the void and the woman's appearance was vividly portrayed. Originally, Yu Qingshu just took a casual glance. However, when he saw the woman's appearance in the void, his expression changed drastically. It was impossible for him not to know this woman. Wasn't this the daughter of the Xia clan, who was also a supreme-level ultimate god clan like the Yun clan, Xia Ningxue? Back then, this daughter of the Xia clan chose to die and reincarnate in order to break the engagement with the Yun clan's young master, Yun Qingyan. That was a path that had a slim chance of survival. Originally, he thought that she would definitely die. Unexpectedly, many years later, he heard that she had successfully reincarnated and survived. Moreover, she was brought back to the divine offering land by the Yun clan's young master, Yun Qingyan. However, it was said that she entered the dimensional battlefield not long after and her fate was unknown. Now, someone had seen her. Moreover, it was a disciple of the Hongyu sacred clan. Moreover, he had seen her being held hostage. What happened? Yu Qingshu frowned. However, he quickly went forward and dispersed the other disciples of the Hongyu sacred clan, leaving only the disciple who said he had seen the Xia clan's eldest daughter, Xia Ningxue. You said you saw her being held hostage? What kind of person was it? Yu Qingshu asked. It was a blue-robed middle-aged man. I don't know if that's his true appearance. The disciple of the Hongyu sacred clan said. Where did you see them? Yu Qingshu asked for directions and confirmed the direction that they had left in. Without any hesitation, he left the Hongyu sacred clan and headed in that direction. After searching for a few days, Yu Qingshu finally found the person that the disciple of the Hongyu sacred clan mentioned. A blue-robed middle-aged man was with a woman. Even though they were far apart, he could still recognize the white-robed woman in the canyon. She was the eldest daughter of the Xia clan, Xia Ningxue, whom he had met many years ago. However, although he had seen her, he did not dare to use his divine consciousness to probe. He was afraid that he would be exposed and alert the enemy. I wonder how strong this person is. Just as he was feeling doubtful, he suddenly saw Xia Ningxue attack violently. After that attack, she fled out of the canyon. The eldest daughter of the Xia clan has recovered her cultivation level as a high-level god emperor. Just as Yu Qingshu was feeling surprised, he saw the blue-robed middle-aged man move again. He was also a high-level god emperor, but he was obviously stronger than Xia Ningxue. With just a few moves, he suppressed and restrained Xia Ningxue. Miss Ningxue, you'd better not play any tricks. I didn't kill you because you still have some value. I know that you are very important to Yun Qingyan, the eldest son of the Yun clan. I can use you to exchange for some good things. I believe that he won't be stingy. The blue-robed middle-aged man sneered. You think too much. Xia Ningxue said coldly, I have nothing to do with him. Don't expect him to give you anything for me. Her voice is right too. In the distance, Yu Qingshu was shocked. He had seen the eldest daughter of the Xia clan in the past and remembered her voice. At that moment, he was completely sure of her identity. The appearance, the name, and the voice were right. It could not be a second person. Based on their conversation, it seems that the eldest daughter of the Xia clan is being held hostage. Moreover, the person holding her hostage wants to use her to exchange for something good with young Master Qingyan. This is crazy. A guy who hasn't even reached the ultimate god realm. Does he want to die? Yu Qingshu really thought that the person was crazy. Otherwise, why would he do such a crazy thing? It's a pity that I don't have the confidence to deal with him. I'd better go to the Yun clan and report this to young Master Qingyan. If young Master Qingyan saves the eldest daughter of the Xia clan, it'll be like a hero saving a damsel in distress. Who knows, she might change her mind and be willing to be with young Master Qingyan. When that happens, I'll indirectly become their matchmaker. Yu Qingshu's eyes lit up when he thought of this. If he succeeded, young Master Qingyan would definitely treat him well. After Yu Qingshu left, the blue-robed middle-aged man who had a fierce look on his face regained his composure. At the same time, he muttered to himself, I hope Yun Qingyan doesn't have any powerful followers by his side when he comes. Even if there's a medium-level ultimate god, I hope it's not a particularly powerful one. If it's an ordinary medium-level ultimate god, I might be able to succeed. The blue-robed middle-aged man was Duan Lingtian. Currently, he was carrying out his plan that he had recently come up with. The plan had already started and the second elder of the Hongyu sacred sect, Yu Qingshu, had been captured. He believed that Yu Qingshu would go straight to the Yun clan after leaving. Yun Qingyan is most likely in the Yun clan. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Of course, Duan Lingtian only had one of his law avatars here. Of course, it was his strongest law avatar, the space law avatar. As for Xia Ningxue, who was also Ku-er, she was a manifestation of his other nomological avatar. He had spent a lot of time with Kerr in the past. Even when Kerr regained her memories and her appearance and voice had changed, he knew her very well. In fact, he was very familiar with her voice. It was precisely because of this that his other law avatar was able to imitate Ku-er to perfection, and it was difficult to find any flaws. On the other side, after Yu Qingshu left the canyon, he went straight to the desert next door and headed to the Yun clan. He did not even send the news back to the Hongyu sacred sect. This was because he wanted to take all the credit for himself. Soon after, Yu Qingshu arrived at the Yun clan. He told the Yun clan's first young master Yun Qingyan that he had something urgent to discuss with him. After revealing his identity, Yu Qingshu quickly saw Yun Qingyan, the second elder of the Hongyu sacred sect. "Why are you looking for me?" Yun Qingyan's appearance had not changed at all compared to the past. He was still as arrogant as before. He stared at Yu Qingshu in front of him and spoke indifferently. Chapter 42-30. Young Master Qingyan. In front of Yun Qingyan, Yu Qingshu, who held a high position in the Hongyu sacred sect, appeared extremely humble. "I'm in a hurry to see you because I have something urgent to tell you." When Yu Qingshu noticed the impatience in Yun Qingyan's eyes, he did not dare to keep him in suspense. He hurriedly said, "It has something to do with Xia Ningxue, the daughter of the Xia family. She is your cousin." Upon hearing Yu Qingshu's words, the impatient Yun Qingyan narrowed his eyes. He stared at Yu Qingshu as he took a step forward. An invisible pressure emanated from him, causing Yu Qingshu to feel a little suffocated. He instinctively took a step back. "Speak." Yun Qingyan spoke as though he was a man of few words. However, he was obviously not in the right state of mind. His eyes were glowing with a sharp light. "Young Master Qingyan." Sensing Yun Qingyan's anxiety, Yu Qingshu did not dare to delay. He quickly told Yun Qingyan about Xia Ningxue's abduction. "Young Master Qingyan, you'd better hurry. Otherwise, I'm worried that the person might change his location. At that time, it'll be difficult for you to find him." Yun Qingyan, who was still a little anxious, calmed down when he heard Yu Qingshu's words. "Do you mean an upper-rank great god kidnapped my cousin and wanted to make a deal with me in exchange for benefits?" "Young Master Qingyan." Yu Qingshu could hear the sarcasm in Yun Qingyan's tone. "In fact, I find it unbelievable as well. A mere upper-rank great god or even a half-step ultimate god would not have the guts to make a deal with you. The problem is, such a person has indeed appeared. Furthermore, I recognize Miss Ningxue. I've met her once before, and I've even heard her voice. Furthermore, after the other party revealed the purpose of kidnapping her, she directly said that it had nothing to do with you, young Master Qingyan. If it weren't for the fact that I was worried about alerting the enemy by recording everything in the floating image pearl, I would have recorded everything in the floating image pearl for you to see." Upon hearing Yu Qingshu's words, Yun Qingyan, who had calmed down, began to waver. Yun Qingyan stared at Yu Qingshu for a while before he said coldly, "You should know that lying to me won't end well for you." Hearing this, Yu Qingshu was so frightened that his face turned pale. He then said bitterly, "Young Master Qingyan, I'm just an insignificant person in front of you. I know my place and naturally wouldn't dare to deceive you." What a joke! Although he was the second elder of Hongyu sacred sect, if the person in front of him wanted him dead, the ultimate god expert of Hongyu sacred sect would not let him go even without the Yun clan's help. In the eyes of the godly venerable level expert of Hongyu sacred clan and even the entire Hongyu sacred clan, he was nothing compared to the person in front of him. He could be abandoned at any time. "Humph." Yun Qingyan snorted coldly. He knew the person in front of him would not dare to deceive him. Yun Qingyan only said that to show off his authority. Yun Qingyan fell silent after he snorted coldly. Yu Qingshu, on the other hand, waited silently by the side. At the same time, it was not difficult to guess that young Master Qingyan was most likely calling for someone to accompany him on his journey. As expected, after a dozen breaths of time, an old man and a middle-aged man appeared in front of Yu Qingshu. Young master. When the two of them appeared, they bowed respectfully at Yun Qingyan. From the beginning until the end, they did not even look at Yu Qingshu. It was as though they treated Yu Qingshu as invisible. When Yu Qingshu saw the two of them, he couldn't help but inhale a breath of cold air. He knew both of them. In other words, he knew them, but they did not know him. Both of them were mid-level ultimate gods from the Yun clan. They were not the kind who had just stepped into the mid-level ultimate god realm. Both of them were mid-level ultimate gods who had consolidated their cultivation base. It was said that one of them had mastered the power of law to the point where he could create a 100,000-mile light vision on the dimensional battlefield. One more step and he would be able to create a 100,000-mile light vision on the dimensional battlefield. This young master Qing Yan is really careful. Yu Qingshu thought to himself. Of course, he knew young master Qing Yan had his reasons for being cautious. After all, he was the future successor of the Yun clan. Unless he was absolutely sure that nothing would happen to him, he would be very careful. Even so, Yu Qingshu still felt that young master Qing Yan was being overly cautious. There was only one half-step ultimate god over there. Young master Qing Yan could easily deal with him, so there was no need for him to bring anyone with him. It seems like young master Qing Yan doesn't trust me enough. Yu Qingshu smiled bitterly at that thought. Does young master Qing Yan think I'll trick him into going out and kill him? Do I have the guts to do that? Do I have a death wish? Everyone knew that the current patriarch of the Yun clan loved his son the most and had long appointed him as the next successor of the Yun clan. He had even gained the approval of several high-level ultimate gods in the Yun clan. Forget it. It's not bad for him to be cautious. At least, I'm not afraid even if there's someone else behind that half-step ultimate god. He would have been worried if he and the young master of the Yun clan were to go there alone. Now, he was completely relieved. What was there to worry about with two of the Yun clan's most powerful mid-level ultimate gods accompanying him? Lead the way. Yun Qingyan looked at Yu Qingshu and said calmly. Yes, young master Qingyan. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingshu did not dare to dawdle and immediately led the way. Soon, they arrived at the canyon that they had secretly explored earlier. Who would have thought that an ultimate god divine artifact spaceship would soar into the sky as soon as they got close to the canyon? At the same time, two figures teleported to the side of the divine artifact spaceship and entered it. Cousin. The sharp-eyed Yun Qingyan immediately recognized one of the two people. It was his cousin who had been in the interdimensional battlefield for many years. He did not expect to see his cousin here. This was the first time he had seen his cousin ever since he had brought her back from the lower secondary plane and sent her back to the Xia family. He was more familiar with his cousin than Yu Qingshu. With a single glance, he recognized the other party. There was no difference in terms of appearance, body shape, expression, or even the slightest movement. Whoosh! In the next moment, the old man behind Yun Qingyan took out a divine artifact spaceship as well. The divine artifact spaceship in front of them had already left at an unbelievable speed. An ultimate god spaceship was traveling at the speed of a high-level ultimate god. It was too fast. The two mid-level ultimate gods that Yun Qingyan brought were confident that they could not catch up with the divine artifact spaceship. However, they had an ultimate god spaceship as well. Young master, enter the spaceship. Yun Qingyan and the other middle-aged man entered the spaceship at the old man's beckoning. The old man followed suit and activated the spaceship. As for Yu Qingshu, he was left behind. I hope young master Qingyan can successfully rescue Miss Ning Shui. At that time, I'm sure young master Qingyan will treat me well. Yu Qingshu stood where he was and muttered to himself. Whoosh! The divine artifact spaceship that Yun Qingyan boarded was also an ultimate god spaceship. It was traveling at the speed of a high-level ultimate god as well. However, since they were traveling at the same speed, they maintained the same distance from the divine artifact spaceship in front of them. Naturally, they could still see the silhouette of the divine artifact spaceship in front of them. Elder Chen, can't we catch up? Yun Qingyan asked in a low voice as he stared at the divine artifact spaceship in front of them. First, young master, we can only deplete their divine crystals and wait for them to slow down. The divine crystals they have are probably not as good as the divine crystals we have. Yun Qingyan nodded. Swoosh. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Yun Qingyan raised his hand and poured all the divine crystals in his spatial ring into the divine artifact spaceship. Then, he stared at the divine artifact spaceship in front of them coldly. This time, I won't let my cousin leave my side. He had sent his cousin, Xia Ningshui, back to the Xia clan because he wanted to use the people he had brought back as a threat to force his cousin to marry him. However, he did not expect the Xia clan to be so unreliable and allow his cousin to leave the Xia clan and enter the realm battlefield. Later on, he found out that the group of people whom he had captured to threaten his cousin had been released by the third master of the Xia family, Xia Jie. At that time, he had wanted to kill and destroy the Xia clan. Now, he saw his cousin here. Although she was being held hostage, he still felt that this was a blessing from the heavens, sending his cousin to his side again. Cousin, no matter what, I won't let you leave my side this time. If you dare to leave, I'll wait until the realm battlefield closes and the passage between the realms of gods and the Devata realms reopens. At that time, I'll bring the Yun clan's godly revered elders there and kill everyone related to Duan Lingtian. None of them will be spared. Yun Qingyan's eyes flashed with incomparable madness. The two godly venerable grade divine artifact spaceships chased after each other. He's changing directions. The middle-aged man who had been silent all this while suddenly spoke. The divine artifact spaceship in front of them suddenly changed directions and flew to the right. After him. The old man hesitated, feeling that something was not right. However, Yun Qingyan's cold shout dispelled his doubts. He turned around and chased after Yun Qingyan. The two godly venerable grade divine artifact spaceships chased after each other at the speed of a high-level godly venerable. During this process, a large amount of divine crystals were consumed as if they didn't cost money. The two divine artifact spaceships were flying at a high speed. Chapter 42-31. An ultimate god spaceship would consume a lot of divine crystals to fly at the speed of a high-level ultimate god. Not many people from the Overlord ultimate god forces would be so extravagant. Yun Qingyan wanted to catch up with the person in front of him. Otherwise, he would not be able to afford such extravagance even if he had two mid-level ultimate gods from Overlord clans with him. The old man had to use up his own divine crystals first. Originally, he was still thinking that the other party would slow down before he ran out of divine crystals. He did not expect his opponent's spaceship to show no signs of slowing down even when he was running out of divine crystals. It was obvious that his opponent had as many divine crystals as he did. The old man had no choice but to use the divine crystals that Yun Qingyan had taken out earlier. The divine gems became the power source of the ultimate god divine artifact spaceship as if they were free. The ultimate god divine artifact spaceship flew at the speed of a high-level ultimate god and caught up with the spaceship in front of it. Yun Qingyan was still staring at the spaceship in front of him and did not look at the divine crystals that were being consumed. It was only when the divine crystals he had taken out were about to run out that his expression darkened. That guy has quite a lot of divine crystals. He did not think much of it as he did not usually carry many divine crystals with him. It was fine as long as he had enough to use. Occasionally, he would ask his father for more when he needed to spend more. His father was the current patriarch of the Yun clan and had access to the vast amount of divine crystals in the Yun clan. Just a few of them would be enough for him to squander. Young master, I don't have many divine crystals either. Yun Qingyan saw that his divine crystals were almost used up and looked at the middle-aged man who was not far away. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. "Take them all out. I'll return them to you when we get back," Yun Qingyan said. When the middle-aged man heard this, he did not hesitate and took out all the divine gems in his storage ring without holding anything back. Since the young master had said he would return them to him, he had nothing to worry about. Soon, Yun Qingyan's divine crystals were used up and he began to use up the middle-aged man's divine crystals. Apart from Yun Qingyan, the middle-aged man and the old man had worried expressions on their faces. Could it be that the three of them combined could not compare to the divine crystals in the young man's hands? The young man had too many divine crystals. Was he really a half-step ultimate god? In the spaceship in front, Duan Lingtian was controlling an ultimate god-grade spaceship. Divine crystals were piled up like mountains. These divine crystals were mainly obtained from the dimensional battlefield in the profound Handle land. Many of the god emperors and ultimate gods at the pilgrimage grounds were tricked by Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen before they died. They were forced to hand over their storage rings, but they still couldn't escape death in the end. During this process, Yang Yuchen did not ask for any divine crystals. He gave all of them to Duan Lingtian. In addition, Duan Lingtian had also obtained a lot of divine crystals in the divine trial grounds. Because there was no self-destructing storage ring, anyone he killed would receive divine crystals as his spoils of war. Originally, he thought that he might not be able to bring the divine crystals out of the trial grounds. He didn't expect that he would bring all of them out. Under such circumstances, the amount of divine crystals he had accumulated had also reached an extremely large amount. They really have a lot of divine crystals. Duan Lingtian sighed. When they run out of divine crystals, it'll be time for me to slow down. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. After about 15 minutes, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly narrowed. After flying for some distance, he began to slow down and moved forward at the speed of a medium ultimate god. Behind him, Yun Qingyan, who was a little annoyed by the depletion of his divine crystals, suddenly brightened when he saw the scene in front of him. He's slowing down. He should be running out of divine crystals soon. Go after him. Put away the spaceship and chase after him. Yun Qingyan shouted loudly. In the next moment, the old man put away the spaceship and flew forward with the middle-aged man carrying Yun Qingyan. However, since they were carrying another person, their speed was always the same as the spaceship in front of them. This was because the two medium ultimate gods beside Yun Qingyan were not proficient in the law of wind. Neither of them were medium ultimate gods who were proficient in speed. Just leave one of you to carry me. The other one will chase after him, Yun Qingyan hurriedly said when he saw the problem. In the end, the old man who was stronger chased after the spaceship and got closer to it. As for the middle-aged man, he carried Yun Qingyan and chased after them at a speed slower than the spaceship. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the old man and Yun Qingyan had widened. The distance between them was still increasing. We're about to catch up. Yun Qingyan's eyes lit up when he saw the old man who was getting closer to the spaceship and further away from him. Elder Chen, be careful not to let him hurt my cousin, Yun Qingyan reminded the old man. I know, eldest young master, the old man replied. At the same time, he felt a little anxious. This was because he suddenly realized that the distance between him and the spaceship in front of him wasn't getting any closer every time. Had his speed unknowingly slowed down? That was impossible. There should be no difference. What was going on? The old man's eyes narrowed and his expression changed drastically as though he had thought of something. At the same time, he sent a message to Yun Qingyan. Be careful, eldest young master. As soon as the old man's message reached Yun Qingyan's ears lit up. Swoosh! A gust of wind blew before a purple figure appeared in front of Yun Qingyan and the middle-aged man, blocking their path. It was a handsome young man with dashing eyebrows. At this moment, a spatial storm swept out from his body. A terrifying seven-colored sword ray transformed into a huge sword that shot toward the duo. Boom! Rumble! Since Yun Qingyan and the middle-aged man were caught off guard and focused on what was in front of them, they could not react in time. Both of them were severely injured. The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood. On the other hand, Yun Qingyan's face was contorted from the pressure. His eyes were wide open and filled with shock and disbelief. How's this possible? At this moment, this was the only thought in his mind. He knew the purple-clad young man who had ambushed them. Moreover, he had a deep impression of him. The purple-clad young man was none other than the native from the mundane realm who was as insignificant as an ant in front of him. He could kill him with a flick of his finger. If his cousin had not threatened him with her life, he would have killed the purple-clad young man. Yet today, this person had actually appeared before him once again. Moreover, he had done so in such a domineering manner. His strength was so great that even he was indescribably shocked. Whoosh! While Yun Qingyan was still in shock, a rainbow-colored sword ray flashed through the air, and a drop of liquid appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. The rainbow-colored sword ray pierced into the middle-aged man's body, killing him. The drop of liquid that was supposed to fall into the middle-aged man's hand missed its mark. I hope it's useful to me, Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. At the same time, he moved his hand and grabbed the drop of liquid. It was the Supreme Expert's divine power that the middle-aged man beside Yun Qingyan had taken out. When the liquid entered his body, Duan Lingtian could feel the divine power in his body suddenly burning and boiling. It raged and caused him to feel pain all over his body. The pain only subsided when his 99 heavenly veins began to circulate crazily. However, he still felt bloated as if there was some kind of energy crashing in his body that was going to explode. Is this the Supreme Expert's divine power? Is this the power that only those above the ultimate God level can use? At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt extremely powerful. It was as if he could crush a towering mountain or destroy the sun, moon, and stars with a snap of his fingers. This was a terrifying power that did not belong to him, but he could control it as if it was his own arm. Boom! At the same time, Yun Qingyan who was nearby also released a violent energy. He had also used the Supreme Expert's divine power when the middle-aged man was killed. An ultimate god's divine power rose, causing the divine power in his body to instantly transform. He was originally only a lower-level ultimate god, but at that moment, the lower-level ultimate god divine power in his body transformed to that of a medium ultimate god. Elder Chen, come and help me. Although the Supreme Expert's divine power had temporarily increased his cultivation base to that of a medium ultimate god, Yun Qingyan did not feel safe at all. After all, a medium ultimate god had just died in front of him. Although he had been severely injured by his opponent's sneak attack, he might not be in as much of a better state as his opponent after the sneak attack. Therefore, the first thing he did after the Supreme Expert's divine power was not to fight the purple-clad young man, but to escape in the direction the old man was coming from. Whoosh! At this moment, the old man had also used a drop of the Supreme Expert's divine power. His divine power skyrocketed to the upper-level ultimate god level as he rushed to Yun Qingyan's rescue at an incredible speed. Yun Qingyan! You must die today. Duan Lingtian's eyes were cold as the seven-colored sword ray whizzed out and caught up with Yun Qingyan in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already thought of a way to escape. After killing Yun Qingyan, he would teleport away a second time. After that, he would let his law clone restrain the old man. As long as he could delay him for a second time, it would not be difficult for him to escape under the old man's nose. He would be able to delay the old man until the Supreme Expert's divine power faded away. At that time, the ultimate god-grade flying ship would be able to escape at the speed of a medium ultimate god. The old man would not be able to catch up with him. He did not think the old man would be willing to use a second drop of the Supreme Expert's divine power after Yun Qingyan's death. In fact, he suspected the old man might not even have a second drop of the Supreme Expert's divine power. The Supreme Expert's divine power was extremely rare and precious. Not everyone had the ability to obtain it. You want to kill me? Dream on. A hint of determination could be seen on Yun Qingyan's face when he saw Duanling Tian. A bloody hole appeared between his eyebrows as blood that shone faintly with golden light gushed out of it. Father, save me! Yun Qingyan screamed. Chapter 42-32. Swoosh. Duanling Tian's expression changed drastically. At this moment, golden blood gushed out of the hole between Yun Qingyan's eyebrows, giving him a suffocating feeling. His scalp went numb. Master, teleport away. Huang Er's panicked voice entered his ears at the right time to remind him. In fact, as soon as Yun Qingyan finished speaking, Duanling Tian had already teleported away as soon as he sensed the abnormality of the blood. He left behind an illusory seven-colored sword ray as he continued to charge toward Yun Qingyan. Bang! There was a loud noise. It was the wisp of golden blood that instantly turned into a tall middle-aged man. The moment the middle-aged man appeared, a beam of light shot out from his finger and annihilated the seven-colored sword light. The void vibrated as rays of light whistled through the air as though they were a foil to the middle-aged man's strength. Trying to escape? The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow as his illusory figure gradually solidified. He then nodded his head and a terrifying beam of light seemed to have crossed the void and shot into the distance. In the next moment, Duanling Tian, who had teleported a second time, was horrified. At this moment, he could clearly smell the scent of death. Huolao, Sister Shui, I need your help. The terrifying power behind him made Duanling Tian tremble. He did not even need to compare himself to know that he would not be able to block that attack. That was the power of a high-level ultimate god. Moreover, it was definitely not an ordinary high-level ultimate god. It was impossible for an ordinary high-level ultimate god to be so powerful. Is that Yun Qingyan's father, the current patriarch of the Yun clan? The Yun clan was one of the most powerful overlord ultimate god clans in the Divine Offering Land. The person who was in charge of the Yun clan was definitely one of the most powerful people in the Divine Offering Land. There was no doubt about that. Moreover, Duanling Tian had heard that the leaders of the various Overlord Ultimate God clans in the Divine Plains were all taken special care of by the Overlord Ultimate God clans. His strength was far beyond that of an ordinary upper-level Ultimate God. Duanling Tian's miniature world opened, and a sigh sounded. It was the primal chaos Divine Flame's voice. Other than the world-cleansing Divine Water, the other 5 divine elements also sighed softly. After that, the 5 extremely powerful energies passed through the little world in Duanling Tian's body and merged with his own attack before it collided with the attack that was rapidly approaching him from behind. Bang! A loud sound rang out, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. The surrounding void shook, and tiny spatial cracks appeared and then quickly closed. A large area of clouds and mist in the surrounding area was instantly dispersed, and a large vacuum area appeared. At this moment, the mountain peaks below were all broken in half. Countless pieces of rubble fluttered in the air as one weak life form after another escaped from the forest in the mountain range below with injuries. Wails filled the air as if they had experienced the baptism of doomsday. 5 divine elements? 5 types of divine elements? Moreover, their forms are not low. The solidified shadow in the air where Yun Qingyan was standing spoke for the first time. There was a hint of surprise in his voice as he said, "However, this is all you can do." In the next moment, the solidified shadow dissipated. Then, a tall figure appeared in front of Yun Qingyan as though he had traveled through space. In the blink of an eye, he looked exactly the same as the dissipated shadow. Patriarch. The old man who had used the Supreme Expert's divine energy to temporarily raise his cultivation base to the upper-level ultimate god realm had arrived beside Yun Qingyan. He bowed respectfully when he saw the middle-aged man who had just appeared. The middle-aged man was the current patriarch of the Yun clan, the strongest expert in the clan. The divine tree of life? In the next moment, the middle-aged man who was about to give chase stopped in his tracks with a frown on his face. Sword Principle. The Tao of Control. 5 divine elements gathered in one body. The divine tree of life in one's body. A complete divine tree of life. The middle-aged man's originally calm expression couldn't help but change slightly at this moment. It was impossible for him to catch up. The life energy from the divine tree of life shook the void and resonated with the life energy from the divine tree of life in the divine offering land. It disrupted the spiritual energy and made it impossible for him to locate the fleeing man. Otherwise, he could have caught up with him and killed him. "Father, we must kill him." Yun Qingyan's handsome and elegant face was slightly distorted at this moment. "We can't catch up with him." The middle-aged man shook his head. "He ran away. He has many tricks up his sleeve. Even if I catch up with him, I won't be able to find him. Let's go back." The middle-aged man lowered his head to look at his son. He saw that his son was in a daze and seemed to be thinking about something. With a wave of his hand, the middle-aged man brought his son and the old man who had used the Supreme Expert's divine energy back to the Yun clan. On the way back, the middle-aged man said, "Yun Chen, you used a drop of the Supreme Expert's divine energy for my son. When we return, I'll return you 2 drops of the Supreme Expert's divine energy." "Thank you, Patriarch." The old man thanked the middle-aged man respectfully. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. His gloomy mood from the death of his comrade was gone at this moment. After all, the Supreme Expert was only a friend to him at most. He was just an ordinary friend with a slightly better relationship. Too powerful. I was almost done for. Duan Lingtian boarded the ultimate god flying ship and met up with his space law clone. After escaping with the speed of an advanced ultimate god, he heaved a long sigh of relief. Fear still lingered on his face. If it were not for the 5 divine elements and the world-cleansing divine water that had mobilized the divine tree of life's energy to cover his tracks at the critical moment, he would have been dead by now. The patriarch of the Yun clan had first sent a bloodline illusion and then his true self. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. I was too careless. I should have known. Yun Qingyan is the young master of a giant ultimate god clan and is regarded as the successor. It won't be easy to kill him. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. At the same time, he felt guilty. The 5 divine elements, who had just recovered slightly, had fallen into a deep slumber due to exhaustion. He would not be able to count on them to help him for the time being. When I become a paramount expert in the future, I'll return them their freedom and do my best to help them. Duan Lingtian made a promise in his heart. It was a promise that the 5 divine elements were not aware of. There's still the divine tree of life. Duan Lingtian glanced at the divine tree of life in his little world. The divine tree of life that had been thriving and exuding a rich aura of life seemed to have withered at this moment. 1/10 of its green leaves had withered while half of them fell to the ground and drifted away with the wind. The divine tree of life in the divine offering land was forcefully absorbing the divine tree of life's vitality earlier. Is this what they mean by 2 tigers cannot live on the same mountain? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Earlier, When the world-cleansing divine water had used the divine tree of life's energy to cover his tracks, it had also alerted the divine tree of life in the world of divine offering. The divine tree of life had tried to suck the divine tree of life dry in his little world. At the critical moment, the world-cleansing divine water had reminded him to temporarily close the little world in order to prevent the divine tree of life from succeeding. Everything had been so dangerous. Duan Lingtian still felt the lingering fear of being on the brink of death. At the same time, he made up his mind that he would never take such a huge risk again. The leader of a giant ultimate god force is indeed someone who has received special treatment from a paramount expert. It's truly terrifying. If it weren't for the 5 divine elements and the divine tree of life, I would have died today. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as a smile appeared on his stiff face. Although I didn't manage to kill Yunqing Yen this time, I should have scared him out of his wits, right? He must have had mixed feelings when he saw me and was severely injured by me. Perhaps he didn't expect that I, who used to be an ant in the mundane realm, would possess strength that surpassed his. Duan Lingtian's mood improved as he thought of this. The gloom that had accumulated in his heart for hundreds of years due to Yunqing Yan's humiliation was instantly lifted. Back then, Jian Wushuang was like an ant in front of Yunqing Yan. Today, Yunqing Yan was nothing in front of Jian Wushuang. If Yunqing Yan's father had not left a mark on Jian Wushuang's body, Jian Wushuang would have killed Yunqing Yan. Yunqing Yan is extremely arrogant. This is his first setback, so he must have had a lot of inner demons. I just hope he doesn't die in the next millennium tribulation. I still want to kill him with my own hands. Duan Lingtian felt a surge of joy when he thought of this. At the same time, the divine power in Duan Lingtian's body began to surge. Even Duan Lingtian himself did not expect his cultivation base to subtly improve as the humiliation and gloom buried deep in his heart was swept away. Although he had yet to enter the lower ultimate god realm, he was getting closer to the final bottleneck of the lower ultimate god realm. As long as he entered the bottleneck and consumed the last heavenly Tao fruit, he would definitely be able to enter the ultimate god realm. The Yun clan. Yunqing Yan was still in a daze after being brought back by his father. In his mind, the scene from before kept flashing and replaying. How is this possible? He's just a commoner in a mundane realm. How could he improve so quickly in just a few hundred years? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yunqing Yan comforted himself inwardly. It must be someone else who changed his appearance on purpose to scare me and disgust me. Is it someone from the Xia clan? It must be. It must be someone from the Xia clan who doesn't like me and deliberately did this. Come back to your senses. Yunqing Yan only regained his senses when the middle-aged man beside him spoke in a deafening voice. He looked at his father. How did you offend that person? The middle-aged man frowned as he looked at his son. In his opinion, that person was definitely someone with heaven-defying luck. As long as he did not die, he would definitely soar into the sky in the future. This time, even though he had personally appeared, he still could not kill that person. That person's luck was truly heaven-defying. Chapter 42-33. Father, it's someone from the Xia clan. It must be someone from the Xia clan. Yunqing Yan said through gritted teeth. Only someone from the Xia clan would know my cousin and me so well. I suspect it's Xia Jie. Xia Jie. The third master of the Xia clan. The middle-aged man frowned when he heard Yunqing Yan's words. What nonsense are you talking about? How can it be Xia Jie? Xia Jie? What a joke. Even Xia Jie's elder brother, Xia Yu, the current patriarch of the Xia clan and his brother-in-law, did not possess such karmic luck. If Xia Jie possessed such karmic luck, his younger sister, Xia Yu, would not have become the patriarch of the Xia clan. It's not Xia Jie. Yun Qingyan believed his father's words. He could not help but frown. If it's not Xia Jie, it must be someone close to him. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to want to kill me. In his opinion, among the direct descendants of the Xia clan, only Xia Jie, the third master of the Xia clan, wanted to kill him. That person could disguise himself as a native from the mundane realm perfectly. Moreover, he did not notice anything when his cousin appeared earlier. This meant that the person knew his cousin very well. As long as he was not stupid, he would be able to guess that his cousin, Xia Ningshui, was not the real person. The real person was most likely still in the realm battlefield. He had acted rashly earlier because he was not calm enough. If he had calmed down and thought about his cousin's character, she might not have come out until the realm battlefield closed in order to get rid of him and the Xia clan. A member of the Xia clan? The middle-aged man frowned again. There's such a person in the Xia clan? Do you know him? He knew all the important figures in the Xia clan. He even knew some of the younger generation of the Xia clan. However, he had never seen the young man he had met earlier. Was he a hidden genius of the Xia clan? If so, why did he want to kill his son? He could not figure it out. I don't know him. Yun Qingyan shook his head. I don't know who he is. However, I know the owner of the face he disguised himself with. I've seen him before. He's just a native from the mundane realm. Disguised himself with that face? At this moment, the middle-aged man realized that his son did not think that person's real face was someone else who had disguised himself to kill him. That person didn't change his appearance. This was something that the middle-aged man was absolutely certain of. Even if he had only guessed the identity of his true self later on, his bloodline illusion earlier was enough to confirm that the other party had not changed his appearance. That was his true appearance. That is his true appearance. When the middle-aged man's words entered Yun Qingyan's ears, it instantly crushed the last bit of hope in his heart. It caused his face to turn pale as he muttered to himself in a daze, "How is this possible? How is this possible? Father, are you sure that's his real face?" Yun Qingyan raised his head and looked at his father as though he was making a final struggle. When the middle-aged man confirmed with him, Yun Qingyan was stunned. Impossible. 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 Yun Qingyan was on the verge of breaking down. It completely collapsed. A few hundred years ago, a person who could only be trampled under his feet, who was powerless to even struggle, actually had the strength to surpass him after a few hundred years? Moreover, that person was just a native of a mundane realm. On the other hand, he was the great young master of the Yun clan, a powerful ultimate god clan in the divine offering land in the realms of gods. He was doted on by many. The cultivation resources and environment he enjoyed were the envy of many. You know him? At this moment, the middle-aged man finally realized that something was amiss. When Yun Qingyan regained his senses, his eyes were filled with killing intent and fear when he looked at the middle-aged man. "Father, we must find him and kill him at all costs. Otherwise, he'll become a huge threat to the Yun clan sooner or later. There's no way he'll let the Yun clan go." Although Yun Qingyan was unwilling to accept this shocking fact, he knew he had no choice but to accept it. After accepting it, his first reaction was to urge his father to use the power of the Yun family to kill that man so that he would not be able to grow any further. How long had it been? That person had already grown to such a level. If he was given another few hundred years, would there be anyone in the Yun clan who could stop him? At this moment, Yun Qingyan's heart was filled with regret. Although he had spared Yun Qingyan's life because his cousin, Xia Ningshui, had threatened to kill him, he no longer cared about Yun Qingyan after the spatial passage between the Devata realms and the realms of gods had been sealed. Otherwise, even if the spatial passage had been sealed, he could have sent the revered elders of the Yun clan to return to the lower realms through the divine void-piercing shuttle to kill Yun Qingyan. At that time, even if his cousin, Xia Ningshui, saw Yun Qingyan's soul pearl shattering, she might not suspect him. Moreover, he had to take Yun Qingyan's family and friends into consideration. It was unlikely that his cousin, Xia Ningshui, would follow Yun Qingyan. I was too careless. I was too careless. I was too careless. Yun Qingyan's heart was filled with regret. If he had known Yun Qingyan would grow to such a level, he would not have underestimated him. Who is he? The middle-aged man frowned. He could sense his son's emotions fluctuating. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. Father, he's my cousin's husband in the mundane realm. Yun Qingyan said in a deep voice, back then, when I found my cousin, I wanted to kill him. However, she threatened me with her own life, so I spared his life. After I returned to the divine offering land, the realm battlefield opened, and the spatial passage between the realms of gods and the lower realms was sealed. After that, I no longer cared about him. He's just a native from the mundane realm. What can he do even if he doesn't die? I didn't expect him to grow to such a level in just over 700 years. When I met him back then, his cultivation base was not even at the heavenly celestial stage in the Devata realms. It's obvious he used my cousin as bait to kill me. If you didn't leave a bloodline phantom in me, I would have died. The bloodline phantom was a complicated technique that could be used to forcibly infiltrate a direct descendant's body with some treasures. At a critical moment, the bloodline phantom could be used to protect the descendant's life. It was extremely difficult to obtain a bloodline phantom. At the very least, the clan leader of the Yun clan could not leave a bloodline phantom in Yun Qingyan's body since it required some rare treasures. For this reason, Yun Qingyan would not use the bloodline phantom his father had left on him unless he was on the brink of death. It was his final trump card. However, he had used it when he was lured by Duan Lingtian. From today onwards, he would have one less life-saving talisman on him that could save his life at critical moments. Is there no way to resolve the enmity between you and him? The middle-aged man frowned slightly when he heard his son's words. Yun Qingyan had an expression of disbelief on his face. Why would his father ask such a question? Was his father trying to resolve the enmity between them? If you give up on your cousin, the enmity between you and him will be resolved, the middle-aged man said. Yun Qingyan's eyes widened in shock when he heard the middle-aged man's words. For a moment, he wondered if the middle-aged man was his biological father. Why would he say such a thing? The middle-aged man seemed to have noticed the shock on Yun Qingyan's face. He said in a deep voice, "Let's not talk about that person. In just a few hundred years, he's already strong enough to kill a medium ultimate god even though he's only a greater god. Based on the techniques he possesses, it's obvious that he's blessed by providence. You know about the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. That person has mastered 2 of them. The weapon Tao, the sword Tao, and the control Tao are not in their embryonic forms. He has a deep understanding of them. Apart from that, he also has the 5 divine elements in his body. Not just 1, but 5. All 5 divine elements are in one body, and they're not weak at all. It's common knowledge that the 5 divine elements aren't willing to coexist in a person's body unless the person is worth it for them to give up their possessiveness. Theoretically speaking, it's only a matter of time before those who are able to obtain the acknowledgement of the 5 divine elements become the strongest expert in the world, as long as they don't die prematurely. Apart from that, there's also a complete divine tree of life in his little world. A complete divine tree of life only exists in the realms of gods. There's only one possibility for a person who isn't a supreme expert to possess a complete divine tree of life. He must have gone to the ruins of a destroyed realm of gods and obtained the divine tree of life. At this point, the middle-aged man paused for a moment and looked at his son who had fallen into a daze. There are many paths for a greater god to take to become a supreme expert. Sword Dao. This is a feasible path. The Control Dao is a viable path as well. A single 5 divine element is a viable path. It's also possible to obtain a complete divine tree of life. If Duanling Tian's fortuitous encounter is split up, theoretically speaking, it's enough to create 8 supreme powerhouses. This shows how heaven-defying his luck is. It's extremely difficult to kill someone like that. Unless he never grows, it'll be disastrous to make an enemy out of him. In fact, every word the middle-aged man said made Yunqing Yan's heart tremble. He couldn't accept it. How's this possible? He's just a lowly piece of trash from a mundane realm. How could he obtain so many fortuitous encounters that even I can only dream of? How could he? Heaven and earth are unfair. Heaven and earth are unfair. At this moment, Yunqing Yan's heart was raging with jealousy. His face was contorted in anger and malevolence. The middle-aged man studied Yunqing Yan again before he sighed and said, "It's not worth it for a woman to have such heaven-defying luck. If it's possible, give up on Ning Shui and fulfill their wish. Although the enmity between you and Ning Shui is huge, you didn't do anything to her. There's still room for negotiation." The middle-aged man was unaware that his son had not only taken Duan Lingtian's wife away. Moreover, his son had humiliated Duan Lingtian and crushed his pride as a man. At that time, Duan Lingtian had even considered killing himself. If the middle-aged man had known about this, he would not have suggested making peace with Duan Lingtian. "Father, that's impossible." Yunqing Yan finally regained his senses and smiled sadly. Back then, following that, Yunqing Yan recounted everything that had happened to Duan Lingtian. He did not hide anything from Duan Lingtian. He knew this was the only way his father would stop trying to reconcile with Duan Lingtian. He did not want to reconcile with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian must die. He must die. Chapter 42-34. After listening to his son's words, the clan leader of Yun clan finally understood what was going on. As it turned out, his son had humiliated Yunqing Yan to the point where there was no turning back. It was no longer a simple enmity of taking Yunqing Yan's wife away. Unless the Yun clan gave up on Yunqing Yan, there was no way they could negotiate with the other party. Naturally, even if the Yun clan gave up on Yunqing Yan might not believe them. Even if the Yun clan gave up on Yunqing Yan might still make things difficult for the Yun clan. After all, Yunqing Yan was rooted in the Yun clan. It was because of the Yun clan that Yunqing Yan became who he was. That was why Yunqing Yan could be so arrogant and humiliate Yunqing Yan. If word of this spreads in the clan, I'm sure there will be people who want to give up on my son. I can't give up on my son. The clan leader of Yun clan said resolutely. Although he had more than one son, his son was the most outstanding and resembled him the most. In fact, everyone in the clan thought Yunqing Yan was the successor of the clan leader of Yun clan. Whether it was for public or private reasons, it was impossible for him to give up on his son for a person with amazing luck who had yet to mature. You can tell me about this. There's no need to tell anyone else about this. The clan leader of Yun clan looked at Yunqing Yan and said in a deep voice, "From today onward, I'll order everyone in the clan to keep an eye out for that person. If they discover him, inform the clan immediately and kill him without mercy." His luck is indeed heaven-defying, but the Yun clan has been around for many years. Moreover, we have the protection of a supreme powerhouse. Why would we be afraid of him? Naturally, it's best if we don't let such a person mature. Upon hearing his father's words, Yunqing Yan felt relieved. However, he was still a little annoyed. He could not let it go. The person who used to be like an ant in his eyes was now riding on his head. If he had known this would happen, he would have thought of a way to kill Yunqing Yan. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Everyone has their own destiny. As Yunqing Yan's father, he seemed to have read Yunqing Yan's mind. He shook his head and said, although he comes from a humble background, his luck is heaven-defying. With the things he has, it's not surprising that he has achieved what he has today. You come from a noble background, and your life has been smooth sailing since young. Compared to him, you have both advantages and disadvantages. After a while, I'll go see the ancestor and ask him if he can let you cultivate by his side for a period of time. If the ancestor is willing to let you stay and give you some guidance, it'll be enough for you to benefit endlessly. Yunqing Yan's eyes lit up when he heard his father's words. Ancestor. He naturally knew what the grand ancestor that his father spoke of represented. Even to him, that person was a legendary figure. He had never seen him before. The other party was the ultimate powerhouse behind the Yun family. He was also an ancestor of the Yun family. A supreme expert. An existence that stood at the pinnacle of this world. If I can cultivate by the ancestor's side, not to mention other improvements, even if that Duanling Tian has thousands of tricks up his sleeve, he won't be able to touch me again. If he still dares to show his face, ancestor's breath will be enough to kill him. At this moment, Yunqing Yan's confidence returned. That day, the patriarch of the Yun family gave an order to the higher-ups to inform them of Duanling Tian's existence. He was a person with heaven-defying luck. He was not even 1,000 years old, but he was already an upper-rank divine emperor who could kill an ordinary intermediate ultimate god. Apart from that, he had mastered the sword principle and the control principle. His attainments in both were extremely high. Moreover, he had the 5 divine elements in his body. He was extremely talented and possessed the complete divine tree of life in his little world. He had the potential to be an ultimate powerhouse. The Yun family is irreconcilable with this person. He killed our father and stole our wife. From today onward, the Yun family will do our best to search for him and find a way to kill him. The Yun family will owe anyone who kills him a favor. As long as it's within the Yun family's power, we'll do our best to help. Even if you want to seek enlightenment in front of the ancestor, I'll do my best to help. After the patriarch of the Yun family gave the order and made a promise, a commotion broke out among the higher-ups of the Yun family. Everyone knew the name Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian. That name sounds familiar. A medium ultimate god from the Yun family who had just returned from outside felt that the name sounded familiar. He seemed to have heard of it somewhere before. After thinking for about a dozen breaths, he finally came back to his senses. I remember now. I brought my wife and son back to my family in the Xiangang land some time ago. I've heard of him. A heaven-defying student of the Myriad Law Academy from the Xiangang land, a heaven-defying force. He entered the divine trial ground and stepped into the Upper God Emperor realm from the Upper God Emperor realm in 3 years. He could easily kill an Emperor God when he was just a upper-rank divine emperor. It was said that he could kill an ultimate god when he was just a upper-rank divine emperor. I didn't expect it to be true. Moreover, the patriarch said that he could even kill an ordinary intermediate ultimate god. The middle-level ultimate god from the Yun clan could not help but gasp at the thought of that. After a while, the medium ultimate god from the Yun family reported what he knew to the patriarch of the Yun family. The patriarch also personally went to the Xiangang land. It was obvious that he was wary of Duanling Tian and valued him greatly. After a trip, he confirmed that the Duanling Tian in the Xiangang land was the same Duanling Tian who had lured his son, Yunqing Yan, to death. At this time, he also learned about Duanling Tian's growth. He had risen from the Xiangang land at an astonishing speed and with heaven-defying luck. Moreover, those who thought they knew about Duanling Tian in the Xiangang land only knew a little about him. There were many things that they did not know. For example, he had the 5 divine elements. Another example was the complete deep water of life in his little world. The Myriad Arts Academy? On the surface, the Myriad Arts Academy doesn't seem to have any supreme experts backing it. However, according to the Patriarch, the Myriad Arts Academy in the Xiangang land is a little special. On the surface, it doesn't seem to have any supreme experts backing it, but in fact, there are several supreme experts keeping an eye on it. In the past, there seemed to be a giant ultimate god force in the Xiangang land who wanted to see something from the Myriad Arts Academy. However, they were stopped by the supreme experts backing them up. The Myriad Arts Academy is a little complicated. If it was an ordinary ultimate god force, I would have just threatened them. Although the Patriarch of the Yun family was somewhat wary of the Myriad Arts Academy, he still personally went to the Myriad Arts Academy to visit the Palace Master, Su Baili. Greetings, Palace Master of the Myriad Arts Academy, Su Baili. After learning the identity of the visitor, even Su Baili, the Palace Master of the Myriad Arts Academy, could not help but gasp. The Patriarch of the Yun family. On the surface, he was one of the few strongest higher ultimate gods in the world of divine offering. The Yun family was also a giant ultimate god force in the world of divine offering. Their ancestor was a living supreme expert. May I know the reason for your visit to the Myriad Arts Academy, Patriarch Yun? Su Baili was a little puzzled by the visitor's visit. He did not know why the visitor suddenly came to visit. The Myriad Arts Academy and the Yun family in the world of divine offering did not have any interactions. Could it be because of Duan Ling Tian? Su Baili suddenly remembered that recently, many giant ultimate god forces in the Xiangang land had sent people to contact him. They were all testing him and wanted to recruit Duan Ling Tian. Perhaps this important person from the Yun family in the world of divine offering was also here for Duan Ling Tian? Other than that, he could not think of any other reason. Palace Master Su. The Patriarch of the Yun family looked at Su Baili and smiled faintly. I'm here to ask for a favor from you, Palace Master Su. I wonder if it's convenient? Asked the Patriarch of the Yun family. His question immediately convinced Su Baili of his previous thoughts. However, he still maintained his composure. Patriarch Yun, what kind of favor do you want? If it's within my power, I don't mind doing you a favor. It's my honor to be friends with Patriarch Yun. Su Baili knew very well that although he and the person in front of him were both high-level ultimate gods, if they were to engage in a life-and-death battle, he might not be able to last more than 10 moves. Such a person was no longer on the same level as him. Palace Master Su is straightforward. The Patriarch of the Yun family smiled. Then, his eyes narrowed and he said bluntly, Palace Master Su, why don't you issue a statement to expel Duan Ling Tian from the Myriad Arts Academy? The Patriarch of the Yun family's words stunned Su Baili. He originally thought that the Patriarch of the Yun family wanted the Myriad Arts Academy to give Duan Ling Tian to him. However, he did not expect that the Patriarch of the Yun family wanted the Myriad Arts Academy to expel Duan Ling Tian. Could it be that he wants to recruit Duan Ling Tian at the same time as the Myriad Arts Academy expel Duan Ling Tian? That's not right. He wants me to issue a statement. When that time comes, Duan Ling Tian will have plenty of choices. Why would he choose the distant Yun family in the Divine Offering land and the Xiangang land is nearby? At this moment, Su Baili, the Palace Master of the Myriad Arts Academy, was a little confused. On second thought, a thought flashed in his mind. His pupils shrank slightly as he thought of another possibility. Duan Ling Tian offended the Yun family? Su Baili secretly took a deep breath, looked at the Patriarch of the Yun family, and asked bluntly, Patriarch Yun, did Duan Ling Tian offend your Yun family? In response to Su Baili's question, the Patriarch of the Yun family only replied with 4 words. I must kill him. These 4 words showed his determination to kill Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Su Baili's expression changed. He was no longer as enthusiastic as before and became somewhat cold. Patriarch Yun, isn't it a little inappropriate to say that you want to kill a student of the Myriad Arts Academy in front of the Palace Master of the Myriad Arts Academy? The patriarch of the Yun family saw the change in Su Baili's expression and looked at him deeply. Palace Master Su, do you think that you can defeat me? As soon as he finished speaking, the divine power on the patriarch of the Yun family vibrated. A terrifying aura raged out, causing the surrounding space to tremble and ferocious spatial cracks to appear. When Su Baili saw this, his gaze turned cold. Yun Tingxiu, I, Su Baili, am no match for you. However, in my Myriad Arts Academy, it's not your turn to be presumptuous. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Baili's aura shook the void. In an instant, the entire Myriad Arts Academy trembled. Then, an earth-shattering power rose from all over the Myriad Arts Academy, as vast as the sea. The Myriad Arts Academy's palace-protecting Grand Array, which had been dormant for many years, was instantly activated. What's happening? Why is the palace-protecting Grand Array activated? Is a great enemy attacking? In my life, this is the first time I've seen the palace-protecting Grand Array activated. Is a great enemy coming to our Myriad Arts Academy? Everywhere in the Myriad Arts Academy, there was a commotion as figures soared into the sky. Chapter 42-35. Within the 10,000 Arts Academy, the Great Protective Array was activated, causing the void to tremble. Anyone within the 10,000 Arts Academy could clearly see that the void was swaying and rippling like water. It was as if the sky could collapse at any moment. A terrifying aura pierced through the void, as if it carried an extremely terrifying power. It condensed at a single point, and the power was so strong that it seemed to be able to penetrate everything. At the same time, the Yun family head, Yun Tingxiu, who had originally appeared strong in front of Su Baili, instantly withdrew his solemn expression when he sensed the terrifying aura of the Great Protective Array and that oppressive feeling of suffocation. In an instant, the aura on his body was also withdrawn, and his entire person returned to how it was before the outbreak. Palace Master Su, this Yun was just joking. I hope you don't take offense. Yun Tingxiu looked at Su Baili, who was staring at him coldly, and smiled slightly as if nothing had happened. It was as if he had really just made a harmless joke. As for Su Baili, after taking a deep look at him, he also withdrew the Great Protective Array of the 10,000 Arts Academy. Family head Yun, it's best not to joke around. If this happens again, the Great Protective Array of the 10,000 Arts Academy will not be so easy to withdraw. Su Baili's words were already considered a threat. However, Yun Tingxiu was in the wrong after all, so he was not angry. Rest assured, Palace Master Su. There won't be a next time. Since Palace Master Su is unwilling, this Yun won't force you. I'll take my leave now. After bidding farewell to Su Baili, Yun Tingxiu turned around and left. I won't see you out. As for Su Baili's indifferent words, Yun Tingxiu pretended not to hear them. In fact, at this time, Yun Tingxiu's thoughts were not on Su Baili. The originally turbulent 10,000 Arts Academy regained its calm due to the withdrawal of the Great Protective Array. In fact, many people did not even know what had just happened. Only a few people knew that the Myriad Arts Academy must have encountered a powerful enemy. Otherwise, the palace-protecting Grand Array wouldn't have been activated so suddenly. As for why the palace-protecting Grand Array was quickly withdrawn, although they didn't know the specific situation, it wasn't difficult to guess that the powerful enemy should have been scared away by the palace-protecting Grand Array of their Myriad Arts Academy. After all, they had long heard that their 10,000 Arts Academy's palace-protecting Grand Formation was something left behind by an extremely powerful expert. It was to the extent that their Myriad Law Palace was known as the Xiangang Land, the safest place under the giant god venerable level forces. Giant godly venerable level forces all had supreme experts behind them. Among them was the sect protecting formation. The clan protection formation would definitely be the work of an ultimate powerhouse. Furthermore, there would be an ultimate powerhouse protecting them from behind. Once there was a real crisis, the ultimate powerhouse would most likely appear personally. Therefore, no one doubted that the venerable god-level forces were the safest places in the Mystic Handle land. As for the Myriad Arts Academy, it could be considered the safest place under the god-venerable level forces. One could imagine how powerful the palace-protecting Grand Formation was. How generous. After leaving the Myriad Law Academy, Yun Tingqiu, the patriarch of the Yun family, a giant god-venerable level family in the world of divine remains, had a look of lingering fear on his face. The Myriad Law Academy's great protective array is definitely the work of many supreme masters. It's definitely not weaker than the Yun family's great protective array. If it's really activated, I'll definitely die if I don't leave the Myriad Law Academy within 3 strikes. In fact, Yun Tingqiu did not really intend to do anything to the Myriad Law Academy's patriarch, Su Baili. He was more of a probe to see how important Duan Lingtian was to Su Baili. Now it seems that although Duan Lingtian hasn't been in the Myriad Law Academy for long, he has already gained the recognition of the Myriad Law Academy. In his opinion, gaining the recognition of Su Baili, the patriarch of the Myriad Law Academy, was equivalent to gaining the recognition of the entire Myriad Law Academy. This was because the patriarch was the most respected person in the Myriad Law Academy. It's a little unrealistic to get rid of Duan Lingtian through the Myriad Law Academy. I can only think of a way myself. Thinking of this, Yun Tingqiu could not help but frown slightly. A guy with heaven-defying luck. Could he and the Yun family really get rid of him before he matured? Of course, even if Duan Lingtian really matured, he and the Yun family had nothing to fear. After all, they still had an ultimate expert behind them. To be exact, it was an utmost expert and that utmost expert's other utmost expert friends. If he wanted to touch the foundation of the Yun family, he would have to go through the ultimate expert behind the Yun family. Of course, even if the Yun family was not afraid, if they really made a strong enemy, it was not something that he, or even the Yun family, wished to see. After all, although they had supreme experts behind them, the supreme experts could also protect them at all times. Ultimate experts also had their own things to do. Sometimes, they could not even spare time to do anything else because they had to be on duty to guard the outer realm. That girl Ning Shui really knows how to find a man. When he left the Xiangang land, Yun Tingqiu thought of his niece and shook his head. Maybe Yen really doesn't deserve her. But, suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed through his eyes. After the dimensional battlefield closes, Yen and her will still have to follow the agreement with the Xia family and get married normally. That Duan Lingtian wants to seduce and kill my son. Then, I'll let Yen take his wife. At that time, he won't be able to sit still, he'll definitely show up. The day he shows up will be the day he dies. Yun Tingqiu could not help but look forward to the day when Duan Lingtian would show up and die. Of course, that's on the premise that Ning Shui is safe in the dimensional battlefield. However, when Yun Tingqiu returned to the Yun family in the world of divine remains and learned from his son that the group of people from the Xia family who came to threaten Xia Ningxue had been released by the third master of the Xia family, Xia Jie, his expression changed. If that was the case, would Xia Ningxue still be threatened and marry his son? After all, the people who could threaten Xia Ningxue had been released. Xia Jie, you've ruined my plan. Killing intent flashed in the depths of Yun Tingqiu's eyes. If that was the case, his plan to force Duan Lingtian to show up and kill Duan Lingtian on the day of his son's wedding with Xia Ningxue would be difficult to achieve. Yun Tingqiu took a deep breath as his eyes gleamed coldly. I don't think Ning Shui knows about this yet, right? Unless Xia Jie finds her in the dimensional battlefield, she won't know about it. Yun Qingyan paused for a moment before he added, at the very least, she won't know about it before she comes out. That's good. Yun Tingqiu nodded when he heard this. His expression softened a little. I'll make a trip to the Xia family now to meet your uncle. We must keep the news of Xia Jie releasing those people a secret. Moreover, if Xia Jie returns, we must capture him and imprison him as well. We mustn't let Ning Shui know that Duan Lingtian's family and friends have been released by Xia Jie. Otherwise, she won't be forced to marry you anymore. Yun Qingyan's eyes lit up when he heard Yun Tingqiu's words. He had thought his plan to marry his cousin Xia Ning Shui would be ruined after 100 years. However, it seemed like with his father's help, his plan could still be carried out as long as his cousin did not die in the dimensional battlefield. He could not help but look forward to it. Duan Lingtian, even if you're lucky enough to be stronger than me in a few hundred years, so what? You're nothing but a nobody. I have the Yun family behind me. How are you going to fight me? The Myriad Law Academy is merely a heavyweight godly venerable rank force. They might not even stand up for you. Even if they do, what can they change? Yun Qingyan sneered inwardly. Duan Lingtian was unaware of the series of events that happened in the Yun family after he failed to kill Yun Qingyan. He also did not know that the patriarch of the Yun family, Yun Tingqiu, had personally gone to the Myriad Law Academy in the Xiangang land for him. Now, he had entered the dimensional battlefield again. This time, he entered the planar battlefield as a member of the world of divine remains. His next goal was to break through to the godly venerable realm. Previously, he had almost died in the hands of the Yun family patriarch in the divine offering land. He was still traumatized and was eager to improve his strength. Although I'm stronger than Yun Qingyan, he has the Yun family behind him. It'll be harder for me to kill him before I can do anything to the Yun family. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. Previously, he had alerted Yun Qingyan. It was almost impossible for him to lure Yun Qingyan into killing him. Even if he did, Yun Qingyan would not fall for it. The dimensional battlefield is too big. I wonder where Kerr is. In the divine adjudication battlefield, where the divine offering land and the punishment lands intersected, it was rare to encounter a godly venerable realm cultivator without entering the inner area. Duan Lingtian was unimpeded in the divine adjudication battlefield. No one was his match. However, after entering the inner area, he would encounter some godly venerable realm cultivators. He would kill them and plunder their rewards. As he digested the rewards, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base continued to improve. He was getting closer and closer to the bottleneck to becoming a higher god emperor. There are still more than 30 years before the opening of the four-dimensional battlefield. I'll try my best to break through to the godly venerable realm within these 30 years. At that time, the dimensional battlefield of the realms of gods will converge and the most dangerous area will open. Danger also represents opportunity. That place will tempt those who desire to become stronger. Kerr must have entered the dimensional battlefield to become stronger. At that time, she'll definitely enter the dimensional battlefield as well. When the dimensional battlefield of the realms of gods converged, a chaotic area would appear. It would only appear once every 100 years. Every 1,000 years since the planar battlefield opened, that area would appear 10 times. It was said that there were more fortuitous opportunities in the dimensional battlefield. The secret zones, treasures, and fortuitous opportunities that appeared there were more and better. Chapter 42-36. It was very difficult to obtain battle merits in the dimensional battlefield. Especially if one wanted to open secret realms that targeted upper-rank emperor gods, it required a lot of battle merits. Usually, upper-rank emperor gods would need to spend hundreds of years to accumulate enough battle merits. However, for Duan Lingtian, it was much easier to obtain battle merits. This was because he could kill ordinary ultimate gods and steal their battle merits. Under such circumstances, although he was only a upper-rank emperor god, his speed of accumulating battle merits was much faster than ordinary medium ultimate gods. I am a upper rank Emperor God. When I open a secret realm, I can only open a corresponding secret realm. There are secret realms for multiple people and single people. A single person secret realm requires a certain amount of battle merits to open. As for the secret realms for multiple people, they don't require that much battle merits. However, if one pays more battle merits, there will be fewer competitors in the secret realm. When opening a secret realm, if it wasn't a single person secret realm or a multiple person secret realm, everyone would pay the same amount of battle merits. If someone paid enough battle merits, they might be able to open a secret realm for 2 people. As for a single person secret realm, one would need to reach a certain threshold to open it. Moreover, once one reached that threshold, they would definitely be able to open it. Of course, one could also accumulate more battle merits to open a single person secret realm. If one's battle merits far exceeded the threshold, they would be able to upgrade the single person secret realm to a higher level secret realm. A higher level secret realm would have more treasures and more opportunities. Next, I'll just keep accumulating battle merits and not enter any secret realms. I'll wait until that area is about to open before I open the single person secret realm. With my current speed of accumulating battle merits, I'll definitely be able to obtain an amazing amount of battle merits by that time. The single person secret realm won't be bad with that amount of battle merits. Of course. It's best to enter the secret realm after breaking through to the ultimate god realm. In that case, the secret realm I enter will be a secret realm targeted at lower rank ultimate gods. In the dimensional battlefield, secret realms corresponded to one's cultivation level. People of different cultivation levels would not appear in the same secret realm. Even if there was a situation, it would definitely be someone who made a temporary breakthrough in the secret realm. People of different cultivation levels would not be able to enter the same secret realm. There were some fortuitous encounters that could only be used by supreme gods and not by god emperors. They would not appear in the god the arch-mystic realm. On the other hand, things that were useful to god emperors and not to divine venerables would not appear in the divine venerables' secret realm. For that reason, Duan Lingtian felt that it was best for him to use all his battle merits to open a single secret realm before the opening of that area. Who knows, he might be able to completely consolidate his cultivation inside. This was also one of Duan Lingtian's current ambitions. In the following period of time, Duan Lingtian began to focus on collecting battle merits. At the same time, he did not forget to absorb the rewards of the rules and improve his cultivation base. His cultivation base was rising with every passing moment. Under such circumstances, once the quantity accumulated to a certain extent, it would inevitably usher in a qualitative change. At that time, Duan Lingtian would be able to break through his current cultivation base and officially step into the ultimate god realm with the help of the last heavenly Tao fruit. On this day, Duan Lingtian suddenly felt like he was being spied on after killing a superior god emperor from the land of sanctions. He focused his eyes and looked at a barren hill in the distance before using his divine consciousness to scan the area. In the next moment, he discovered that there was a superior god emperor hiding there. I mean no harm. At the same time when Duan Lingtian discovered the other party flew out and looked at Duan Lingtian apologetically. I'm also from the land of divine remains and happened to hear the commotion here, so I came over to take a look. Then, I saw you kill a man from the land of sanctions with my own eyes. You're indeed very powerful. You killed him with ease. You should be a half-step ultimate god, right? The person who came was a seemingly gentle and weak young man. He seemed a little extroverted, but he was still wary of Duan Lingtian. However, when he asked if Duan Lingtian was a half-step ultimate god, there was a hint of anticipation in the depth of his eyes as if he was looking forward to something. Half-step ultimate god? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard the other party's words. He then nodded slightly. You can say that. The strongest superior god emperor seemed to be called a half-step ultimate god. If that was the case, it would not be a problem to say that he was a half-step ultimate god. In fact, Duan Ling Tian had not only killed a group of god emperors and ultimate gods from the land of sanctions, but he had also killed quite a few from the land of divine remains. However, most of them were from the land of divine remains who attacked him first. He did not touch those from the land of divine remains who did not take the initiative to attack him. However, up until now, apart from a few higher god emperors, most of the people from the divine offering land whom Duan Ling Tian had encountered had attacked him. Even the two lower rank ultimate gods from the world of divine remains attacked him. Of course, the result was self-evident. They were both killed by him. After receiving Duan Ling Tian's confirmation, the seemingly weak young man's eyes suddenly lit up. My name is Ho Lianyu. I'm from the Ho clan, a heavyweight ultimate god clan from the land of divine remains. How may I address you? Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian looked at the other party as he responded. He did not expect the other party to be from a heavyweight ultimate god clan from the land of divine remains. A heavyweight ultimate god clan from the land of divine remains was in existence on par with the Myriad Art Academy and the Monorigin divine sect in the Xiangang land. Elder Brother Duan. Ho Lianyu addressed Duan Ling Tian as Elder Brother when he spoke again. Duan Ling Tian could not help but be startled. I may not be older than you. I know. Ho Lianyu smiled. However, in my eyes, those who are stronger are the seniors. Elder Brother Duan, you're stronger than me. It's normal for me to address you as Elder Brother. Elder Brother Duan, it's fate to meet you. I'm looking for someone to enter the secret realm with. I wonder if you're interested? Elder Brother Duan, don't worry. You don't have to pay any battle merits. The secret realms I'm talking about are the natural secret realms that you accidentally encounter in the dimensional battlefield. There's no need to pay any battle merits. That's what we encountered by luck. Ho Lianyu continued. Upon hearing Ho Lianyu's words, Duan Ling Tian, who was about to leave and stop being entangled with Ho Lianyu, became interested. You encountered a secret realm with a few people? There were indeed some natural secret realms in the dimensional battlefield. Those secret realms were even more mysterious and very rare. Those who were not extremely lucky would not encounter them. At least, he had not encountered any. Even his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, who had wandered the planar battlefield for nearly 1,000 years, had never encountered a mystic realm like this. Generally speaking, there was a limit to the number of people who could enter such secret realms. Moreover, there was a limit to one's cultivation base as well. Only those with the same cultivation base could enter. It's the secret realm that I found with the other three, Lin Feng said. Ho Lianyu grinned. One of the other three people is also from our Ho clan. When Duan Ling Tian spoke up to this point, it was not difficult for him to notice a hint of disgust that flashed in the depth of Ho Lianyu's eyes. Although it was fleeting, Duan Ling Tian still noticed it. As for the other two people, they're from another powerful force in the divine offering land. They're both people I know. This time, the four of us agreed to find one person from the dimensional battlefield to enter the secret realm. That secret realm can accommodate 10 people, but we're only planning to send 8 people in. This way, it's fair to all 4 of us. It can't be that one person can only invite one person while the other person can invite 2 people, right? Previously, I've met other powerful upper god emperors from other forces. I wanted to invite them, but they either wanted to kill me or ignored me. They were afraid that I would kill them with others, so they rejected me. Ho Lianyu looked helpless. Elder Brother Duan, if you're unwilling, I won't force you. Ho Lianyu said again. Obviously, she was mentally prepared. Why don't you find someone you know instead of someone else from the dimensional battlefield? Duan Ling Tian asked in confusion. This was really puzzling because they could have found someone from their own clan to enter with them. There was no need to look everywhere. We all have our concerns, Ho Lianyu said. Ho Lianyu said, if it's someone from the same force, it might not be a good thing for us to expose that we encountered that kind of natural secret realm. After all, the four of us don't have any special status in our own forces. In addition, it's useless to find someone from another force if they're weak. If they're too strong, it won't be a good thing for us either. Although Ho Lianyu didn't say too much, Duan Lingtian could guess what she was worried about. They came from the same force, but the other party was stronger than them, and they knew that they entered a secret realm with them. They knew what treasures they obtained. This was indeed not a good thing. If it was an outsider, even if they ran to the gate of your force and shouted that you obtained some treasures, most people wouldn't take them seriously. They would only think that the other party was deliberately slandering and disgusting them. Hearing Ho Qingyu's words, Duan Lingtian looked deeply at him and asked, if I enter the secret realm with you and join forces with you, how will we split everything we obtain inside? When Ho Lianyu heard that, she smiled and said, Big brother Duan, your strength far surpasses mine. Whatever you obtain with your personal strength is all yours. If you need my help to obtain it, you take 70% and I take 30%. How about it? As for you and I, we both have the ability to deal with it. Whoever moves faster gets it. How about it? Ho Lianyu's words were very sincere. Sure. Duan Lingtian agreed immediately. Apart from that, if I get something I don't need and you need it, I can give you some. Take it as a reward for inviting me. The smile on Ho Lianyu's face brightened when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. I really found the right person. Elder brother Duan, you're such a picky person. She didn't forget to give Duan Lingtian a thumbs up to show her admiration. Big brother Duan, we agreed to meet 3 months from now, and there's less than a month's time left. Next, shall we head towards the direction we agreed to meet? Ho Lianyu asked for Duan Lingtian's opinion. Sure. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was not worried that Ho Lianyu would lie to him. First, it was unnecessary. Second, it was unlikely that Ho Lianyu would find a half-step ultimate god if she really wanted to trick him. Moreover, he was quite good at reading people. He dared not say he was 100% sure that Ho Lianyu was not lying, but he was at least 80% or 90% sure. Chapter 42-37. Sometimes, luck was something that could not be envied. For example, Ho Lianyu, whom Duan Lingtian had just met, came from an extraordinary background. She was the descendant of the Ho clan, one of the most influential clans in the world of divine remains. She was born with great luck. And after entering the planar battlefield, he actually encountered a natural mystic realm. Many people had lived for tens of thousands of years and stayed in the dimensional battlefield for thousands of years, but they had never encountered a natural secret realm even once. Natural secret realms were left behind by supreme experts in the dimensional battlefield, waiting for the fated ones to open them. They did not require battle merits to open them. Battle merit secret realms were reserved for the unlucky ones. This group of people was also the largest group of people in the dimensional battlefield. Elder brother Duan, which clan or clan do I come from in the world of divine remains? Ho Lianyu curiously asked Duan Lingtian about his background along the way. Jian Wushuang had a good impression of the humble half-step ultimate god and did not underestimate him from the beginning to the end. Even though his strength was close to that of a half-step ultimate god, many half-step ultimate gods looked down on him and were extremely arrogant in front of him. I'm just a rogue cultivator. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and did not say that he was not from the world of divine remains but from the Xiangang land. He was not familiar with Ho Lianyu. There was no need to completely reveal his background. A rogue cultivator? Ho Lianyu's eyes widened. Elder brother Duan, you're just a rogue cultivator? You don't even look older than me. I thought you came from some powerful clan, but you're just a rogue cultivator. It's hard to imagine that a rogue cultivator could have the strength of a half-step ultimate god at such a young age. Although he did not specifically check Duan Lingtian's bone age, he could still vaguely sense the gap between them when there was a large age gap between them. Just like now, he could vaguely sense that Duan Lingtian was younger than him. Generally speaking, if people of the same cultivation base had such an age gap, it meant that they were at least 3,000 years apart. I've thought about it before. If I were a rogue cultivator, would I have the strength I have today? If I had to choose again, would I choose to become a loose cultivator or a young master of the whole clan? However, the answer is usually the latter. Ho Lianyu sighed. Elder brother Duan, as a rogue cultivator, you must have suffered a lot to achieve your current strength, right? It's all right. Duan Lingtian smiled. I can only say that everyone has their own opportunities. If one is born with an extraordinary background and is content with the status quo, one can only rely on one's birth. If one is willing to venture out, one is not much different from an unaffiliated cultivator. Perhaps one might even be able to find some fortuitous encounters that should only belong to unaffiliated cultivators. Regardless of one's background, it all depends on the person. Duan Lingtian could not help but think of Yun Qing Yen from the Yun clan. Back when he was still in the mundane realm, he had thought that Yun Qing Yen was unreachable and powerful. But looking back now, it was just like that. In less than 1,000 years, he had surpassed his opponent. In terms of background, he could not compare to Yun Qing Yen at all. However, Yun Qing Yen could not compare to him at all when it came to the dangers he had gone through along the way. If Yun Qing Yen was born in the Yun clan and was willing to venture out, with his adventurous spirit, he might have become a high-level ultimate god by now. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew it was impossible. Even if he was born in a powerful ultimate god clan like the Yun clan, it was impossible for him to give up a comfortable life and venture out. Moreover, he had a motive for venturing out to the mundane realm so he could bring his wife, Ker, home. From the moment he left the mundane realm and entered the Devata realms, he wanted to go to the divine offering land and bring his wife, Ker, home. He wanted to save his family and friends. Later on, his family and friends were saved by Xia Jie, the third master of the Xia clan. His only goal was to bring his wife, Ker, home. It was all for this reason that he had grown stronger. Of course, during this process, he had broadened his horizons and realized the strength of the strong. He further realized that this world was dominated by the strong. He wanted to become stronger not only to bring his wife home, but also to protect his family better in the future. Becoming a godly god was not enough. Only by becoming a supreme powerhouse could one be fearless. Perhaps, after becoming a supreme powerhouse, there would be some veteran supreme powerhouses who were stronger than him. For this reason, becoming a supreme powerhouse might not be the end. In any case, Duan Lingtian would not give up on becoming stronger. He would live his life to become stronger and protect the people and things he wanted to protect. Ever since Duan Lingtian met Ho Lianyu and the other 3 people he mentioned, he did not meet anyone from the land of punishment. He did meet someone from the Mystic Gang land, but since that person did not take the initiative to attack him, he did not make a move as well. As for Ho Lianyu, he did not make a move as well. For this reason, everything was peaceful. A month later, Duan Lingtian followed Ho Lianyu and met the other 3 people he mentioned. One of them was from the Ho clan, a powerful clan in the land of divine remains. As for the other 2, they were also from powerful clans in the land of divine remains, but they were from the same sect. They were a pair of martial brothers and sisters. However, judging from the man's flattery in front of the woman, it was obvious that the woman had a higher status. At this moment, there was another person beside the 3 of them. Ho Lianyu, this person you found seems to be younger than you, is he reliable? The other person from the Ho clan was also a young man. He glanced at Duan Lingtian beside Ho Lianyu and said with a mocking expression. Duan Lingtian was young, and even Ho Lianyu could vaguely sense it, let alone this person from the Ho clan who was slightly older than Ho Lianyu. Ho Dong. Ho Lianyu glanced at him indifferently. You don't have to worry about this. I'll make my own decisions about the person I found. It's not up to you to tell me what to do. The young man named Ho Dong narrowed his eyes slightly. I'm just worried about you. If you die with me, I'm afraid your big brother will come after me. After all, this time, my brother asked me to go with you for your big brother's sake. Ho Dong said. Pfft. Ho Lianyu sneered. Ho Dong, don't flatter yourself. Your strength is about the same as mine. Even if you're slightly stronger, you haven't reached the half-step ultimate god realm. Aren't you going with me for your own safety? Along the way, there have been at least 3 times. If I didn't make a move and you took the initiative to provoke others, would you have survived? Ho Lianyu was a little annoyed when she thought of Ho Dong taking the initiative to attack a few of her own people from the land of divine remains. She had no intention of taking the initiative to attack people from the land of divine remains, but Ho Dong did not care about that. He wanted to pinch them whenever he saw them as soft persimmons. There were a few times when Ho Dong was almost no match for them. It was only because he took action that they were defeated or killed. Pfft. Ho Dong glanced at Ho Lianyu disdainfully. Ho Lianyu, if you're really so pure and simple, don't share the spoils with me if you dare. Ho Lianyu snorted coldly. Since I took action, of course I have to share the spoils. This has nothing to do with you stirring up trouble. Ho Dong had provoked people from the land of divine remains. After he helped Ho Dong kill the other party, he usually took the other party's divine weapon for himself. As for the spatial ring, Ho Dong did not gain anything. He did this not only to share the spoils, but also to make Ho Dong behave and stop stirring up trouble. If he stirred up trouble, the spoils might not necessarily belong to Ho Dong. Obviously, Ho Dong did not notice his good intentions and only thought that he wanted to take advantage of him. That's enough. At this moment, the senior brother of the senior brother and junior sister, a tall young man, glanced at Ho Dong indifferently. Both of you, be quiet. Now, introduce the people you've brought. No matter what, we still need to work together when we enter the secret realm. As soon as the tall young man spoke, Ho Lianyu and Ho Dong stopped arguing with each other. Let me introduce my friend first. Ho Lianyu was the first to speak. She looked at Duan Lingtian and said, his name is Duan Lingtian. He's the helper I've found for this trip to the secret realm. He's also my friend. Elder brother Duan is a sectless cultivator, Ho Lianyu said. Ho Lianyu said. A sectless cultivator? As soon as Ho Lianyu finished speaking, not only Ho Dong, but the group of senior brother and junior sister and the other 3 people brought by the 3 of them instinctively looked at Duan Lingtian. To them, the term, sectless cultivator, was a little distant. There was no lack of powerhouses among the sectless cultivators. However, compared to those who came from a certain force, there were fewer of them. If they were to compare the number of powerhouses, they were not on the same level at all. Therefore, when Ho Lianyu said that the person she brought was a sectless cultivator, the few of them looked at Duan Lingtian curiously. Elder brother Duan, this is Ho Dong. He's also a member of our Ho clan. This is Qiu Ping. He's from our Divine Offering Land's heavyweight ultimate god sect, the Misty Rain Divine Sect. This is Jiang Yue. She's also a disciple of the Misty Rain Divine Sect. She's also the direct descendant of a mid-level ultimate god expert in the Misty Rain Divine Sect. As soon as Ho Lianyu said that, Duan Lingtian looked calm and did not feel anything. It was not like he had never killed a mid-level ultimate god before. However, the people brought by Ho Dong and Qiu Ping changed their expressions. They did not expect there to be such a person in their group. On the other hand, the veiled young lady brought by Jiang Yue did not seem to react at all. Of course, it could be that the veil was hiding the shock on her face. As soon as Ho Lianyu finished speaking, Ho Dong also introduced the person he brought along. Although this friend of mine is not from a heavyweight ultimate god sect, he's also a genius from an ultimate god sect. His strength is almost on par with an ultimate god. He's a half-step ultimate god. He glanced at Ho Lianyu proudly as he finished his sentence. Ho Lianyu frowned upon hearing that. It was not a good thing for Ho Dong to find a half-step ultimate god. He was not worried that Ho Dong would steal anything from him, but he was worried that Ho Dong's arrogance would drag the group down. Chapter 42-38. As Ho Dong introduced the half-step ultimate gods, Qiu Ping and Jiang Yue also introduced the people around them. The people around Qiu Ping were also half-step ultimate gods, so Qiu Ping specifically mentioned them. However, Jiang Yue only mentioned the name of the young woman with a veil on her face beside Jiang Yue. She did not mention how strong she was. Since everyone is here, let's go straight there. Although we've hidden the place, things might change if we delay. Once someone discovers the formation we left behind and attacks it, the natural secret realm will be frightened and leave its original location. Qiu Ping said. Only those who were lucky could find the natural secret realms in the dimensional battlefield. Once found, one could choose not to enter for the time being and set up a formation to conceal it. However, if the formation was not removed normally and was forcefully destroyed, the natural secret realm's entrance would be disturbed and leave its original location. The natural secret realm's entrance was not stable. Once there was a violent vibration around it, it would be frightened and leave its original location. Let's go there now. Ho Dong seemed to be a little anxious after hearing Qiu Ping's words and hurriedly urged them. Due to his anxiety, he did not quarrel with Ho Lianyu for the rest of the journey and was fully focused on their journey. The dimensional battlefield did not allow the use of divine weapons or spaceships. Once a divine weapon or spaceship was taken out, it would be directly destroyed by the dimensional battlefield's power of law. That was also the dimensional battlefield's rule. Because of that, those who entered the dimensional battlefield for the first time with elders were warned not to take out divine weapons or spaceships in the dimensional battlefield. That was because taking out a divine weapon or spaceship in the dimensional battlefield was no different from destroying it. Most of the places in the dimensional battlefield were very barren. There was nothing to see and the sky was dark. However, there were a few places that had some vegetation. However, the vegetation there was not emerald green. Instead, it was withered yellow. There were also towering mountains here, but there was no greenery in the mountains. There was only withered yellow everywhere. Presently, Duanling Tian was following Ho Lianyu and the others as they moved through an expanse of towering mountains and lofty ridges before finally descending into a valley. After entering the valley, there was a very inconspicuous cave. After everyone entered and passed through the cave, they entered a world inside the cave that looked like a paradise. It was extremely dark inside. They could only see clearly by lighting up the flames in their hands. So hidden. The half-step ultimate god that Qiu Ping brought along was a middle-aged man from the divine offering land. He was surprised. The middle-aged man came from an ultimate god sect in the divine offering land. That ultimate god sect had some connections with the mist rain sect that Qiu Ping was from. Therefore, Qiu Ping found that person. Although Qiu Ping kept his distance from the dimensional battlefield, Duanling Tian guessed that Qiu Ping had left the dimensional battlefield and went to the outside. It was impossible to use soul orbs to communicate in the dimensional battlefield, but there was no such restriction when one left the dimensional battlefield and returned to the world of divine remains. Similarly, Duanling Tian suspected that Jiang Yue was the one who had brought the young woman from the Misty Rain divine sect. On the other hand, the two naive Ho clan did not go out to find someone. They only found a helper in the dimensional battlefield. Of course, it was also possible that the two of them did not know anyone other than their own clan members. Clans had a lot of limitations compared to sections. Clans were even more isolated. If it wasn't hidden, we wouldn't have found it. Ho Dong grinned and seemed a little proud. This secret realm was discovered by him, Ho Lianyu, Qiu Ping, and Jiang Yue. Although the four of them were quite strong, they were not too strong. They could avoid a lot of danger by traveling together in the dimensional battlefield. Many people did that in the dimensional battlefield. Of course, traveling together had its advantages and disadvantages. They also had to be wary of the people around them who might stab them in the back. Among the four of them, Ho Dong and Ho Lianyu had been together since the beginning. Jiang Yue and Qiu Ping had also been together since the beginning. When the four of them met in pairs and their strengths were similar, they decided to travel together. Qiu Ping, deactivate the formation. Ho Dong looked at Qiu Ping and said, the first formation outside was left behind by you. You need to deactivate it yourself. The second formation was left behind by me. I'll deactivate it. The formations were not complicated. There were 4 in total. The 4 of them each had to deactivate one by themselves. They were not very complicated formations, but there was no way out. They could only be deactivated by sacrificing their own blood. Apart from that, no matter how skilled a formation master was, he would not be able to do anything. Sometimes, the simpler something was, the safer it was. The 4 of them stepped forward and deactivated the formations. After the 4 formations were deactivated, a mysterious aura spread throughout the cave. Then, a pitch-black spatial vortex appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. As soon as the spatial vortex appeared, a message appeared in the minds of Duan Lingtian and the others. A natural secret realm discovered by 4 higher god emperors. At most, 10 higher god emperors can enter. If even one person enters, the secret realm will be opened. The secret realm will be open for a month. After a month, all the people in the secret realm will be sent out. They will be sent out of the military camp nearby. When the message appeared in the minds of the 4 of them, they did not react strangely. It was as though they already knew this was how the natural secret realm worked. However, Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. This was because he had only entered secret realms that were opened with battle merits. Those secret realms that were opened with battle merits would not be sent out of the military camp nearby. Instead, they would be sent to random locations in the realm battlefield. In fact, they might even be sent to the inner region. Those who enter the natural secret realm are given such preferential treatment. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. I didn't hear third senior brother mention this before. Perhaps, he didn't know about it. Or perhaps, he heard about it from others but didn't think much of it. After all, he had never encountered it before, and he didn't think I would be able to encounter it. Perhaps, he didn't think there was a need to remind me? Now, I wonder how third senior brother is doing. After I separated from him, he should be much more carefree, right? Duan Lingtian knew very well that when he was with his third senior brother in the Xiangang land and pilgrimage grounds, he was dragging his third senior brother down to a certain extent. Otherwise, his third senior brother would have gone deep into the inner region. I just don't know. If he knew that I'm about to enter the natural secret realm now, what would he think? When he mentioned the natural secret realm earlier, there was a hint of regret in his words. He regretted that he had never entered the natural secret realm before. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian could not help but look forward to it. The next time they met, his third senior brother would definitely be envious of this trip to the natural secret realm, right? However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian did not expect this at all. His third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, was currently in a natural secret realm. That natural secret realm was encountered by Yang Yuchen when he returned to the Xiangang battlefield after sending Duan Ling Tian to the battlefield of the gods' adjudication. He just happened to appear near that natural secret realm. Little junior brother is really my lucky star. Yang Yuchen even said this because he was returning from sending Duan Ling Tian to the battlefield of the gods' adjudication and just happened to bump into the entrance of a natural secret realm. One had to know that the entrance to a natural secret realm was something that could only be encountered by chance. Even if he came back at another time, he might not have encountered it. Everything was a coincidence within a coincidence. The natural secret realm that Yang Yuchen encountered could allow 3 medium ultimate gods to enter, so he was not in a hurry to enter. He directly found a nearby military camp and left the battlefield of the dimensions. He returned to the Xiangang land to take a look and found 2 medium ultimate gods to enter with him. The 2 medium ultimate gods were his few good friends and sworn brothers in the Xiangang land. One was a rogue cultivator, and the other was from a giant ultimate god level force. Both of them were very strong, at least not weaker than Yang Yuchen. Of course, they were much older than Yang Yuchen. Third brother, your luck is really good. You actually encountered a natural secret realm. Amazing. The air in this natural secret realm smells different. The 2 people who entered the natural secret realm with Yang Yuchen were both young men. One of them was wearing a light golden robe, with a handsome face and sharp eyes. The other was wearing a white robe and holding a folding fan. He looked very scholarly and was dressed like a scholar. These 2 people were not only Yang Yuchen's good friends, they were also Yang Yuchen's sworn brothers. One of them was more than 3,000 years older than Yang Yuchen. The other was more than 1,000 years older than Yang Yuchen. Both of them met in the battlefield of the dimensions when Yang Yuchen was 10,000 years old. At that time, the 3 of them were besieged by experts from another battlefield of the dimensions. They joined forces and put their lives in each other's hands. They trusted each other and luckily survived. After that, the 3 of them became sworn brothers under the suggestion of one of them. As a rogue cultivator, the white-robed young man who usually dressed like a scholar became the big brother because he was older and stronger than Yang Yuchen and the other person at that time. The other golden-robed young man from a giant ultimate god-level force became the second brother. At that time, his strength was not much different from Yang Yuchen's, but because he was older, he took the position of second brother. Yang Yuchen became the third brother of the 3. Yang Yuchen didn't reject this. After all, he was the current generation of the 10,000 Laws Palace's inner palace. At that time, he was also ranked 3rd, just like now. This is all thanks to my junior brother. Yang Yuchen trusted his big brother and second brother unconditionally because even after 10,000 years since they became sworn brothers, they had never disappointed him. Many times when he asked them for help, they were very reliable and never sloppy. Time revealed a person's heart. After 10,000 years together, even if they did not see each other often, it did not affect the development of their relationship to the point where it was better than ordinary brothers. Chapter 42-39. Come to think of it, we owe little junior brother a favor. The golden-robed young man from the ultimate god faction in the Mystic Gang land said with a smile. The white-clad young man nodded in agreement. We'll find a way to repay this favor in the future. Yang Yuchen smiled faintly and did not say anything. He knew his 2 sworn brothers were very particular people. Even if he said there was no need for favors, they would ignore him. Moreover, he also felt his little junior brother might need this favor in the future. Perhaps it would come in handy. Although his little junior brother came from a lower realm, he still had many enemies in the realms of gods. Just the Mystic Gang land's heavyweight sect, the Mon-Origin Divine sect, wanted his little junior brother's life at all times. Although the Mon-Origin Divine sect had sent someone to compromise, they would not let his little junior brother live if they had the chance. A dead person was the least threatening. After cultivating for so many years, Yang Yuchen knew this very well. He could guess the Monorigin Divine Sect's intentions. For a sect like the Monorigin Divine Sect, it was common for them to change their orders. After Duanling Tian followed Ho Lianyu and the others into the natural secret realm, what appeared in the next instant was a vast and boundless canyon. Moreover, the canyon was covered in darkness as though it was covered in dark clouds. Heavens! They're all great demons. When Ho Dong's slightly terrified and sharp voice sounded out, Duanling Tian and the others raised their heads to look carefully, and they noticed that it wasn't dark clouds that had gathered above the gorge, but numerous demon beasts with enormous bodies. These demonic beasts originally had their eyes closed. Due to the lack of light, it was impossible to see their forms clearly. But now, they had opened their eyes one after another. Their blood-red eyes appeared somewhat eerie and cold in the dim light of the Great Canyon. At the same time, the sound of heavy breathing entered Duanling Tian and the others' ears. This should be the first obstacle in this natural secret realm, Qiu Ping said solemnly. Qiu Ping said with a serious expression, among these great demons, I'm afraid the weakest one is a lower god emperor, or even higher. If the weakest one is a lower god emperor, then this natural secret realm wouldn't be considered a very good one. However, if the weakest one is a middle god emperor, then this natural secret realm would definitely be one of the better ones among the natural secret realms that are suitable for our cultivation. Ho Lianyu, Ho Dong, the half-step ultimate god brought by Ho Dong, and the other half-step ultimate god brought by Qiu Ping had their eyes lit up. I hope that the weakest of these great demons is a middle divine lord. Ho Dong had already begun to mutter to himself. At this moment, Qiu Ping added, these greater demons are getting impatient. It won't be a problem for us to deal with the first obstacle. Everyone, attack together and defeat them. No matter how good a natural secret realm is, it's impossible for a half-step ultimate god great demon to appear in the first challenge. At most, there will be one or two great demons that are close to the half-step ultimate god realm. From Qiu Ping's words, it was obvious that he knew a lot about natural secret realms. Qiu Ping, have you entered a natural secret realm before? Ho Lianyu asked curiously. No. Qiu Ping shook his head. Qiu Ping shook his head. I've only heard about the natural secret realms in the planar battlefield from some of the elders of the Fog Rain Divine Sect. Some of our people have entered the natural secret realms and recorded their experiences. That's why I know a little. Ho Lianyu was enlightened. I thought you were lucky enough to have encountered a natural secret realm before. Qiu Ping shook his head again. It's not that easy to encounter a natural secret realm. Some of the ancestors in the Misty Rain Divine Sect have lived for tens of thousands of years and have entered the planar battlefield several times. They've been in the planar battlefield for thousands of years, but they've never encountered a natural secret realm before. This time, the fact that we've encountered a natural secret realm is already enough to make many people jealous. Qiu Ping said. Let's stop chatting. At this time, Ho Dong opened his mouth and said impatiently, everyone, let's hurry up and defeat this first trial. What nonsense do you have to say? Wait until we get out, then you can talk about it slowly. As soon as Ho Dong finished speaking, he took the initiative to attack. As soon as he moved, it was earth-shattering. A vast ocean appeared on his body as if it was carrying a monstrous wave. It rose into the air and rolled towards the group of great demons above the canyon. The group of great demons were already restless. Now that Ho Dong had taken the initiative to attack, they were no longer apprehensive. In the next instant, they let out all sorts of roars and howls, and then they tore through the air and attacked Ho Dong in unison. Attack! Ho Dong's imposing manner was like a rainbow, but when he saw the sky full of great demons charging towards him, he could not help but feel a little guilty. His face turned slightly pale as he hastily shouted. Bang! The half-step ultimate god that Ho Dong brought with him moved. Flames raged under his feet as he was lifted into the air by the flames. A moment later, he arrived beside Ho Dong and attacked the sky full of great demons before Ho Dong could. Whoosh! The half-step ultimate god was proficient in the law of fire. With just a wave of his sleeve, flames raged and burned a dozen great demons gathered in one direction to ashes. In an instant, a small gap appeared among the hundreds and thousands of great demons. Kill! Ho Dong's eyes lit up when more than a dozen law rewards fell from the sky and entered the half-step ultimate god's body. He followed suit and attacked. Waves after waves of great demons were forcefully destroyed by his techniques and turned into a bloody mist that was washed away by his law of water in the blink of an eye. The law rewards fell from the sky and entered Ho Dong's body. Let's go and kill them too. Xiao Ping called out to the people beside him and flew into the air. Jiang Yue glanced at the young lady beside her and the two of them flew into the air as well. The four of them joined the battle and the great demons fell one by one. Elder brother Duan, let's go too. Ho Lianyu originally wanted to wait for Duan Lingtian to make his move. However, after waiting for a long time, he realized that his elder brother was still as calm as before. He could not wait any longer and joined the battle. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he saw this and also flew into the air. He actually did not plan to join the battle. However, now that Ho Lianyu had joined the battle, it would not be good if he did not join the battle. Hence, he followed suit. To be honest, he was not interested in the law rewards for killing these Emperor God Realm demons. Moreover, there were not many Upper God Realm demons in this group of great demons. Most of them were Middle God Realm demons. The law rewards were even more useless to him. After joining the battle, Duan Lingtian saw the flames on the half-step ultimate gods that Ho Dong found. Every time he attacked, the flames would burn the great demons to ashes. He was excited and the flames on his body grew stronger. The law of fire. After so many years, Duan Lingtian felt that it was a long time ago when he used the law of fire in an actual battle again. Bang! He threw out a punch and the flames surged, wreaking havoc in the air. In the blink of an eye, a Middle God Realm demon exploded. Not good enough. Duan Lingtian shook his head and attacked again. The flames that were wreaking havoc surged again. This time, Duan Lingtian tried to integrate the law of fire into the law of fire. The law of fire was immediately enhanced by the law of fire. Bang! Another attack. This time, it was even stronger. It killed a few Middle God Realm demons. Ho Dong, who initially scoffed at Duan Lingtian's strength when he saw that Duan Lingtian's strength was not weaker than his, could not help but frown when he saw that Duan Lingtian's strength was not weaker than his. He originally wanted to mock Ho Lianyu's helper for being powerful, but he did not say anything. Although the other party was not a half-step ultimate god, his strength was not weaker than Ho Lianyu and himself. He was qualified to explore this natural secret realm with them. At that moment, Ho Dong was not the only one paying attention to Duan Lingtian. Even the others were paying attention to Duan Lingtian. They were also curious about the strength of Ho Lianyu's helper. If he was strong, they would inevitably have one more competitor when they encountered treasures later on. Now that they saw that Duan Lingtian's strength was only a so-so, they were instantly relieved. Elder brother Duan, Ho Lianyu also took the time to look at Duan Lingtian. When she saw that Duan Lingtian's fire law was also so powerful, she could not help but be shocked. Elder brother Duan's fire law is not weaker than mine? He knew that his elder brother Duan was not an expert in the fire law, but the space law. Earlier, he saw with his own eyes that his elder brother Duan instantly killed a half-step ultimate god from the land of sanctions who was not much weaker than him. However, he did not point it out. He was not an idiot. At that moment, he could not help but guess that elder brother Duan was pretending to be weak and only showed his true strength at the crucial moment. Ho Dong, Chiu Ping, and the two half-step ultimate gods they brought along did not seem to care when they saw elder brother Duan. This must be elder brother Duan's plan. Duan Lingtian did not know what Ho Lianyu was thinking at that moment. Otherwise, he would have been speechless. He did not use the space law but the fire law. It was just a spur-of-the-moment joke. As for pretending to be weak, was that necessary? If he really went all out, everyone present, including Ho Lianyu, would not be a match for him even if they all joined forces. Jiang Yue's helper. Soon, Ho Lianyu's gaze also landed on Jiang Yue's helper, the young woman with a veil on her face. She killed one greater demon after another with each attack, and the strength she displayed was on par with him, Ho Dong, Chiu Ping, and Jiang Yue. They were all close to a half-step ultimate god but not at the level of a half-step ultimate god. Could she be hiding her strength on purpose? When Ho Lianyu thought about how her big brother Duan was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, she could not help but start to scheme in her heart. However, the others obviously did not think so. Even Ho Dong had a look of disdain in his eyes when he saw the veiled woman's attack. Chapter 42-40. In the canyon, the first stage of the natural secret realm posed no difficulty to Duan Lingtian and the others. Not only that, but Duan Lingtian was merely a bystander at the side. With just a few words, the group of people had already defeated the group of great demons that was originally a magnificent sight in the sky above the canyon. Once the group of great demons was killed, the rewards would be given independently. However, that was the limit of the first stage's rewards. There were no additional rewards. Additional rewards rarely appear in the earlier stages. In fact, in some natural secret realms, additional rewards will only appear in the last few stages or even the last stage. Chiu Ping from the Misty Rain Divine sect in the Divine Offering Land spoke again, as though he was trying to show off his knowledge. The reason Duan Lingtian felt that he was trying to show off his knowledge was because he noticed that every time Chiu Ping spoke, he would glance at Jiang Yue from the corner of his eyes. It wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess what Chiu Ping was trying to do. He was definitely trying to attract Jiang Yue's attention and make her admire him. Duan Lingtian knew that Jiang Yue had a high status in the Misty Rain Divine sect. Coupled with her good looks, it was normal for an ordinary Misty Rain Divine sect disciple like Chiu Ping to pursue her. However, I'm afraid Chiu Ping's efforts are destined to be in vain. Duan Lingtian was an outsider, so it wasn't difficult for him to see that Jiang Yue didn't seem to like Chiu Ping. Even when Chiu Ping took the initiative to talk to her, it was mostly perfunctory. In fact, there were a few times when Chiu Ping intentionally approached her, but she evaded him subtly. At the same time, a trace of disgust flashed in the depths of her eyes. After the first stage, the next few stages were slightly more difficult, but they weren't a threat to the group. Duan Lingtian continued to be a bystander. As for the veiled woman beside Jiang Yue, she didn't put on a stunning performance either. It was Ho Dong and Chiu Ping who had brought along the two half-step deity tribe members to sweep the area. They were domineering and arrogant. During this process, Ho Dong even took the time to mock Ho Lianyu. Even though he didn't mention her name, the meaning behind his words was none other than that Ho Lianyu had found a useless helper. Regarding this, Duan Lingtian was not angry, but indifferent. Ho Lianyu, on the other hand, couldn't keep her cool a few times. If it weren't for the fact that Duan Lingtian seemed to be fine, she would have exploded long ago. The 8th checkpoint. Chiu Ping spoke again when the two half-step ultimate gods were having a hard time. Based on the current situation and the difficulty of the previous 7 stages, the 8th stage might have an extra reward. I just don't know what the extra reward is. But what we can be sure of is that it's definitely something useful to us high-level god emperors. As Chiu Ping spoke, Duan Lingtian and the others encountered the 8th obstacle in the canyon. The previous 7 obstacles were all in the same canyon. Great demons kept appearing. Occasionally, some human experts would appear. These human experts were from the land of sanctions and were all arranged by the supreme experts. These people from the sanctioned lands had all accidentally stumbled into dangerous places in the planar battlefield. Then, they encountered spatial distortions or something, and were sucked into the mystic realm by the means left behind by the ultimate powerhouses. They were now the opponents of the mystic realm, and also the gatekeepers of the mystic realm. Only by killing them could one pass the trial. As for these people, they were all very unlucky. If they were not a match for the challengers, they would not be able to escape death. Even if they were able to defeat or even kill the challengers, they would not be able to replace the challengers. They would only be teleported out of the secret realm. Although they could escape alive, they couldn't get any benefits. Of course, it wasn't that they couldn't get any benefits. The reward for killing the gatekeepers was still substantial. When people from the land of divine remains entered the secret territory, only people from the land of sanctions would appear as gatekeepers. When people from the land of sanctions entered the secret territory, only people from the land of divine remains would appear as gatekeepers. What is this place? Where are we? Under the gaze of Duan Lingtian and the others, a spatial vortex suddenly appeared in the sky above the canyon. Then, 5 figures appeared one after another. Obviously, these 5 people didn't know each other. After they appeared one after another, they retreated vigilantly. When they came back to their senses and saw Duan Lingtian and the others below, they suddenly realized something. We've been sent into the secret territory as gatekeepers of the Xiangang land. We have to work together to deal with them. Kill them, get the reward and escape. We have to work together. Otherwise, we'll only be defeated one by one. How's your strength? I'm good at the law of space and my strength is close to that of a half-step ultimate god. My strength is close to that of a half-step ultimate god and I'm good at the law of water. I'm a half-step ultimate god and I'm good at the law of destruction. When the 5 people from the land of sanctions realized they had been teleported into the secret territory as gatekeepers, they quickly reached a consensus and gathered together. The 5 of them formed a circle with their backs facing each other. At this time, they were no longer wary of each other because there was no need to be wary. If any of them had second thoughts, not only would they get others killed, they wouldn't be able to live either. One had to know that those who could become gatekeepers in the secret territory had passed all the previous stages. Now that it was their turn, even if they couldn't pass, they were definitely not weak. Moreover, there was a certain probability that they were stronger than them. Under such circumstances, the other party had swept through all the previous stages. The 5 of them communicated through voice transmission, so they knew each other's strength. However, the gatekeepers, Duan Lingtian and the others, did not know. The only thing they knew was that these 5 people were not great demons left behind by the ultimate experts in the secret territory. They were people from the land of sanctions who were teleported from other places. Like them, these people entered the battlefield in search of opportunities and breakthroughs. This could be seen just by looking at the green light on their bodies. Among the 5 of us, only I'm a half-step ultimate god. This means that they probably didn't encounter any half-step ultimate gods before. At this time, the only half-step ultimate god among the 5 from the land of sanction said to the other 5 through voice transmission, "When we fight later, I'll hide my strength first while you guys go all out. I'll purposely show that I'm weaker than you guys so that they won't notice me. I suspect that the other party is a half-step ultimate god. If it's only one of them, I'll be responsible for a surprise attack. That way, we can take them down one by one and smoothly kill them to escape." Hearing this person's words, the other 4's eyes lit up at the same time. "Okay, I'll cooperate with you. Everyone is trying to survive, I support your plan. This is the safest way. It's worth it to get hurt in the front." "I think so too." The other 4 quickly agreed. No one doubted or hesitated. This was the best way for them. If the other party was also a half-step ultimate god, they might not be able to defeat them in the end if they went all out without holding back. Hiding a half-step ultimate god as a trump card meant that even if they were at a disadvantage in the beginning, they still had a chance to turn the situation around at the critical moment. The other party was no weakling since they could wait for them. That's settled then. The half-step ultimate god from the land of sanctions heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Fortunately, the other four were not idiots. Of course, there's another possibility. At the same time, the half-step ultimate god felt that it was necessary to give the other four a heads up. That is, they have two half-step ultimate gods. In that case, we might not be able to survive even if we kill one of them. Of course, as long as we persevere, we still have a chance to survive. After all, according to the Secret Realm's rules, if we can't pass within 95 minutes, we'll have failed. At that time, all of us will be able to survive. Hearing this, the other four's faces turned solemn. If they have 3 half-step ultimate gods or even more half-step ultimate gods, then we're doomed. If that's the case, we'll still benefit from killing one half-step ultimate god. The half-step ultimate god said. For a moment, the other four's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. They knew that they had no way out. They could only fight. Either they die or they live. Fight. It's the guardians of the land of sanctions. Kill them. Among Duanling Tian's group, Ho Dong was still the first to make a move. He unleashed his energy, and the half-step ultimate gods by his side followed suit. Kill them. Qiu Ping also moved along with the half-step ultimate gods beside him. In the next moment, Ho Lianyu and Jiang Yue also moved. Duan Lingtian and the Veiled Lady were the last to follow. During this process, the Veiled Lady glanced at Duan Lingtian. Although it was not obvious, Duan Lingtian clearly felt it. However, he did not look at her and pretended not to see it. From the beginning until now, he had a feeling that the Veiled Lady's true strength was not that simple. After all, she was Jiang Yue's external aid. Generally speaking, Jiang Yue's first choice for external aid would be a half-step ultimate god. It would be useless to bring in someone who was too weak. Of course, there was another possibility, that was, the other party was very close to Jiang Yue. Therefore, Jiang Yue was willing to bring her in even if she was not a half-step ultimate god. However, the problem was, if she was really close to Jiang Yue, she would most likely not want Jiang Yue to give such a good opportunity to her. She would think that it would be more beneficial for Jiang Yue if a half-step ultimate god came in with her. After all, as good friends, she would definitely think of the other party more. Of course, there was also the possibility that Jiang Yue would be stubborn under such circumstances. However, no matter what, Duan Lingtian did not take it seriously. In his opinion, even if the other party was stronger than a half-step ultimate god, she would not be a threat to him. Chapter 42-41. When Duan Lingtian and the Veiled Lady moved, Ho Dong, Qiu Ping, and the other 2 half-step ultimate gods had already started fighting with the 5 opponents. The 5 of them also started fighting with the 5 opponents at the same time. All of them were half-step ultimate gods. None of them were half-step ultimate gods. No half-step ultimate gods. Kill them all. Ho Dong roared again. His aura was even stronger than before. The last bit of worry in his heart was gone at this moment. He was fearless. What was there to be worried about when there were no half-step ultimate gods? He was worried that a half-step ultimate god would appear in this checkpoint. That was why he kept a low profile in the beginning. He deliberately approached the half-step ultimate gods that he found to help him. Now that there were no half-step ultimate gods, he was no longer afraid and completely let loose. Qiu Ping and the other 2 half-step ultimate gods also smiled. No half-step ultimate gods were a threat to them. They could just kill them all. At this moment, Jiang Yue and Hou Lianyu slowed down a little. They felt that the 4 people in front of them were enough to deal with the 5 people from the land of sanctions. Even Duan Lingtian and the veiled lady subconsciously slowed down when they saw Jiang Yue and Hou Lianyu slowing down. However, when the 4 of them were facing off against the 5 opponents, it was obvious that they were suppressing them. Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly focused, and his gaze locked onto the person with the weakest strength among the 5 people in the land of sanctions. He felt that there was something strange about that person. Although he seemed to be the weakest and the other 4 were taking care of him, his eyes were overlooking the entire battlefield. It was as if he was the weakest person and the core of the 5 from the land of sanctions. The veiled lady also stared at that person after a while. Obviously, she also noticed something strange. In the next moment, the person who was stared at by them seemed to be deliberately approaching the half-step ultimate god that Ho Dong found. The moment he got close, he suddenly exploded. Bang! A terrifying destructive energy filled the air as a giant hammer flew across the sky and heavily smashed towards the half-step ultimate god who was chasing after another person from the punishment land. Ho Dong's half-step ultimate god reinforcements did not pay any attention to the sanctioned land expert who was still some distance away from him. In his opinion, the sanctioned land expert was the weakest among the 5. His pursuers were far stronger than the sanctioned land expert. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that this seemingly weak young man would suddenly erupt with power that was no weaker than his own. Furthermore, his divine item hammer was also descending, imbued with the power of his bloodline, making it look like the hammer of the thunder god. Help me! Ho Dong's half-step ultimate god helper also sensed a life-threatening crisis. He roared and hurriedly turned around to face the incoming attack head-on. However, his movements were still too slow. The others didn't even have time to react. Bang! Another loud bang was heard as the giant hammer imbued with bloodline aura and destructive energy landed on the half-step ultimate god's body. The half-step ultimate god's hastily mobilized attack was instantly destroyed and his entire body exploded. Whoosh! A small rain of blood drifted in the air and swept across the faces of Ho Dong, Qiu Ping, and the half-step ultimate god helper that Qiu Ping found. A half-step ultimate god had fallen just like that. How is this possible? Ho Dong's expression changed drastically. He never expected there to be a half-step ultimate god among the 5 from the sanctioned land. He would have lived for so many years in vain if he still didn't know that his opponent was holding back. Kill them. At the same time, the other 4 half-step ultimate gods from the sanctioned land attacked Ho Dong and Qiu Ping before Duan Lingtian and the other 2 arrived. The 2 of them were on par with them in terms of strength. 4 against 2, they had the absolute advantage. As for the half-step ultimate god helper that Qiu Ping found, he had also set his eyes on the half-step ultimate god helper from the sanctioned land. Jiang Yue, Hou Lianyu, come quickly. Ho Dong roared again. At the same time, he was a little anxious. He did not dare to face the 4 of them head-on and immediately retreated. Qiu Ping did the same and also retreated in a hurry. The 2 of them looked a little embarrassed at that moment. They've really hidden it well. Jiang Yue's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, but she did not move immediately. Hou Lianyu wanted to move, but was stopped by Duan Lingtian. Don't rush. Jiang Yue is moving, so you should move first. Hou Lianyu was puzzled at first, but when he noticed that Jiang Yue was not moving, he could not help but frown. In the next moment, he seemed to have thought of something and his face became solemn. Jiang Yue did it on purpose. She wanted to hurt Ho Dong and Qiu Ping a little. She had selfish motives. Of course, who didn't have selfish motives? Hou Lianyu didn't. Impossible. He did not have a good relationship with Ho Dong. As for Qiu Ping, he was a stranger to the people of Misty Rain sect. There was no need for him to help them when Jiang Yue was not moving. If Jiang Yue did not move, he, Ho Dong, and Chiu Ping would not be a match for the four of them unless his elder brother Duan came to help. It was inevitable that they would be injured. The four of them chased after Chiu Ping and Ho Dong. The two of them were hit in the blink of an eye and blood spurted out from their mouths. At that moment, Jiang Yue finally moved. Ho Lianyu moved as well. Duan Lingtian and the veiled lady followed closely behind. Then, Duan Lingtian used the law of fire and joined forces with the other three. In addition to Ho Dong and Chiu Ping who were injured but could still fight, they had the upper hand against the four from the land of punishment. They had completely suppressed their opponents. I'm sorry. I was a little distracted because I was shocked by the fact that they were half-step ultimate gods. Ho Lianyu said apologetically. Jiang Yue, who was about to say something, frowned slightly when Ho Lianyu spoke first. She then said, "Me too. I didn't expect there to be a half-step ultimate god among the five of them." Jiang Yue was a little puzzled at that moment. Why did Ho Lianyu suddenly become smarter? After all, when he, Chiu Ping, Ho Lianyu, and Ho Dong had traveled through the divine judgment battlefield together, he had a certain understanding of Ho Lianyu. He knew that although Ho Lianyu was calm and rational, most of the time, he appeared to be dull and inarticulate. He did not seem like a slippery person at all. However, he seemed to be a different person now. Is it because of the external aid he found? Jiang Yue guessed. In fact, she had guessed correctly. Duan Lingtian had sent a voice transmission to Ho Lianyu and asked him to say that because Ho Dong and Chiu Ping would definitely hold him accountable if he knew about this matter. After all, Ho Lianyu and Jiang Yue had hesitated earlier. It was because of their hesitation that the two of them were injured. Ho Lianyu spoke first, which meant that the situation was completely different from Jiang Yue, who spoke first. If Jiang Yue spoke first, Ho Dong and Chiu Ping would definitely blame Ho Lianyu. Ho Lianyu spoke first. With Jiang Yue at the bottom, Chiu Ping would definitely not blame Jiang Yue. On the other hand, Ho Dong was afraid of the two from the Misty Rain Divine sect who were united. In addition, the external aid he found was dead. Therefore, he would definitely not say anything. As such, this matter was over. The four from the land of sanctions were defeated by the four existences who were close to half-step ultimate god's battle strength and the furious Ho Dong and Chiu Ping who were injured. They wanted to ask the only half-step ultimate god among them to help them, but the half-step ultimate god that Chiu Ping found was pinned down by the external aid and could not escape. In this kind of situation, they fought until the end and were somewhat in despair. In the end, the four of them died one after another at the hands of Duan Lingtian and the others. The moment the four of them fell into despair, they were destined to lose because they no longer had the will to fight and could no longer maintain their high-intensity battle stance. With the four of them dead, Duan Lingtian and the others joined the battle between the two half-step ultimate gods. Although the six of them only had the battle strength of a half-step ultimate god, the addition of this force still turned the tide of the battle. The half-step ultimate god from the land of sanctions even lost his will to fight after a while. In the end, he was killed by the half-step ultimate god that Chiu Ping found. The 8th checkpoint had been broken through. We passed. Ho Lianyu was overjoyed, while Chiu Ping and Jiang Yue were also smiling. Only Ho Dong's expression did not look too good. After all, he was the one who lost the most this time. The external aid he found, a powerful half-step ultimate god, died in the 8th challenge just like that. It also meant that he no longer had the ability to compete with the others for treasures. He could only follow behind them and drink the soup. Ho Dong took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Yue, Chiu Ping, and Ho Lianyu. He transmitted his voice to Ho Lianyu, "Ho Lianyu, although we don't get along well, we must stick together now. The Misty Rain sect's strength has completely overshadowed ours." However, Ho Lianyu sneered when she heard Ho Dong's voice transmission. She did not transmit her voice and said, "Ho Dong, now that your external aid is dead, you want to work with me? How can there be such a good thing? I'm not interested in working with you. Ho Lianyu rejected Ho Dong right away, which made Ho Dong's expression turn ugly. If it was not for the fact that he could not leave the secret realm, Ho Dong would have chosen to leave on his own. Based on the current situation, not only would he not be able to reap any benefits, but his life would also be in danger. In addition, he was also puzzled. Why did Ho Lianyu suddenly become so stubborn? There's an additional reward. Suddenly, the half-step ultimate god that Xiaofan found spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian and the others followed his gaze as well. At that moment, after the reward for killing the half-step ultimate god from the land of sanctions faded, a ray of light fell from the sky along with a divine pill. The moment the divine pill entered their eyes, its alluring pill fragrance filled the entire canyon. At that moment, everyone's eyes lit up except for Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 42-42. The reason why Duan Ling Tian was so calm was because of the pill's fragrance. It could only be considered an ordinary emperor-level divine pill. Of course, it was considered a rare item, but it was not of much use to him. Compared to the heavenly Tao fruit he had obtained in the divine trials, it was far inferior. In fact, as long as he had enough herbs, he could refine this emperor-level divine pill. There was even a chance that he could refine it into an ultimate divine pill. Emperor Pedestal Pill. This emperor-level divine pill was called the Emperor Pedestal Pill. If a person who had just entered the upper god the arch level consumed it, they would be able to quickly consolidate their cultivation. The effect was not bad, but that was it. Furthermore, after consuming one Emperor Pedestal Pill, consuming a second one would also lose its effect. Even if one consumed an ordinary Emperor Pedestal Pill and wanted to consume a second Ultimate Emperor Pedestal Pill, the latter would not be able to do anything. Thus, even if this Emperor Pedestal Pill could be used by his friends and family, Duan Ling Tian was not interested. In the future, he would have a greater chance of refining an Ultimate Emperor Pedestal Pill. Although it was very difficult for him to gather the herbs needed to refine the Emperor Pedestal Pill now, because the herbs needed to refine the Emperor Pedestal Pill were extremely rare. Even a powerful Ultimate God faction would have to rely on luck to obtain them. Perhaps only a powerful Ultimate God faction could casually take them out. Although it was difficult for him to gather the herbs now, what about in the future? He did not think that the herbs needed to refine the Emperor Pedestal Pill would be difficult for him in the future. Because of that, he had no interest in the Emperor Pedestal Pill now. It is all thanks to Brother Shen that we were able to pass this hurdle. This Emperor Pedestal Pill will belong to him. Does anyone have any objections? When everyone's eyes lit up, Xiaofan quickly retracted his gaze and suggested with a smile. Instantly, the eyes of the half-step ultimate gods beside Xiaofan lit up. As for the others, although Ho Dong was unwilling, he did not say anything. If the half-step ultimate god he had found was still alive, they might be able to compete for it. But now, what could they compete with? When Jiang Yue heard this, she exchanged glances with the veiled woman beside her. After the veiled woman gently shook her head, Jiang Yue did not say anything. On the other hand, Ho Lianyu looked a little reluctant, but seeing that Jiang Yue didn't say anything, and even Duan Ling Tian behind her didn't say anything, she didn't say anything either. Since no one has any objections, Brother Shen, please keep the Emperor Transcendence Pill. Xiaofan looked at the half-step ultimate god next to him and said with a smile. All right. The latter smiled and nodded his head in response. After which, he immediately took action and collected the Emperor Grade Pill that fell from the sky. Although the Emperor Supreme Pellet is of no use to us, it is a precious treasure to those who have just entered the upper-level God Emperor realm and have yet to stabilize their cultivation. Xiaofan continued. Brother Shen, if you take this divine pill, you can give it to your family, friends, or even disciples. Even if I can't use it, I can still exchange it for a treasure. However, Xiaofan's words were destined to be nonsense. This was because everyone else recognized the Emperor's supreme pellet. We have passed the 8th level, and the 9th level is coming soon. If there are no surprises, the 9th level will be the second to last level. Xiaofan's expression turned serious. If there are no surprises, the 9th level will be even more difficult. In fact, there might even be 2 half-step ultimate gods. If the next guardian is a great demon, it will be fine. Even a half-step ultimate god great demon is not as strong as a human half-step ultimate god. If it is someone from the sanctioned land, we will leave the secret realm. If we can't win, we will leave. There is no need to fight to the death with them. In the dimensional battlefield, whether it was a natural secret realm or not, as long as everyone agreed to leave the secret realm would forcibly send them out. This was why many people liked to enter secret realms in groups. It didn't matter if it was a secret realm like this or a secret realm that required a change of location. If they could win, they would win. If they couldn't win, they would run. This way, they would be absolutely safe. However, everyone had to reach an agreement. Otherwise, even if only one person disagreed, the others would not be able to leave. Of course, dead people did not count. Dead people had no right to speak and could not speak. Because of this, many times, if someone deliberately caused trouble and refused to leave at the crucial moment, they would become a thorn in the eyes of others and be besieged by others. Does anyone have any objections? Xiaofan glanced at everyone after he finished speaking. Everyone heard him and did not say anything. Obviously, they agreed with Xiaofan's words, including the half-step ultimate god beside Xiaofan. Although he was strong, he was not a fool. He would not do something that would cost him his life. Furthermore, this time, he had gained the most out of all of them. He did not lose anything even if he left the secret realm. In fact, compared to the other half-step ultimate god who had died, he had gained a lot. Until now, every time he thought of that person's death, he could not help but secretly break out in cold sweat. He was glad that he was targeted and not himself. Otherwise, the one who would be smiling now would be the other party and not him. Elder Brother Duan. At this time, Ho Lianyu transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. If Xiaofan's people are unreliable in the next checkpoint, I'm afraid we'll have to rely on you. Ho Lianyu knew. Up until now, this big brother Duan of his had only been a bystander and had not given his all. As for the reason, he understood it now. Hiding and preserving his strength. Only in the end would he unleash his full strength. At that time, even the half-step ultimate gods that Xiaofan found might not be able to compete with his elder brother Duan when they encountered treasures. That was because his elder brother Duan had been preserving his strength. If it really came to a critical moment, how much strength would the half-step ultimate gods that Xiaofan found be left? As for Jiang Yue, unless the veiled woman was also hiding her strength, she would not be able to compete with his elder brother Duan. In addition, he always felt that his elder brother Duan might not be an ordinary half-step ultimate god. Previously, he had seen his big brother Duan kill a high-level god emperor who was no weaker than him in a single move. This was not something an ordinary high-level god emperor could do. At least, the half-step ultimate gods that Xiaofan found could not do that. Even the half-step ultimate gods that Ho Dong found could not do that. We'll see when the time comes. When Duan Ling Tian heard Ho Lianyu's voice transmission, his tone was neither hurried nor slow. It was as though he was never in a hurry. You're right, there's no need to rush. At this time, Ho Lianyu added, perhaps the veiled woman beside Jiang Yue is also hiding her strength. Elder brother Duan, if it really comes to a critical moment, do you think she'll make a move? It's best if she makes a move first. Duan Lingtian was a little surprised when he heard Ho Lianyu's words. He did not expect this kid to be so smart as to think that the veiled woman beside Jiang Yue was not simple. While Duan Lingtian and the others were waiting in anticipation, the wind and clouds above the canyon moved and a bigger spatial vortex appeared. Xiaofan's expression changed when he saw the spatial vortex. Damn it! It's the people from the land of punishment again. So far, all the checkpoints in the canyon where spatial whirlpools appeared were basically all human powerhouses from the sanctioned lands. Those great demons did not have a spatial vortex when they appeared. They all fell from the sky as if they appeared out of thin air. Whoosh! The half-step ultimate god that Xiaofan found had a solemn expression. He stepped into the air and directly attacked the spatial vortex. However, no matter how powerful his attacks were, the spatial vortex still spun faster and faster. It felt like the vortex was spinning faster because of his attacks. The half-step ultimate god that Xiaofan found hurriedly retreated when he sensed the life energy coming from the spatial vortex. It's useless. Xiaofan regained his senses and shook his head. There's no way to stop the spatial vortex once it appears. If you attack it, it will absorb your energy and speed up the opening of the spatial door. Let's wait and see if the people from the land of punishment are strong or not. If they are, we'll retreat. Also, they might be hiding their strength this time. So, don't rush in alone this time. It's best to wait for them to come. Xiaofan suggested. After a while, a few figures gradually broke through the spatial vortex and entered the canyon. There were a total of 7 people. There were 2 more people than the previous time. 7 people, the same number as Duan Lingtian's group. As for the 7 human powerhouses who had entered the secret realm and acted as the gatekeepers of the 9th checkpoint, after a brief moment of panic, they calmed down. Damn it! Damn it! We're the gatekeepers of the secret territory again. A middle-aged burly man with a face full of curses cursed. As for the other 6 people, their expressions were grave at this moment. The depths of their eyes were filled with vigilance. What's your strength? At this moment, someone immediately sent a voice transmission to the bearded man. Based on the current situation, it's better for everyone to confirm their strength so that we can cooperate. 7 against 7, we may not lose to them. However, it's best if we can win with the least amount of effort. The bearded man's face turned solemn after hearing the voice transmission. He no longer cursed as he replied, "My strength is close to that of a half-step ultimate god. However, if I'm given a few breaths of time to gather my strength, I'll be able to severely injure or even kill a half-step ultimate god when he's not looking at me. My bloodline power is a little special." The eyes of the person who asked the question lit up when he heard the bearded man's words. He was a half-step ultimate god himself. Now, there was another person who could seriously injure or even kill a half-step ultimate god. How's your strength? I'm a half-step ultimate god and I specialize in the law of gold. The half-step ultimate god from the land of punishment asked the other 5 through voice transmission. Chapter 42-43. The half-step ultimate god from the land of sanctions asked the other 5 and soon found out that one of them was a half-step ultimate god while the other 4 were very close to the half-step ultimate god realm. Then, he began to contact the others and began to plan how to best deal with the 7 challengers from the world of divine remains. Going head-on was a reckless move. Have you noticed? The leading half-step ultimate god from the land of divine remains said to the other 6 through voice transmission, among the 7 challengers from the divine remains land, 6 of them are standing together in 3 groups. Only one of them is alone. Normally speaking, secret realms opened by battle merits are usually separated from each other. It's rare to see people standing in close groups, unless it's a natural secret realm. A natural secret realm that invites people to enter. I suspect that either all 7 of them discovered the secret realm together or all 4 of them discovered the secret realm together and each of them found a helper. The reason there are only 7 of them is because one of their helpers died. The reason why we made such a guess is because when that lone man looked at us, his eyes were filled with fear. He even looked timid and retreating. He's obviously not confident. The other 6 people followed his gaze and found the same problem. Your Excellency, your observation is indeed meticulous. I'm impressed. I'll cooperate with whatever you ask me to do next. Your Excellency is amazing to see through this person's cowardice at a glance. In addition, I also noticed that the other 2 didn't look very confident. I think there's a high probability that one of them died just now. Otherwise, they wouldn't be like this. No matter what, it's better to be careful. We'll listen to Your Excellency's orders. Among the 7 people, only 2 of them were half-step ultimate gods. Therefore, the others were very respectful to the leading half-step ultimate god and addressed him as Your Excellency. The leading half-step ultimate god did not disappoint the others and quickly came up with a plan similar to the previous group of people from the land of sanctions, to hide their true strength. However, he guessed that the 2 half-step ultimate gods that appeared this time were most likely from the previous group of half-step ultimate gods. Therefore, a half-step ultimate god had to be involved this time. The other party would not doubt the 2 half-step ultimate gods. Of course, it would be a good thing for them if they chose to retreat after seeing that they had 2 half-step ultimate gods. It would mean that they would not have to die in the secret realm. Although they couldn't even get the benefits of the rules, to them, this was already a blessing in disguise. In the planar battlefield, how many people mistakenly entered danger zones and became gatekeepers of secret realms, only to be killed by challengers of the secret realms? It was already good enough to be able to survive such a thing. Let's attack together and test them. Qiu Ping's voice echoed in the ears of Duan Lingtian and the others. Qiu Ping and his half-step ultimate gods were the first to move. At the same time, Jiang Yue, Ho Lianyu and Ho Dong also moved, while Duan Lingtian and the veiled woman followed behind them and moved out to meet the 7 gatekeepers from the sanctioned grounds. As the crowd soared into the sky, the battle between the guardians of the sanctioned grounds finally broke out. 2 of the 7 gatekeepers from the sanctioned grounds attacked the half-step ultimate god beside Qiu Ping. The half-step ultimate god's expression changed drastically. 2 half-step ultimate gods. Let's go out. In the next moment, an illusory door loomed above his head. It was the sign of the challengers voting to leave the secret realm. It was also considered a strange phenomenon. However, it only existed in the secret realm. At the same time, an illusory door also appeared above Qiu Ping and Ho Dong's heads. Only Duan Lingtian, Ho Lianyu, Jiang Yue and the veiled woman did not have an illusory door above their heads. Obviously, they had not reached a consensus. Stop daydreaming. Let's get out of here. Ho Dong roared at Duan Lingtian and the others while fighting against a half-step ultimate god from the sanctioned grounds. He urged them to vote as well. As long as all of them passed, they would immediately leave the secret realm. However, Duan Lingtian and the others did not pay attention to Ho Dong at that moment. In fact, when the people from the land of sanctions didn't take the initiative to attack them, the 2 of them looked at each other. Duan Lingtian and Ho Lianyu glanced at Jiang Yue and the veiled woman. The other party was also looking at them. Do you have a death wish? The half-step ultimate god that Qiu Ping found was fighting against 2 half-step ultimate gods at the same time. He was not injured because he had been running away. At this moment, he looked at Duan Lingtian and the others who seemed to be in a daze. He was so anxious that he almost went crazy. Junior sister Yue. Qiu Ping couldn't hold on any longer. Right now, he and Ho Dong were surrounded by 4 people. Although none of the 4 people were stronger than him and Ho Dong, the other side had the advantage in numbers. He. Go to hell. At this time, another high-level god emperor who was close to a half-step ultimate god, who had been hiding in the path of the half-step ultimate god that Qiu Ping had found, chuckled and unleashed his full power. the terrifying bloodline power wrapped around a saber light. The saber light turned into a blood moon as it swept across the void towards the half-step ultimate god reinforcements that Xiaofan had brought. No, the half-step ultimate god Shen's face changed when he sensed the power of the blade. His first thought was, how could there be a third half-step ultimate god? That was because only a half-step ultimate god could perform such a powerful attack. I can't accept this. In the next moment, the half-step ultimate god Shen unleashed a full-powered attack and blocked the saber light. While the attacker was injured, the half-step ultimate god Shen was forced to squat on the ground and spat out a large mouthful of blood. At the same time, the other two half-step ultimate gods who were chasing him arrived and attacked at the same time. Two waves of energy swept across the sky and enveloped the half-step ultimate god and killed him. After the half-step ultimate god that Ho Dong found was killed, the half-step ultimate god that Xiaofan found was also killed. What are you all doing? Ho Dong's face instantly turned pale when he saw the death of the half-step ultimate god Shen from the corner of his eyes. 3 half-step ultimate gods. Are you waiting to die if you don't come with us? Kill them. The 7 half-step ultimate gods from the sanctioned grounds were smiling after killing the half-step ultimate god Shen. It was as if they could see the dawn of victory and even felt that victory was theirs. Although they did not know why the other 4 did not choose to run away. It also gave them a chance to kill them. It was a good thing. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian, who was behind Ho Lianyu, and the veiled lady behind Jiang Yue attacked at the same time. Duan Lingtian's spatial confinement had locked down the half-step ultimate god who attacked. It was not difficult for him to see that the half-step ultimate god strength was not yet at the half-step ultimate god realm. Otherwise, his defense would not have been so weak. In addition, he could also see that the half-step ultimate god's attack was more of a bloodline power explosion. Save me. He's a half-step ultimate god. The half-step ultimate god who attacked was trapped by Duan Lingtian's spatial confinement. He could not break through the spatial confinement no matter how hard he tried. His expression changed when he felt the spatial windstorm raging in the surrounding space. At the same time, the veiled lady also went up against the 2 half-step ultimate gods from the sanctioned grounds. She was able to stop both of them by herself. Moreover, she was able to fight both of them at the same time. She was obviously stronger than the half-step ultimate god Shen that Xiaofan found. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, Ho Lianyu and Jiang Yue joined Ho Dong and Xiaofang's battle and helped them share half of the pressure. Originally, the 2 of them could barely hold on against 4 people at once. Now, even though they had used up a lot of energy and were still under pressure in a one-on-one battle, they were still much stronger than before. They even had time to observe the battle around them. When they saw that Duan Lingtian had locked down the half-step ultimate god from the sanctioned grounds and killed the half-step ultimate god Shen in the blink of an eye, their pupils constricted. The purple-robed young man was a half-step ultimate god. He was most proficient in the law of space, not the law of fire. He was too strong. With just 1 spatial confinement, a spatial windstorm raged and killed the half-step ultimate god Shen without making any big moves. This kind of strength was definitely not weaker than the reinforcements they found. In fact, it was even stronger. On the other side, the veiled woman that Jiang Yue had found, whom they had originally underestimated, no longer used the power of the law when she attacked. She used a different law of space. Her law of water rippled as she fought against the 2 half-step ultimate gods from the sanctioned grounds alone. Damn it! At this moment, Ho Dong was cursing in his heart. He was cursing Ho Lianyu for finding a half-step ultimate god and playing the pig to eat the tiger. This was definitely intentional. It was intentional. Of course, although he was dissatisfied, he did not dare to show it. Now, he still had to rely on the other party to survive. It would not be worth it if he got killed because of the other party's anger. Therefore, Ho Dong could only complain to Ho Lianyu through voice transmission. Ho Lianyu, I didn't expect you to be so cunning at such a critical moment. Of course, he was just complaining and did not go too far. He did not say anything like, "Why didn't you ask your reinforcements to go all out earlier so that the reinforcements I found would not have died?" Although that was what he thought, he did not say it out loud as he was worried that he would fall out with Ho Lianyu. Oh no! The two half-step ultimate gods from the sanctioned lands were horrified after witnessing the death of a half-step ultimate god who could unleash an attack comparable to a half-step ultimate god. It was another half-step ultimate god who was stronger than them. Chapter 42-44. The guardians of the land of sanctions had already seen the light of victory and were even more certain of their victory after the opponent's half-step ultimate god was killed. However, they did not expect two more half-step ultimate gods to appear after the first half-step ultimate god was killed. Moreover, both of them were extremely powerful half-step ultimate gods. One of them killed the two half-step ultimate gods in a blink of an eye while the other fought against two half-step ultimate gods on their side and was not at a disadvantage at all. The other four guardians were in a stalemate with the other four. The problem was, the purple-clothed young man was one of the strongest half-step ultimate gods among them. He was released after killing one of their men. The release of his combat power almost made them feel hopeless. Even the two half-step ultimate gods who were fighting the veiled woman had a bitter expression on their faces when they glanced at the purple-clad young man not far away from them while dealing with the veiled woman. Their plan had come to naught. Of course, it was not that they did not gain anything as they had at least killed one of their half-step ultimate gods. I'll imprison them while you attack. Duan Lingtian teleported to the veiled woman after killing the saber-wielding superior god emperor of the land of sanctions and said to her calmly. Without waiting for her response, Duan Lingtian casually raised his right hand and a space storm raged in the void before crashing down and imprisoning the two half-step ultimate gods in the land of sanctions. The two half-step ultimate gods had just reacted when the space around them was imprisoned. They immediately used their divine weapons and combined their weapons with their divine weapons in an attempt to break the space imprisonment together. However, they realized that the space imprisonment only shook violently a few times and was not destroyed by them. Their expressions changed completely for a moment. Only then did they realize that there was still a gap between them and the purple-clad young man. Even if they worked together, the purple-clad young man's strength was definitely stronger than the veiled woman. As for the veiled woman, although her face was covered by a veil and her expression couldn't be seen clearly, a few ripples flashed through her beautiful eyes at this moment. At this moment, if one were to observe carefully, one would be able to see her delicate body tremble slightly. Clearly, his heart was not as calm as he appeared to be. However, she didn't let her mind wander for too long. In the blink of an eye, she came back to her senses and attacked again. Whoosh! Crash! The vast and stormy waves were like violent water dragons, sweeping towards the two people who were imprisoned. Under the circumstances that Duan Lingtian didn't interfere, the two of them were unable to gain the slightest advantage from the hands of the veiled woman. Under the circumstances of 2 against 1, at this moment, they were imprisoned. They even had to use their power to resist the spatial storms that were constantly corroding them. They were far from being able to display their full strength. Therefore, after a few breaths of time, the two of them died in the hands of the veiled woman. The rewards of the 2 rules also fell from the sky at the right time, enveloping the veiled woman and fusing into her body. 2 half-step ultimate gods had fallen, and the 7-man team guarding the sanctioned land was utterly defeated. At this moment, the remaining 4 upper god emperors had completely lost their will to fight because of fear. The original stalemate had been broken, and they were being beaten by Ho Lianyu and the other 3. At this time, it was normal for the 4 higher god emperors from the sanctioned lands to not have the will to fight. What a joke! Now, the other side had released 2 half-step ultimate gods, and they were not ordinary half-step ultimate gods. Have you ever seen an ordinary half-step ultimate god who could fight against two other half-step ultimate gods at the same time? At this moment, Duan Lingtian and the veiled woman saw that Hou Lianyu and Jiang Yue were suppressing the other party, and they did not intervene. They just watched calmly. If they intervened, the rewards of killing the other party would belong to them. Now, it was obvious that Hou Lianyu and the others could handle it even if they did not intervene, so they tacitly did not intervene. Duan Lingtian watched the battle calmly, and the veiled woman beside him kept glancing at Duan Lingtian from the corner of her eyes. The surprise in her eyes did not diminish. She had been hiding her true strength and had not revealed it. This was something that she and Jiang Yue had discussed beforehand. In the secret territory, it was fine to give up the earlier items. The more important things were the later ones. Normally, the later the items, the better. Therefore, even when the additional reward, the Emperor Supreme Pill, was mentioned earlier, and Qiu Ping said that he had found external help for her, she did not express any objections. That was because she did not care for it. I didn't expect, she had originally thought that she would be able to suppress everyone this time and obtain the best items from the secret realm with her little sister Yue. She had never thought that there would be such a person hiding in seclusion like her. Moreover, his strength was definitely not weaker than hers. She did not even have the confidence to fight with him. Just as the veiled woman was thinking, Hou Lianyu and Jiang Yue had finally defeated the last 4 people from the land of sanctions. Originally, they did not have much chance of winning because Hou Dong and Qiu Ping were injured. However, the 4 of them completely lost their will to fight when they saw that there were 2 half-step ultimate gods on their side. They could not even exert their full strength. In the end, they were killed by them. For rewards fell from the sky and landed on Hou Lianyu and the others. They then absorbed them. Elder brother Duan, it's all thanks to you and this person. Otherwise, we would have lost this time. Hou Lianyu moved to Duan Lingtian's side in a flash and said with a smile as her eyes fell on the veiled woman not far away. At this time, Jiang Yue also returned to the veiled woman's side and looked at Duan Lingtian cautiously. She stared at Duan Lingtian for a moment before she looked at Hou Lianyu and said indifferently, Hou Lianyu, it seems like I've underestimated you. Initially, I thought you only found an ordinary senior divine emperor. I didn't expect you to find such a powerful half-step ultimate god. Hou Lianyu was not to be outdone. Jiang Yue, aren't you the same? The person beside you hid his strength well too. While the 2 of them were bickering, Hou Dong and Qiu Ping were standing at the same spot gloomily. Now, they finally knew why the 4 of them ignored them when they were about to leave the secret territory when they were about to leave. It turned out that they were confident in defeating the 7 people from the land of sanctions. The extra reward this time is definitely better than the Emperor Authority Elixir. At this time, Jiang Yue looked at Hou Lianyu and said bluntly, the reward this time is yours. The reward for the next challenge, which is also the last one, will be ours. What do you think? As they spoke, they had already decided to distribute the rewards for the last 2 challenges. When Hou Lianyu heard this, she said sarcastically, Jiang Yue, you've got a good plan. Who doesn't know that the further you go, the better the reward is? Why? You want to reserve the best reward first? Hou Lianyu was not stupid when it came to this. You can't say that. Jiang Yue shook her head. We don't know how difficult the next challenge will be. Maybe we can't pass it? If we can't pass it, there won't be any extra reward. As for you all, you've obtained additional rewards from this checkpoint. We might get better rewards, but it's still risky, isn't it? Jiang Yue said. The sarcastic look on Hou Lianyu's face became even more obvious when she heard Jiang Yue's words. I don't think we can't pass the next challenge. Why don't we give you the extra reward for this challenge and give us the extra reward for the next challenge? We're not afraid of taking risks. Hou Lianyu could not help but sneer at the end of her sentence. Did this Jiang Yue really take him for a fool? Ho Dong and Xiao Ping, who were standing far away, turned pale when the two of them were discussing who would get the extra reward for the last two challenges. They were completely out of the game. The most they could do was to get some rewards from the rules of martial arts, and they would be reduced to mere fodder. Ho Dong, Ho Lianyu from your Ho clan is not very capable. She has such a powerful half-step ultimate god by her side, but she just watched her helper get killed without any intention of helping. Xiao Ping was very upset at that moment, but he dared not vent his anger on Ho Lianyu or Jiang Yue. Therefore, he picked on Ho Dong, who was a soft persimmon. However, Ho Dong was also in a fit of anger. How could he not know what Xiao Ping was thinking? Xiao Ping, don't be so sarcastic. Ho Dong sneered. Ho Lianyu's half-step ultimate god did not help my helper. But did your junior sister's helper help you? My relationship with Ho Lianyu is just so. We even have some conflicts. It's fine if he doesn't help me. I've seen how well you treat your junior sister, but in the end, she stabbed you in the back. How pitiful. Ho Dong was no weaker than Xiao Ping when it came to talking. Xiao Ping was naturally enraged when he heard Ho Dong's words. He almost attacked Ho Dong but forced himself to calm down in the end. If he attacked Ho Dong now, the other four might be disgusted. There was no need for that. Ho Dong grinned when he saw Xiao Ping keeping quiet. It was as if the haze in his heart had been swept away. They're here. At the same time, Ho Dong narrowed his eyes. Even Xiao Ping subconsciously raised his head at that moment. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian and the others also saw the thing that floated down from the sky. It was a fruit that flickered with a faint light and emitted a refreshing fragrance that made one feel relaxed and happy. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt this fruit was similar to the heavenly Dao fruit he had obtained previously. However, it was a different kind of fruit. He racked his brains to recall the various heavenly and earthly treasures he had learned about before. It did not take long before he confirmed what this fruit was. The Heaven Ascension Fruit. Chapter 42-45. Heaven Ascension Fruit. It was a divine fruit that was similar to the Heaven Path fruit. It could help a high-level God Emperor to break through to the ultimate God realm. It was an absolute treasure for a high-level God Emperor. A half-step ultimate God who was not talented enough would not be able to break through to the ultimate God realm on their own. However, for those who were extremely close to the ultimate God realm, once they consumed the Heaven Ascension Fruit, they would be able to break through the shackles of their talent and break through to the ultimate God realm. It's the Heaven Ascension Fruit. When Duan Ling Tian recognized the divine fruit that fell from the sky, someone else also recognized the Heaven Ascension Fruit. It was said to be a divine fruit that could help a high-level God Emperor reach the ultimate God realm in one step. Even Ho Dong and Xiao Ping's eyes were wide open. Their eyes were filled with greed. However, after a while, they glanced at the purple-robed young man and the veiled lady from the corner of their eyes. They sighed in disappointment. They stood no chance with the two of them around. It would be great if the two of them fought and perished together. Ho Dong's heart was filled with anticipation. Even though the hope was slim, it did not stop him from fantasizing about it. Jiang Yue's eyes were shining with the light of a wolf. However, the veiled woman did not act rashly after she glanced at Duan Ling Tian. Instead, she sent a voice transmission to Jiang Yue to inform her of the situation. Jiang Yue received the voice transmission from the veiled lady and looked at Ho Lianyu. She asked again, Ho Lianyu, are you sure you want to give us the Heaven Ascension Fruit? If you're sure, you can't go back on your word. As Jiang Yue finished speaking, her eyes also flashed with waves of scorching light. Ho Lianyu frowned when he heard Jiang Yue's question. Originally, as far as he was concerned, Jiang Yue was obviously trying to take advantage of him and Big Brother Duan when she said that she wanted the extra reward for the final hurdle. Therefore, he casually said that he wanted the extra reward for the last checkpoint. The reward for this checkpoint could be given to Jiang Yue. Now, the reward for the last round was the Heaven Ascension Fruit. To a high god emperor, this was an extremely precious treasure. Even he did not dare to rashly make a decision for his elder brother Duan. Just as Hou Lianyu was in a dilemma, she suddenly heard a voice transmission by her ear. The moment she received the voice transmission, Hou Lianyu's pupils shrank sharply, and a look of shock appeared on her face, but she quickly concealed it. Then, he subconsciously glanced at Duan Lingtian before looking at Jiang Yue. Jiang Yue, we want the reward for the 9th challenge. Hearing his words, Jiang Yue's eyes lit up. The veiled woman's eyes also lit up. However, whether or not the reward for the final trial will belong to you, will require you to agree to our conditions. Hou Lianyu said again. The faint smile on Jiang Yue's face instantly froze when she heard Hou Lianyu's words. Then, her face filled with anger. Hou Lianyu, what do you mean by that? We'll give you the extra reward for the 9th challenge, but you're still talking about conditions with us about the reward for the final challenge? At this moment, it was not only Jiang Yue who was angry. Even the veiled woman's autumn eyes had a hint of coldness. At the same time, she glanced at Duan Lingtian again. This idea could not have been suggested by Hou Lianyu himself. At this moment, Duan Lingtian just happened to casually catch the Heaven Ascension Fruit that fell from the sky and directly put it into his spatial ring without any reservation. Although the Heaven Ascension Fruit was similar to the Heaven Dao Fruit, it would be a waste for him to use it. However, even if he could not use it, it did not mean that his family could not use it. This thing would not expire. Moreover, this kind of good thing could only be encountered and not sought. After putting away the Heaven Ascension Fruit, Duan Lingtian did not say anything. His gaze met the veiled woman's indifferent eyes for a moment before he withdrew his gaze. He did not feel guilty at all. At this moment, Hou Lianyu had already continued. Jiang Yue, why are you in such a hurry? It's not too late to listen to my conditions. Although the extra reward for the 9th challenge is the Heaven Ascension Fruit, which is very precious, the reward for the final challenge will definitely not be inferior to the Heaven Ascension Fruit. It might even be 2 or more Heaven Ascension Fruits. When she heard Hou Lianyu's words, Jiang Yue snorted coldly. Then tell us, what are your conditions? At this moment, even Hou Dong and Xiao Ping, who did not have any right to speak, looked at Hou Lianyu curiously. They were puzzled as to what conditions he had mentioned. Hou Lianyu said unhurriedly, it's not impossible for you to get the extra reward for the final challenge. However, you have to pass that challenge by yourselves. Elder brother Duan and I will not make a move. As long as you pass the challenge, the extra reward for the final challenge will be yours. When Hou Lianyu said this, Jiang Yue's expression changed instantly. The cold light in the veiled woman's eyes became even more intense. What a joke! Let alone the final challenge, even if Hou Lianyu's reinforcements did not make a move, it would still be impossible for them to pass the 9th challenge even with Hou Lianyu's help. The final challenge would definitely be more difficult than the 9th challenge. How could the few of them pass it? Hou Lianyu. Jiang Yue was so angry that her face trembled slightly. Aren't you a little shameless to say this? Don't tell me we didn't make a move for the 9th challenge. You want to slack off for the 10th challenge? Jiang Yue was furious, and so was the veiled woman. At this moment, even Hou Dong and Xiao Ping felt that Hou Lianyu had gone overboard. However, they did not dare to speak recklessly. If they offended Hou Lianyu, they would definitely die if Hou Lianyu asked his reinforcements to make a move on them. Wait for me to finish. Hou Lianyu shook her head as she continued, if you guys feel that you're unable to pass the final hurdle, then Big Brother Duan will be the one to pass the final hurdle. If he can pass the final hurdle by himself, then the extra reward for the final hurdle will belong to him. If he can't pass the challenge, then he and I will work together with you to pass the final challenge. We promise to spare no effort. After we pass the challenge, the extra reward will belong to you. The conditions I'm negotiating with you are nothing more than giving elder brother Duan a chance to pass the challenge on his own. Jiang Yue and the other three were shocked when they heard Hou Lianyu's words. They all looked at Duan Lingtian. This person wants to pass the final challenge on his own? Is he that confident in his own strength? Even the veiled woman's beautiful eyes were filled with heartfelt shock at this moment. After a while, she said to Jiang Yue through voice transmission, judging from the difficulty of the 10th challenge, unless he has the strength of a lower ultimate god, it's impossible for him to pass the final challenge on his own. If he has the strength of a lower ultimate god. To put it bluntly, we won't be able to compete with him even if he tries to snatch the extra reward for the final challenge. So, agree to their conditions. We don't have any other choice. We'll bet on his blind confidence that he won't be able to pass the final challenge. Jiang Yue felt that the veiled woman's words made sense. She looked at Hou Lianyu and said, I agree to your conditions. I hope you'll keep your promise. Hou Lianyu smiled faintly when Jiang Yue agreed. You can rest assured that we'll keep our promise. At this time, even he was still shocked in his heart. When his elder brother Duan asked him to raise the condition, he knew that his elder brother Duan was confident that he could pass the final challenge on his own. He did not know why he had such blind confidence in his elder brother Duan even though he had not known him for long. Qiu Ping, do you think he's really capable? Ho Dong was completely scared out of his wits. After a moment, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked Qiu Ping with some difficulty through voice transmission. I don't know. Qiu Ping looked at Ho Dong angrily. Did this guy forget that he just offended me? Now, he's chatting with me as though nothing happened. Is he being careless or does he think that I, Qiu Ping, have no temper? The 10th checkpoint was also the last checkpoint of this natural secret realm. In the end, no one from the sanctioned lands appeared at this checkpoint. Instead, a total of 10 great demons appeared. These great demons were not very large in size, but they gave off an extremely frightening baleful aura. These 10 great demons were all humanoid great demons. The smallest one was about 3 meters tall while the largest one was about 5 to 6 meters tall. Instead of saying that they looked like humans, they looked more like apes and monkeys. At this moment, each of the 10 great demons was holding a long rod in their hands. Each of the long rods was more than 10 meters long and exuded a thick and majestic aura. One could even vaguely see a faint soul moving on the long rods. However, it was not solid and was faintly discernible. They're all half-soul high-grade divine artifacts. Hou Lianyu exclaimed. Let's test their strength. At this moment, Jiang Yue spoke. As she stepped into the air, she glanced at Ho Dong and Qiu Ping. When the two saw her gaze, although they were unwilling, they still followed her into the air. The veiled lady also moved at the right time. Unlike before, when she followed behind Jiang Yue, she took the lead this time. She went past Jiang Yue, Ho Dong, and Qiu Ping to meet the 10 great demons in the sky. Woo woo, roar, when the 10 grand demons saw someone rushing towards them, they also roared loudly. Then, they swung the upper-grade half-soul swindler in their hands. When they moved, they smashed the half-soul swindler fiercely at the veiled woman. Bang! 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 The 10 great demons smashed the veiled lady's attack. Among them, 5 of the 10 strikes not only broke the veiled lady's attack but also sent her flying. The other 5 strikes were weaker and slower. After the veiled lady was sent flying, they all missed their target. However, just this one move was enough to let others see their strength. 5 half-step ultimate gods. 5 great demons who were close to the half-step ultimate gods. Most importantly, they were different from the previous great demons who did not have any divine artifacts. They all had half-soul high-grade divine artifacts. Chapter 42-46. The Veiled Woman was the strongest amongst Jiang Yue's group of 4 that had made a move now. However, even she was repelled by a single blow. Furthermore, it was obvious that he was injured. When Jiang Yue, Ho Dong, and Qiu Ping saw that the Veiled Woman had been defeated, not only did they stop in their tracks, they even hurriedly retreated. What a joke! Even a powerful half-step ultimate god like the Veiled Lady was forced to retreat, let alone them. The 10th obstacle is indeed more difficult than the previous one. Ho Dong could not help but sigh after retreating. However, he was not nervous as there was still a powerful half-step ultimate god on their side who had yet to make a move. Junior sister. Even Qiu Ping looked at Jiang Yue helplessly as he retreated. The 4 of us are no match for them. Let's let Duan Lingtian try and see if he can kill these grand demons on his own. Qiu Ping transmitted his voice to Jiang Yue. Jiang Yue did not respond to Qiu Ping immediately, nor did she greet Duan Lingtian or Ho Lianyu. Instead, she looked at the Veiled Lady. At that moment, the Veiled Lady was injured after being sent flying. However, she was full of energy again after taking a healing elixir. Obviously, her injuries were not too serious. The Veiled Lady did not choose to give up and immediately attacked again. The bloodline power around her vibrated and spread in all directions, causing the void to tremble. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but frown slightly at that moment. Previously, the Veiled Lady had also used her bloodline power, but it was not this kind of bloodline power. The bloodline power she used before was weaker. However, the bloodline power she used now was obviously of a different level. At that moment, the 2 bloodline powers were superimposed on her body at the same time without any signs of conflict between them. They were very harmonious. Moreover, the 2 bloodline powers were unleashed at the same time and raised the Veiled Lady's strength by a whole level. She's still hiding something? Duan Lingtian was a little surprised as he did not expect his opponent to be so secretive. He did not even use his full strength when facing the 2 half-step ultimate gods from the sanctioned land. If she had used her bloodline power earlier, the 2 half-step ultimate gods would not have been her match even if they worked together. In fact, he might not even be able to last 10 moves against her. Her strength is infinitely close to an ordinary lower ultimate god. If she can master the embryonic form of any of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth, I'm afraid she can compete with the weakest lower ultimate gods. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. With such strength, if I choose to defeat them one by one, I might be able to kill all 10 of them. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the 10 giant apes again. He was also somewhat perplexed. Logically speaking, the test of the 10th checkpoint shouldn't be so simple, in his opinion. Excluding the 2 half-step ultimate gods, the rest of the 10 giant apes might not be as strong as the 7 guardians from the sanctioned land in the 9th checkpoint. 4 half-step ultimate god giant apes and 5 half-step ultimate god giant apes were likely to defeat the guardian of the 9th level. However, it was only slightly more powerful, and the difference was not huge. Even with the addition of a half-step ultimate god ape, it was not much stronger. In fact, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who felt the test was too simple. Even the Veiled Lady felt the same way. Because of this, when she activated another bloodline power and attacked the 10 giant apes, there was a faint joy in the depths of her eyes. That was because she was confident that she could kill all 10 of them one by one while taking them down one by one. Her strength was infinitely close to a lower ultimate god. Not in terms of cultivation base, but in terms of strength. According to her mother, she only needed a small improvement in her strength to be comparable to the weakest lower ultimate god. I thought the last checkpoint would require the strength of a lower ultimate god to pass. I didn't expect it to be so simple. I alone am enough to pass this checkpoint. The veiled lady attacked again. Her momentum was even stronger than before. At this moment, even Ho Lianyu, Ho Dong, and Xiao Ping could tell something was amiss. She's still hiding her strength? Another kind of bloodline power? She has two bloodlines? Born with two bloodlines? There aren't many people like that. I've only heard of them but never seen one. I didn't expect to see one today. The natives of the Plains of Gods were all born with bloodline power as long as they were not innately weak or came from a lowly background. Among those who had bloodline power, there was a very small group of people who had two bloodlines at the same time. They inherited one from their father and one from their mother. Among these people, there were some who could not use both bloodline power at the same time. However, there were some who could use both bloodline power at the same time without any conflict. They could be even more powerful in actual combat. The veiled lady was obviously one of these people. She's so strong. Ho Dong exclaimed. It was the veiled woman. She chased after one of the half-step ultimate god giant apes and knocked the giant ape's staff away. She even almost killed the giant ape. The giant ape's hands were broken and dripping with blood. It was only thanks to the help of the other 4 half-step ultimate god giant apes that it was able to escape in time. Roar! The injured huge ape suddenly let out a sharp cry. Its voice shook the sky, and in an instant, it caused the originally bright sky to darken. Then, under the gaze of Duan Lingtian and the others, a giant ape silhouette appeared in the void. It looked like the apparition of a ultimate god, but it was not an apparition of a ultimate god. After the giant ape silhouette appeared, it walked across the void. As for the 10 giant apes, although they were glaring fiercely at the veiled woman, they all gave up on her and soared into the air, flying toward the giant ape silhouette. Although the veiled lady did not know what was going to happen next and the giant ape silhouette did not show any signs of life, she had an ominous feeling in her heart. Because of that, she did not hesitate and immediately moved out to stop one of the half-step ultimate god giant apes. However, at this moment, the giant ape-like figure that had fallen from the sky, which had no signs of life, stiffly beat its chest with its hands, and at the same time, let out a low, mechanical roar from its mouth. The roar was not loud, but a golden light gushed out from its mouth at a frightening speed. In the blink of an eye, the golden light enveloped the 10 giant apes that were rushing towards it. After being shrouded by the golden light, the 10 giant apes instantly turned into 10 different colored lights and were carried by the golden light into the giant ape's body through its mouth. In the next instant, the originally illusory figure of the giant ape actually began to solidify. In the end, it even turned into a real ape. The giant ape silhouette was very large, but the ape that was solidified was not that big. It was even shorter than most humans, only about 1.6 meters tall. In its hand, it was holding a 2-meter-long staff. On the staff, there was a solid soul that was about to come out. A full soul high-grade divine weapon. Ho Dong exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, it was not only Ho Dong, but even Duan Lingtian and the others could see that the staff in the ape's hand was a genuine complete soul prominent grade divine weapon. Although the ape's body was small, its entire body was extremely well equipped and gave off a more terrifying feeling than the previous 10 giant apes. Human, how dare you hurt my doppelganger? You must die. The ape's eyes seemed to be flashing with a bloody light as it stared at the veiled woman. At the same time, its divine power rose from its body. When its divine power appeared, the veiled woman's delicate body suddenly trembled. Jiang Yue, who was not far away, could not help but exclaim in shock, "An ultimate god great demon." That was right. At this moment, the divine power that rose from the average-sized ape's body was the divine power of a lower ultimate god. The divine power broke out of its body and turned into a soaring flame in the blink of an eye. It was obvious that this Yuan Lei great demon was proficient in the law of fire. Moreover, as soon as its law of fire appeared, the veiled woman showed a look of fear because it was extremely close to the law of fire's power of 100,000 miles. If it went one step further, it would show signs of 100,000 miles of weak light. In terms of the law of fire, it was already stronger than her. Of course, her dual bloodline powers and law of fire were not necessarily inferior to the other party's law of fire. However, the problem was, she had a full soul high-grade divine weapon, but so did the other party. Her divine power was inferior to the other party's. Even if she could see that the other party's divine power was unstable, it was still the divine power of a lower ultimate god even if it had not completely consolidated its cultivation base as a lower ultimate god. I'm no match for it. The veiled woman's figure moved and quickly retreated. At the same time, she looked at Duan Lingtian from afar and said in a slightly cold voice, "If you're confident, you can fight on your own. If not, save your strength and join forces with me. If we can split the rewards later, I'm willing to share half of it with you." It was not that the veiled woman was very generous. She added the last sentence because she was worried that Duan Lingtian would overestimate himself and rush forward when he was no match for the great demon in front of him. If Duan Lingtian was seriously injured, she would not be able to do anything to the great demon even if she attacked again. Once that happened, no one would be able to get the rewards of the last checkpoint. That was something she did not want to see. She believed that the other party did not want to see that happen either. Unless he's really confident, otherwise, he won't choose to fight alone. If I can really kill this great demon alone, I'll accept it if I can't get the final reward. That was the veiled woman's current state of mind. Her eyes never left Duan Lingtian as she was worried about what choice he would make next. However, when she asked Duan Lingtian to make a choice, the great demon in front of her did not intend to cooperate with her. After letting out an angry roar, it turned into a ball of flames and rushed toward her. The flames burned the sky and a terrifying heat spread out, causing Ho Lianyu and the other upper-level god emperors who had not reached the half-step ultimate god realm to retreat. Chapter 42-47. Sure enough, it's not that simple. Duan Lingtian had been observing the changes in the ape-type great demon since the beginning. Because of that, he was completely relieved. Previously, he had already felt that the final hurdle was a little too simple. It turned out that this was the real difficulty of the last hurdle. The 10 ape-type great demons had merged into one. In other words, the 10 ape-type great demons were only the clones of the ape-type great demon in front of him. Now that all the clones had merged into one, the ape-type great demon had displayed the cultivation of a newly cleansed ultimate god. Even the law of fire that it had mastered was extremely powerful, close to the level of 100,000 miles of weak light. However, the power of this law was slightly weaker than his own power of law. His comprehension of the law of space had reached the level of 100,000 miles of weak light. Are you still not going to attack? In the face of the ape-type great demon's attack, the veiled woman's pupils shrank slightly. While escaping, she looked at Duan Lingtian from afar. When she spoke again, her tone was a little anxious. She was no longer as calm as before. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Then, with a teleport, he blocked the ape-type great demon's path and stopped it. Of course, when the ape-type great demon saw that someone was blocking its path, although it stopped, it still waved the long staff in its hand. Burning flames filled the sky as it smashed down on Duan Lingtian. Bang! When the staff fell, it was earth-shattering and the void shook. Even the space began to fluctuate as if it would crack at any time. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also swung his sword. The seven-colored sword light was dazzling as it swept through the void like a seven-colored rainbow. It crossed the air and blocked the flaming long staff falling from the sky. Bang! Another loud noise was heard as the flaming long staff fell and hit the seven-colored sword light, causing the sword light to waver for a while. However, the flames on the long staff were constantly being consumed. Although the seven-colored light on the seven-colored sword light was also being consumed, the consumption was not as fast as the flame on the long staff. Human, the one I want to kill is not you. The ape-type great demon withdrew his staff and stood there, staring at Duan Lingtian. In his pair of bloody eyes, there was actually a hint of fear. It was to the extent that his hands, which were holding the staff, were trembling faintly. Only it knew what it had just experienced. Even though it did not use all of its strength in that strike earlier, it still used 70 to 80% of its strength without holding back. Even so, it was still easily blocked by the other party. In fact, Zhang Xian hadn't even used his bloodline ability yet. Although the other party was only a upper-level god emperor, the law of space that he had comprehended was above his law of fire. More importantly, it had clearly discovered the traces of the four Daos of heaven and earth in the other party's attack, Sword Dao. At this moment, other than Hou Lianyu and the veiled woman, Jiang Yue, Ho Dong, and Qiu Ping could not help but gasp when they saw that the ape demon did not gain any advantage over Duan Lingtian. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with shock. This Duan Lingtian was actually so powerful? Even the veiled woman had no choice but to flee in front of this greater demon. However, in a head-on confrontation with the ape demon, he actually had the upper hand. His strength, in the distance, the veiled woman looked at Duan Lingtian's back and sighed in her heart. The scene that she did not want to see the most had happened. The other party's strength was indeed comparable to an ordinary ultimate god. Even though the ape demon had obviously not used all of its strength, the purple-clad young man had not used his bloodline ability from the beginning to the end. It was obvious that he was still holding back. Hou Lianyu, who was standing at the side, could not help but feel a little shocked even though she knew what was going on. Was this elder brother Duan really that powerful? A upper-level god emperor with strength comparable to an ultimate god? Go all out. Duan Lingtian looked calmly at the ape demon in front of him and said indifferently, "If you want to kill her, you'll have to go through me first." Even though the ape demon was a little afraid of Duan Lingtian, it was still angry. "Human, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." In the next moment, it roared and then a 10-meter-tall ultimate god apparition appeared and replaced its original body. The long staff in its hand also grew in size. The 10-meter-tall giant ape stepped into the air. Every step it took caused the void to tremble and the wind to blow in all directions. It held a 20-meter-long staff in its hand and casually swung it as if it was going to sweep the heavens and suppress the world. "Human, die." The giant ape roared and the long staff in its hand vibrated. Flames raged and gathered in the sky. At the same time, crimson light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and streaks of fiery light that resembled stars appeared in the surrounding space. These flames quickly extended into rays of light and intertwined with each other. It was as though they had transformed into a huge net that enveloped Duan Lingtian. It was as though they wanted to use this net to bind Duan Lingtian and prevent him from escaping. Bang! The long staff crashed down like a falling pillar in the sky. It was going to split the sky into two. Tiny spatial cracks had already appeared in the void. This showed how powerful the staff was. The ape demon was completely enraged. At this moment, it no longer held back and attacked with all its might. So powerful. If it were the weakest lower ultimate gods, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to withstand the great demon's attack if they were to face it head-on. He won't be smashed to death, right? If he's really dead, we'll have to get out as soon as possible. While Ho Dong, Qiu Ping, and Jiang Yue were still in shock, the shadow of a door had already appeared above their heads. They had already voted to leave the secret realm. As long as Duan Lingtian died, the veiled woman and Hou Lianyu would activate the door at the same time. The 5 of them would be immediately transported out of the natural secret realm. However, at this moment, there was no shadow of a door above the veiled woman and Ho Lianyu's heads. Their attention was completely focused on Duan Lingtian. Ho Lianyu's eyes were firm. He was convinced that his elder brother Duan would win. Therefore, he ignored Ho Dong's voice transmission and asked him to activate the door to leave the secret realm. As for the veiled woman, she was staring at Duan Lingtian with curiosity. She was very curious. Could this person really deal with this greater demon? At this moment, even if this person's strength was comparable to the weakest lower ultimate god, he would at most be able to fight to a draw with the great demon. It was almost impossible for him to defeat the great demon. Under such circumstances, it was impossible even with Ho Lianyu's help. Ho Lianyu was not even a half-step ultimate god. If she acted rashly, not only would she not be of help, but she might even become a burden. If he only fights to a draw with the great demon, I'll still have to take action later on. At that time, the bonus reward for the last checkpoint will still be mine. The veiled woman thought to herself. However, even if I want to take action, I'll have to wait until both of them are injured. Otherwise, even if I help Duan Lingtian to kill the great demon and get the bonus reward, I might not be able to win against him. The veiled woman's thoughts flashed through her mind. She had already planned out her next steps. However, she also knew that the premise of everything was, her opponent could fight to a draw with the great demon. If his strength could crush the great demon, there was nothing for her to do next. As for Duan Lingtian being injured after killing the great demon, she did not have any thoughts about it. She did not intend to fight for the bonus reward for the last checkpoint under such circumstances. She had her own principles. One must always guard against others and never have the intention to harm others. She had always followed this principle. Your strength is no weaker than an ordinary lower ultimate god. Facing the full-force attack of the great ape god's illusory body that he could not dodge and had locked onto him, Duan Lingtian still had a faint smile on his face as if everything was in his hands and he was fearless. Then, he made his move. A cold sword light rose into the sky, bringing along a spatial storm. The way of control also instantly combined with the law of space to control the surrounding space. During this process, the speed of the giant ape's net of fire that was binding Duan Lingtian began to slow down. The way of control? At this moment, the great ape also let out a cry of surprise. Who the hell are you? A mere higher god emperor has mastered 2 of the 4 Taoists of heaven and earth. At the same time that the giant ape cried out in alarm, the long rod in his hand had already come crashing down to meet the cold sword light. At this moment, the great ape was no longer confused as to why Duan Lingtian's sword light was 7-colored earlier. If it had looked deeper, it would not have been difficult to discover that Duan Lingtian was not using the same high-grade divine sword that was filled with full souls. Bang! The great ape's staff landed on the cold sword light. In the next instant, where the staff and sword collided, the air seemed to have been sucked away in an instant. A terrifying power wreaked havoc in the surroundings, and the aftermath of the power spread out. Even Ho Lianyu and the other 3, who were watching the battle from afar, were sent flying. Puff! Ho Lianyu, who was closer to the battle, spat out a mouthful of blood when she was sent flying. Her face turned pale in an instant. However, his eyes never left the battle. That's his law avatar. He's not a native of the realms of gods. The veil on the veiled woman's face was lifted slightly by the wind, revealing her beautiful and flawless face. At this moment, a horrified expression appeared on her face. Initially, she thought Duan Lingtian must be a noble from the divine offering land who did not reveal himself. Therefore, she had never heard of Duan Lingtian. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian's law avatar appeared, she immediately realized Duan Lingtian was not a native of the realms of gods. Only those who rose to prominence in the lower dimensions could form law avatars. His strength is far stronger than an ordinary lower ultimate god. The great ape sighed inwardly. Almost at the same time, the great ape's staff landed on the Duanlingtian's sword light and was in a stalemate. At the same time, another Duanlingtian appeared behind the great ape. At the same time, a seven-colored sword light bloomed behind the great ape. Chapter 42-48. At this moment, Jiang Yue, Ho Dong, and Qiu Ping were not the only ones who were shocked, and the second Duanlingtian appeared behind the ape-type great demon. Even Ho Lianyu had a shocked expression on her face. Elder brother Duan is from a lower secondary realm? He's not a native of a realm of gods, but he's already so strong. Ho Lianyu knew that this big brother Duan wasn't even older than her, since when was it possible for such a peerless genius to appear in the lower planes? No. The ape-type great demon let out a roar that shook heaven and earth. However, even though it noticed Duanlingtian's clone had blocked its attack and teleported behind it, it was too late. Even if it was not too late, there was nothing it could do. This was because Duanlingtian's clone was also wielding a full-soul prominent divine sword. Moreover, it was no weaker than the ape-type great demon. Whoosh! The seven-colored sword chi shot out like a scythe of the Grim Reaper. It instantly penetrated the ape-type great demon's body as though it was the scythe of the Grim Reaper reaping its life. In the next moment, hundreds and thousands of light spots appeared all over the ape-type great demon's body. These light spots were densely packed, and in just a blink of an eye, they shot out tiny seven-colored sword chi. The sword chi vibrated in the great demon's body and instantly killed it. The powerful ultimate god great demon's aura completely disappeared at this moment. No! Another roar shook heaven and earth. Unlike the previous roar, this roar was filled with unwillingness and desolation. After the roar, everything returned to silence. It was an incomparably huge figure of an ape that appeared in the void and then fell to the ground with a loud crash. It was the heaven and earth phenomenon of a fallen ultimate god. If this happened in the realm battlefield, this heaven and earth phenomenon would definitely alarm everyone. However, in a natural secret realm, only those inside the secret realm would be able to see it. When the second roar died down, the entire place fell into silence as well. Everyone's eyes were filled with mixed feelings, shock, horror, and disbelief as they all fell on the purple figure in the void. At this moment, the young man in a purple robe was standing in the void. He was bathed in the boundless rewards of the rules. He was like a peerless god of war, standing firm and unyielding. I'm not as good as him, the veiled woman looked at Duanlingtian with a complicated gaze. After sighing in her heart, she silently added, far inferior to him. As for Jiang Yue, Ho Dong, and Qiu Ping, all three of them were panting heavily. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that there was actually such a great god hidden by their side. Ho Lianyu, where did you invite this great god from? When they thought of this, they couldn't help but look at Ho Lianyu. There was a hint of envy in the depths of their eyes. Although Ho Lianyu might not be able to reap more benefits than them in this trip to the mystic territory, getting to know such a person was an intangible and huge fortune. At the very least, even the three of them didn't dare rashly become enemies with Ho Lianyu now. Who knew if this great god would stand up for Ho Lianyu? They were able to tell that this person truly had a friendship with Ho Lianyu. From the very beginning, he had been getting along well with Ho Lianyu. As for Ho Lianyu, she also addressed him as Elder Brother Duan affectionately. Elder Brother Duan, you're the most powerful upper god emperor I've ever met. Meanwhile, Ho Dong's eyeballs spun before he stood out and gave Duanlingtian a thumbs up. Big Brother Duan, let me solemnly introduce myself. I'm Ho Dong, and I'm from the same clan as Ho Lianyu. We're brothers that grew up together, and if Big Brother Duan has any errands in the future and needs Little Brother's help, then within Little Brother's ability, Little Brother will absolutely not refuse. When Ho Dong finished speaking, even Jiang Yue and Xiaofan had a hint of disdain in their eyes when they looked at him. This Ho Dong had no integrity at all. Earlier, he was still arguing with Ho Lianyu. Based on his words, it was obvious he looked down on this great god that Ho Lianyu had found. However, in just a blink of an eye, his attitude had completely changed. He had become a bootlicker. Even Ho Lianyu was stunned when she saw Ho Dong's behavior. She said snappily, "Ho Dong, if elder brother Duan needs anything, I'll be there. You won't be needed. Stop trying to worm your way into being friends with him." Ho Lianyu said to Ho Dong rudely. Ho Dong was not angry when he saw Ho Lianyu's behavior. Instead, he looked at Ho Lianyu with a gentle smile on his face. His earlier arrogance was nowhere to be seen. Here comes the bonus. Xiaofan suddenly raised his head and exclaimed. In the next instant, a crimson-red ray of light descended from the horizon. A thick and heavy piece of metal floated down from the ray of light. The piece of metal looked ordinary, but the aura it emitted was terrifying. It seemed to carry an extremely sharp aura. It even caused the divine weapons in Duan Ling Tian and the others' hands to begin to vibrate. The artifact spirits appeared one by one and then hid within the artifacts. "Master, this is the embryo for forging a supreme artifact." Just as Duan Ling Tian was wondering what it was, he heard the voice of Huang the sword spirit of the seven orifices exquisite sword. At this moment, Huang voice was trembling. The embryo for a supreme artifact? Duan Ling Tian could not help but be stunned. He had heard of the supreme artifact more than once, but what was the embryo for a supreme artifact? It's the embryo for a supreme artifact. Ho Lianyu's exclamation came at the right time. In the next instant, Duan Ling Tian discovered Ho Lianyu was not the only one whose eyes were shining brightly. Everyone else's eyes were shining brightly as well. There was a hint of greed in their eyes as well. "Elder brother Duan, hurry up and collect the embryo for this supreme artifact." Ho Lianyu's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ear. "Although they probably won't dare to snatch it, it's better to be safe than sorry. If they destroy it and hide it in their storage rings, even if they die, you will miss it." As soon as Ho Lianyu said this, Duan Lingtian did not care what it was and immediately collected it. In fact, in the process of collecting it, the space energy that he had gathered in his hand was mostly annihilated by the sharpness of this seemingly inconspicuous piece of iron. Is this the embryo for a supreme artifact? The embryo is already so terrifying. How strong would a real supreme artifact be? Duan Lingtian knew about supreme artifacts. They were divine weapons that ultimate experts hid in their bodies and nurtured for many years. Their power was far greater than that of a superior artifact. A supreme artifact, even without an artifact soul, could easily destroy a superior artifact with a full soul. The most powerful divine artifact was also recognized as the most powerful divine artifact in this world. Generally, they were in the hands of ultimate experts. Of course, there were also a small number of upper-level ultimate gods who were given supreme divine weapons due to their close relationship with the supreme divine weapons. These upper-level ultimate gods were considered the best among the upper-level ultimate gods in this world with the help of their supreme divine weapons. Elder brother Duan, after Duan Lingtian put away the embryo for a supreme artifact, Ho Lianyu's voice continued, "Supreme artifacts are divine weapons nurtured by ultimate experts." Ho Lianyu could see how calm Duan Lingtian was when he saw the supreme powerhouse's embryonic divine weapon. She knew he did not know how precious the supreme powerhouse's embryonic divine weapon was. For this reason, she thought Duan Lingtian might not know about the supreme powerhouse's embryonic divine weapon. For this reason, he did not hesitate to tell Duan Lingtian about how precious and rare the supreme divine weapon was. Then, he began to introduce the embryos of ultimate divine weapons. Because ultimate divine weapons are extremely difficult to nurture, and the cycle required is also very long, some ultimate divine weapons have started to nurture embryos of ultimate divine weapons. Embryos for a supreme artifact are all peerless materials. For example, elder brother Duan, that seemingly unremarkable piece of metal you just obtained, if I'm not mistaken, it should be extreme black gold. It is one of the most precious materials for forging weapons in this world. Any one of these embryos will increase the power of a full soul high-grade divine artifact. When all 9 embryos are fused into a full soul high-grade divine artifact, it will transform into a true supreme divine artifact. Giving birth to embryos of Omega artifacts is much simpler than giving birth to Omega artifacts. The period of giving birth is much shorter as well. Thus, many Omega experts will give birth to embryos of Omega artifacts and toss them into the planar battlefield as a reward. A very long time ago, it was said that the planar battlefield used to give out over-god artifacts as rewards. However, later on, because it took too long to nurture an over-god artifact, the planar battlefield only gave out embryos of over-god artifacts as rewards. In the planar battlefield, these embryos for ultimate artifacts are considered peerless treasures. Even high-level ultimate gods would kill for it. After Hou Lianyu's explanation, Duan Lingtian also understood what the embryos for ultimate artifacts meant. He immediately took out the embryos for ultimate artifacts and summoned the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. Huang, how will the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword fuse with the embryos for ultimate artifacts? The moment Duan Lingtian asked, Huang Er's tone became somewhat urgent. Master, you intend to fuse the embryos for ultimate artifacts into the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword? After all, she was the sword soul of the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. Once the embryos for ultimate artifacts were fused into the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword, she would also benefit greatly. If 9 embryos for ultimate artifacts were fused into the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword, she would even be able to leave the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword after it became a supreme artifact and become a completely independent living being. She would be no different from an ordinary human or any other independent living being. At that time, she would also possess a cultivation level only lower than the original owner of the artifact. She would even be able to cultivate on her own and raise her cultivation level. Of course, if the owner of the artifact was an ultimate artifact, she would at most have the cultivation level of a medium god. If she wanted to become a higher god, she would have to rely on herself. Moreover, at that time, as long as her master was willing, she could even regain her freedom. At that time, it would not make much of a difference whether the artifact in the hands of the artifact's owner had her as its artifact soul, because ultimate artifacts did not rely on artifact souls. If the artifact soul was present, it would still be strong. If the artifact soul was not present, it would still be strong. Ultimate divine weapons were also known as divine weapons that had returned to their original state. Chapter 42-49. When Duan Lingtian asked Huang how to integrate the embryo of the supreme weapon into the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword, he could clearly sense that the sword soul of the supreme grade divine sword used by his space law doppelganger was slightly agitated as well. This was because as Duan Lingtian's sword soul, she could clearly hear the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. Of course, although she heard it, she didn't say anything because she knew that it was useless to say anything. She hadn't been with this master for long, but the other sword soul had been with this master for a long time. Master, it's actually not difficult to integrate the embryo of the supreme weapon into the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. Master, you just have to hold it in your hand and allow my power to envelop it. Next, I'll just digest and absorb it. After I've completely absorbed it, the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword will also reach a higher level. At that time, I'll be able to help you fight your enemies. When Huang spoke again, there was a hint of excitement in her voice. Although she had been loyal to Duan Lingtian from the moment she called herself Duan Lingtian's divine weapon soul, she could not help but feel excited when she realized that she would one day be independent of the divine weapon and have her freedom. Based on her understanding of her current master, if the Seven Orifices exquisite sword really became a supreme weapon one day, her master would probably be willing to let her regain her freedom. Alright. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian immediately took out the embryo of the supreme divine weapon. As soon as the embryo appeared in his hand, he could feel Huang Er's energy surging out and shrouding it before it was absorbed by Huang Er. The huge embryo was completely integrated into the seven-colored light. During this process, Duan Ling Tian could sense that the sword soul of the other divine sword used by his space law doppelganger was slightly agitated, but it did not act rashly in the end. Duan Ling Tian was quite satisfied with this. At least the sword soul of the divine sword was tactful. In his heart, the sword soul of this divine sword that he had just obtained was naturally far from being comparable to the sword soul of Huang Er's Seven Orifices exquisite sword. Congratulations, elder brother Duan. The first person to congratulate Duan Ling Tian was not Ho Lianyu, but Ho Dong. At this moment, Ho Dong looked at Duan Ling Tian with a face full of smiles, and he had a warm and respectful appearance. Ho Lianyu frowned. However, he still took the initiative to congratulate Duan Ling Tian. Elder brother Duan. Ho Lianyu looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "If you have time in the future, come find me at the Ho family." He knew that after leaving this secret realm, they would have to part ways. If they wanted to meet again in the future, they would have to rely on fate. Unless they agreed to meet at a nearby military camp, it would be very difficult for them to meet again. Alright. Duan Ling Tian was in a good mood. When he heard Ho Lianyu's words, he smiled and nodded at him. "I owe you a favor for this trip to the natural secret realm. I will repay this favor in the future." Duan Ling Tian knew very well that if Ho Lianyu had not invited him into this natural secret realm, he would not have had such a great harvest. Not only did he obtain a divine fruit comparable to the heavenly Tao fruit, but he also obtained the embryo of a supreme divine artifact, which allowed the Seven Orifices exquisite sword's power to reach a new level. The Seven Orifices exquisite sword's power had reached a new level, which meant that his strength had also reached a new level. Elder brother Duan. Before everyone was forcefully sent out of the secret realm, Ho Lianyu said to Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission, "Your divine sword has been fused with the embryo of a supreme divine weapon. If you use it again in the future, people will be able to see through it. If others can seize your divine sword, even if the sword soul is destroyed, the embryo of a supreme divine artifact can still be forcefully removed. Therefore, in front of those experts whom you are not confident of defeating, try not to reveal your divine sword. It's best to use other divine swords." Since Duan Ling Tian could not even recognize the embryo of a supreme divine artifact, Ho Lianyu could not help but transmit a reminder to Duan Ling Tian. In fact, Duan Ling Tian did not know about this. However, now that he heard Ho Lianyu's words, he became more cautious. He was not a reckless man. Naturally, he knew that there were some risks that he should not take if he could avoid them. Duan Ling Tian. While everyone was waiting for the secret realm to send them out, the veiled woman suddenly looked at Duan Ling Tian. "Can we talk in private?" Duan Ling Tian was startled at first, but then he nodded. Then, under the guidance of the veiled woman, they went to the side of the canyon. Their backs were facing Ho Lianyu and the others. When they arrived at the side of the canyon, the veiled woman removed the veil on her face in front of Duan Ling Tian, revealing a beautiful and flawless face. She was so beautiful that it was enough to move the hearts of most ordinary men. However, Duan Ling Tian did not feel anything when he saw her face. After all, he had never seen a woman more beautiful than her in his life. Although the woman in front of him was good-looking, she was still not as good as her. "Duan Ling Tian, I'm Luo Yiyun. The name that Sister Yue introduced me to is my alias. I'm from the Luo clan in the Divine Offering Land." The patriarch of the Luo clan is my father. The veiled woman introduced herself in front of Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian heard her self-introduction, he could not help but feel surprised. The Luo clan in the Divine Offering Land. If she didn't remember wrongly, the Luo clan was one of the most powerful ultimate god clans in the Divine Offering Land. It was as famous as the Xia clan and the Yun clan. There were 3 clans among the most powerful ultimate god clans in the Divine Offering Land. They were the Luo clan, the Xia clan, and the Yun clan. The 3 clans were equally powerful as they were all powerful ultimate god clans in the Divine Offering Land. Just as Duan Ling Tian was wondering if the Luo clan was another Luo clan, Luo Yiyun spoke again. The Luo clan I'm from is one of the 3 most powerful ultimate god clans in the Divine Offering Land. It has a long history and has an extremely powerful ancestor. She paused for a moment and looked at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze. Duan Ling Tian, you're from a low-level secondary plane and are not well known in the Divine Offering Land. I don't think you've joined any decent clans. In her opinion, if Duan Ling Tian had joined any clans, even if it was an ordinary ultimate god clan, Duan Ling Tian's talent would be well known. She could also clearly sense that Duan Ling Tian was younger than her. Moreover, he was much younger. Such an existence was definitely a monster among monsters. Today, I, Luo Yiyun, on behalf of the Luo clan, would like to invite you to join us. If you join us, the Luo clan will definitely treat you well. I'll ask my father to adopt you and make you the young master of the Luo clan. Your status in the Luo clan won't be lower than my brothers. Compared to my brothers and me, the treatment you can enjoy is definitely better, not worse. Luo Yiyun tried to win Duan Ling Tian over and made all kinds of promises. She seemed to be able to make all the decisions for her father. Oh, it's the daughter of the Luo clan. My apologies for not recognizing you. Duan Ling Tian nodded to Luo Yiyun and then smiled faintly. However, I'm not interested in joining your Luo clan. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Luo. Luo Yiyun did not expect Duan Ling Tian to reject her so bluntly. She could not help but frown for a moment before quickly relaxing. Duan Ling Tian, if you think my conditions are not enough, you can mention some of yours. If it's appropriate, I can promise you on behalf of my father. Luo Yiyun obviously did not plan to let Duan Ling Tian go just like that. In her opinion, if Duan Ling Tian entered the Luo clan, with his monstrous innate talent, it was very likely that he would become a supreme powerhouse in the future. Even if he could not become an ultimate expert, if such an existence became a high-level ultimate god with the help of the Luo clan's ultimate divine weapon, who below the ultimate expert level could defeat him? At that time, the Luo clan would have one more ultimate expert. Now, in the Luo family, the only one who could be called the strongest person in the family was her ancestor, who she had never met before. Conditions? Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows. Miss Luo, do you mean that I can name my own conditions? I can name any conditions I want. You can name any conditions you want. Luo Yiyun saw that Duan Ling Tian seemed to be a little moved, and her originally silent thoughts suddenly became active again. She was afraid that Duan Ling Tian would not name his conditions. If he did, everything could be discussed. At least, there was hope. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, his eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed in them. Miss Luo, if the Luo clan can help me kill someone, I can join the Luo clan. Who do you want the Luo clan to kill? Luo Yiyun asked. Although it was not too difficult for the Luo clan to kill someone, unless the other party was an ultimate expert or an outstanding high-level ultimate god, even an ordinary high-level ultimate god could be killed by the Luo clan. However, she deliberately asked who Duan Ling Tian wanted to kill. After all, other than those who were powerful, the Luo clan could not kill those who were not powerful but had a strong background. Therefore, when she heard Duan Ling Tian's condition, which she did not think was harsh, she wanted to confirm it. Moreover, she also felt that if Duan Lingtian could not kill someone, the person would not be simple. Duan Lingtian looked at Luo Yun calmly and said slowly, "The first young master of the Yun clan in the world of divine remains, Yun Qing Yen. If the Luo clan can kill him for me, I'll join the Luo clan." When Duan Lingtian mentioned Yun Qing Yen, Luo Yun's eyes widened in shock. It was only when Duan Lingtian finished speaking that she regained her senses and smiled bitterly. "The Luo clan can't kill this person for you." Although the person's strength was not strong, his identity was not to be underestimated. If her memory served her right, her grandfather's generation and the elders of the Yun family had a marriage alliance with the Yun family. In fact, she and Yun Qing Yen were cousins. Yun Qing Yen could be considered her cousin. "Do you have a grudge against him?" Luo Yun could not help but ask, as she felt it was a pity. Chapter 4250. Luo Yun regretted her question as soon as it left her mouth. It seemed like she had asked an unnecessary question. If there was no enmity between them, why would Duan Lingtian ask for such a condition? Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback when he heard Luo Yun's question. He glanced at her indifferently before he ignored her. At the same time, he felt that this woman was a little stupid. If there was no enmity between them, why would he ask the Luo clan to help him kill Yun Qing Yen? It seemed like she had asked an unnecessary question. "Can't you change the condition?" Luo Yun asked, feeling slightly dissatisfied. The Luo clan had the strength to kill Yun Qing Yen, but they would not do such a thing for this freak in front of them. If this matter was not handled properly, it would cause a rift between the Luo clan and the Yun clan. In the eyes of the Luo clan, unless the person in front of them was a supreme powerhouse, there was no reason for them to break ties with the Yun clan. "Let's drop this topic at this point," Duan Lingtian said indifferently. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense that the sky above the canyon was beginning to stir. It seemed like they would be sent out of this natural secret land soon. During the process of being sent out of the natural mystic realm, several spatial scenes may appear. You'll be rewarded for clearing any of the spatial scenes. Duan Lingtian had heard about this from his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, so he was mentally prepared. Naturally, the spatial scenes that would appear during the process of being sent out had a time limit. One had to clear them within a certain time limit to obtain the reward. Otherwise, one would not be able to obtain anything. The later the spatial scenes were, the more difficult it would be to enter them. "I wonder how many spatial scenes I'll be able to see and what kind of reward I'll obtain." Duan Lingtian was curious about this. However, he knew it would be impossible for a reward like the embryo of a supreme divine weapon to appear. Even a reward like the Heaven Ascension fruit would be hard to come by. He would only be able to obtain a reward like the Heaven Ascension fruit if he could clear all the spatial scenes during the process of leaving. "Elder brother Duan will be sent out of this secret land soon." Ho Lianyu's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. "Next, during the process of being sent away, we will each enter a separate space." He thought that Duan Lingtian was not clear about this, so he reminded Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian quickly interrupted him, indicating that he knew about this. Hearing this, Ho Lianyu also felt relieved. After Duan Lingtian and the rest waited for a while, the teleportation power finally descended from the sky above the canyon and enveloped Duan Lingtian and the rest. At the same time, a line of words appeared in their minds. "Congratulations on clearing the stage, Duan Lingtian." At this time, Luo Yun's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears again. "In the future, if you need my help or even the Luo family's help, you can come to the Luo family to look for me. As long as it's within my power, I will definitely not refuse." Although it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to join the Luo family now, it was definitely beneficial for the Luo family to be on good terms with such a peerless genius. Thank you, Miss Luo. Duan Ling Tian, naturally, knew what Luo Yun was thinking. He expressed his gratitude through voice transmission. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian and the rest only felt the teleportation power enveloping them and then bringing them into a colorful passage. Moving forward in the passage seemed to have no end. At the beginning, Duan Ling Tian could still see the others, but after a while, he could no longer see anyone else. After a while, Duan Ling Tian realized that the colorful passage in front of him had disappeared and was replaced by a gloomy black stone prison surrounded by huge black stone pillars that formed a cage and imprisoned him. Roar! In the black stone prison, there was a giant beast that exuded a terrifying aura. After seeing Duan Ling Tian, it woke up from its sleep and roared. Without giving Duan Ling Tian any time to prepare, it directly pounced on Duan Ling Tian. This great demon's strength was close to that of a half-step ultimate god and its strength was not bad. However, it was nothing in front of Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian did not even make a move. With a thought, the 7 orifices exquisite sword flashed out and Huang Er's figure appeared. Then, Huang Er used her body to control the sword and directly killed the great demon. During the process, Duan Ling Tian could also clearly feel that the 7 orifices exquisite sword had undergone subtle changes, but it was not obvious. Master, the 7 orifices exquisite sword has only absorbed 1% of the supreme artifact's embryo. Once it fully absorbs it, there will be an even greater transformation. Huang said as if she could see Duan Lingtian's thoughts through Duan Lingtian's eyes. Yes. Duan Ling Tian smiled and nodded. Although it's only 1%, it's already a little obvious. If it fully integrates, the 7 orifices exquisite sword's power will definitely reach a new level. By then, his strength would also increase by another level. After killing the great demon, the rewards of the laws swept over and a divine elixir fell from the sky. However, it was just a divine elixir that Duan Ling Tian did not care for. He casually kept it and did not look at it again. Moments after receiving the rewards, Duan Ling Tian found himself in the colorful passage again. Then, different spatial scenes appeared in front of him. In those spatial scenes, there were no gatekeepers from the land of punishment. They were all great demons that were killed by Duan Ling Tian one after another. The first few spatial scenes did not give him any surprises. However, the last spatial scene before he exited gave Duan Ling Tian a small surprise. It was a branch of the divine tree of life. Although it was just a branch of the divine tree of life, the life energy on it was terrifyingly rich. This branch of the divine tree of life must be from a divine tree of life in a realm of gods. Otherwise, the life energy would not be so rich. Duan Ling Tian had been to the ruins of a realm of gods and obtained a damaged divine tree of life there. Even now, the divine tree of life had taken root in his little world for a long time. However, the life energy in it was not very rich. After the previous consumption, it barely reached the level of the life energy in this branch of the divine tree of life. It should be able to nourish the divine tree of life in my body, right? Out of curiosity, Duan Ling Tian threw the branch of the divine tree of life he had just obtained into his little world and directly threw it to the top of the divine tree of life. In the next instant, the withered divine tree of life extended a suction force and directly sucked the branch of the divine tree of life into its little world. Then, the withered divine tree of life once again bloomed with vitality. It actually works. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief. He was also pleasantly surprised. He did not expect his spur-of-the-moment idea to actually give him such a pleasant surprise. Almost as soon as Duan Ling Tian threw the branch of the divine tree of life into his little world for the divine tree of life to absorb, he officially exited the teleportation passage in the natural secret realm and appeared in the divine judgment realm. The natural secret realm that he had entered first was near a military camp. Although it was said to be near, it was still quite a distance away. At this moment, apart from Duan Ling Tian, Ho Lianyu, and the others who had been with him earlier were also teleported to the vicinity. Naturally, the timing did not match with Duan Lingtian's time. If there were no surprises, Duan Lingtian should be the first to exit the natural secret realm. This was because, on the way out, the spatial scenes that appeared one after another showed him instantly killing the great demons that blocked his way. As for the others, even if they were no match for him, they would only be able to exit the natural secret realm with a single thought. As long as they were not greedy, they would not die. The teleportation passage was merely an extra reward for the people in charge of managing the secret realm. The purpose was not to kill but to reward people. Of course, whether or not they could obtain the reward depended on themselves. At this moment, in a very mysterious place in the land of sanctions, a towering tree that seemed to be able to support the heavens and the earth radiated extremely rich vitality. In fact, the vitality had even turned into liquid in this place. Suddenly, an illusory figure appeared at the top of the towering tree. It was the figure of an elderly woman. "Granny, why did you come out?" A beautiful figure appeared soundlessly in this place and looked at the old woman's illusory figure in confusion. "Little girl." The old woman's gaze softened when she saw the beautiful figure in front of her. She shook her head and said, "I can sense that the branch you took from me in the past has been devoured by another divine tree of life. Someone obtained the divine tree of life through other means and planted it in their little world. I can sense that the divine tree of life's growth is on the right track. Perhaps, it'll be the next you." The old woman's gaze softened as she looked at the beautiful figure in front of her. In the past, the beautiful figure in front of her had accidentally entered the ruins of a realm of gods and obtained her. Since then, she had entered the beautiful figure's little world. Not only had she recovered from her injuries, but she had also recovered to her peak. After that, she had made great strides in her cultivation and became a supreme expert. Then, her little world had transformed into a realm of gods. The land of sanctions. The next me? The beautiful figure smiled faintly when she heard the old woman's words. "I hope he'll be able to reach this stage." Over the years, many people have accidentally entered the ruins of a realm of gods and obtained the divine tree of life. However, very few people have managed to reach this stage. Now that the situation in the outer realm is dire, it's good that we have another supreme expert. However, it's still difficult to become a supreme expert with the help of the divine tree of life. Even I had to rely on the clear heavens divine tree and you to become a supreme expert. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that Duan Ling Tian had sent the divine tree of life to the divine tree of life. After all, Duan Ling Tian's act of feeding the divine tree of life in his little world had alarmed the divine tree of life in the land of punishment in the realms of gods. Chapter 42-51. It feels like the divine tree of life has not only fully recovered, but it's even stronger than before. The vitality in my little world has also increased a lot. After leaving the natural secret realm, Duan Ling Tian took a look at his little world and discovered the divine tree of life had not only fully recovered, but it was also much stronger than before. It seems like it has improved a lot after absorbing the branch from the divine tree of life. The branch from the divine tree of life must be a divine tree of life in its prime for it to improve so much. A mature divine tree of life. Duan Ling Tian knew a lot about the divine tree of life. Previously, he had encountered the divine tree of life and the world-cleansing divine water in the divine tree of life in the ruins of the realm of gods. He had learned many secrets about the divine tree of life from the world-cleansing divine water. The divine tree of life usually existed in the little world of a supreme powerhouse. If one was not a supreme powerhouse, it was possible to obtain the divine tree of life. However, not many people were so lucky. Duan Ling Tian had obtained the divine tree of life in his body out of pure luck. If one was not a supreme powerhouse and had obtained the divine tree of life, as long as one had sufficient innate talent and comprehension skills, one would have a chance to become a supreme powerhouse. However, this path was not easy. It was much more difficult than the 5 divine elements and the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. The 4 Tao of heaven and earth were widely recognized as shortcuts to becoming a supreme powerhouse. The 5 divine elements' final form was the 5 divine elements' final form. After that, one would have to obtain the divine tree of life and other unconventional paths. The divine tree of life. Even if one didn't have the divine tree of life in their little world and relied on other paths to become a supreme powerhouse, the divine tree of life will be born in their little world after they become a supreme powerhouse. If one obtained the divine tree of life before becoming a supreme powerhouse, the divine tree of life won't be born again since the divine tree of life already exists in their little world. Duan Lingtian had learned all this from the world-cleansing divine water. For this reason, he knew a lot about the divine tree of life. Every one of the supreme beings is an outstanding divine alchemist. That's why most of the rewards in the planar battlefield are divine alchemists. Not to mention anything else, Duan Lingtian's trip to the natural secret realm this time had given them a lot of extra rewards, most of which were divine pills. As for the others, they did not gain anything from the beginning. However, when they came out and entered the individual spatial scenes, they more or less gained some benefits. Moreover, their gains were basically all divine pellets. On top of that, supreme beings can nurture supreme beings. Therefore, supreme beings are also the most outstanding divine artifact masters in this world. This time, the harvest is not bad. Let's see if we can enter 1 or 2 more secret realms. Based on my current progress, it shouldn't be difficult for me to enter the lower ultimate god realm before the chaotic area opens. Currently, they were getting closer and closer to the opening of the 10-year area that was connected to many realms of gods. At that time, there would be better mystic realms and better opportunities to appear. In the various realms of gods, there were many people who did not usually enter the realms of gods. They would only enter the realms of gods when the area opened to search for opportunities. Ho Lianyu. If there's a chance in the future, I'll have to return the favor. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he thought about how he had to thank Ho Lianyu from the Ho clan, a heavyweight ultimate god clan in the divine offering land, for this trip to the natural secret realm. In the end, it was all thanks to Ho Lianyu's invitation that he was able to gain so much this time. If Ho Lianyu had not invited him, he would not be able to gain any benefits no matter how strong he was. As for the others, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, other than Ho Lianyu, the others, including Luo Yun from the Luo clan, a heavyweight ultimate god clan in the divine offering land, were just passers-by in his life. Perhaps, they would not cross paths again in the future. For the rest of the journey, Duan Lingtian did not give himself any pressure. He would find a place to cultivate and comprehend the sword principle and control Tao. Even the law of space continued to improve with the help of the supreme divinity in his body. The original owner of the supreme divinity. Even the weakest supreme divinity would have reached the point of illuminating tens of thousands of miles with the power of law. It might even have reached the perfected stage. However, even if it's the perfected stage, it should only be the small perfection and not the great perfection stage. The comprehension of the power of law and the great perfection stage were divided into the small perfection and the great perfection stage. The small perfection stage was the perfected stage of the power of law. The great perfection stage was the perfected stage of all the power of law. At least, as far as he knew, no one in this world had reached the great perfection stage of any power of law because it was very, very difficult. Once one's power of law reached the great perfection stage, it meant that one had reached the pinnacle of that power of law. Since the birth of this world, there shouldn't have been such a person. This was also what third senior brother Yang Yuchen had said to Duan Lingtian. Because of this, the great perfection stage of the power of law was completely a legend, a myth. Obtaining the supreme divinity seems to be a way to become an supreme expert. I have many ways to become an supreme expert in my hands, but I don't know which way I'll use to become an supreme expert in the future. However, according to Sister Shui, it's best to use the 4 principles of heaven and earth to become an supreme expert. Using the 4 principles of heaven and earth to become an supreme expert would also be the strongest among those who had just become an supreme expert. Although Duan Lingtian also hoped that he could use the sword principle or control Tao of the 4 principles of heaven and earth to become an supreme expert, he also knew that he could only try his best. When the time came, other paths would be better, and he would still choose another path. Even after becoming an supreme expert, one could continue to comprehend the 4 principles of heaven and earth. No matter what realm one reached, it was only a matter of time. It would not affect one's future strength too much. I'll continue to accumulate battle merits. When the time comes, I'll use up all my battle merits to open a secret realm. Duan Lingtian had been killing all the existences in the land of punishment to accumulate battle merits. His goal was clear. Before the chaotic area opened, he would use up all his battle merits to open a secret realm and indirectly exchange them for various treasures. Of course, before opening the secret realm, he had another goal: step into the ultimate God realm. Oh no! This time, Duan Lingtian was flying over a valley in the dimensional battlefield. Suddenly, he felt the air around him tremble. In the next moment, an extremely powerful suction force swept out from the valley and enveloped him in the blink of an eye. He wanted to teleport immediately, but he didn't succeed in doing so. The suction force came too quickly. It's not a powerhouse. It's purely the force of nature in the valley. When he was enveloped by the suction force, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. He thought he was being targeted by a powerhouse. However, after a while, he realized that no one had made a move. It was purely the force of nature in the valley. Before Duan Lingtian could continue to think, he suddenly realized that the suction force enveloping him was shaken. Then, it forcefully tore the space apart and opened a spatial black hole. Then, an even stronger suction force from the spatial black hole enveloped him. He was sucked into the spatial black hole without being able to resist at all. I'm going to be sent to the secret realm of the land of punishment's high-level god emperors to be the guardian of the secret realm? Before he was sucked into the spatial black hole, this was the only thought left in Duan Lingtian's mind. At the same time, he smiled bitterly in his heart. He did not expect this day to come. It's really. Every dog has its day. Next, I'm going to be surrounded and killed by the land of punishment's challengers? It should be the high-level god emperor challengers, right? I've never heard of anyone being sent into a secret realm as a guardian. It's based on strength. I've heard that it's based on cultivation level. Please don't send me to the secret realm of the middle-level god challengers. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but worry after being sucked into the spatial black hole. He was worried that he would be sent to the secret realm of the middle-level god challengers. Although his strength was enough to kill the weakest of the middle-level gods, he could not do anything to the stronger middle-level gods. If there were too many of them, he would definitely die. Therefore, he could only pray silently in his heart that he would be sent into the secret realm of the land of punishment's high-level god emperor challengers. Even if that was not the case, it would be the secret realm of the lower-level god challengers. Just as Duan Lingtian's thoughts were spinning, the darkness in front of him did not last long. Soon, light and clarity were restored. What is this place? At the same time, he heard a cry of surprise. He focused his eyes and saw that there were 3 other people around him. Behind the 4 of them, a huge spatial black hole was rapidly shrinking. In just 2 breaths' time, the spatial black hole had completely shrunk and disappeared. In addition, Duan Lingtian also saw that there were 3 groups of people standing below the void where they were. Each group had 2 people and there was a total of 6 people. We've been sent into the secret realm of the land of punishment's challengers and have become challengers in the secret realm. Next to Duan Ling Tian, another guardian of the land of divine remains finally regained his senses. At the same time, his expression changed drastically. The other two did not look too good either. Only Duan Ling Tian looked calm and did not seem to panic at all. It was as if he was not afraid of what was going to happen next. He had no choice but to remain calm. This was because Duan Ling Tian had just discovered that the three guardians of the land of divine remains who were sent into the secret realm with him were only high-level god emperors. As for the 6 people below, it was not difficult for him to confirm their identities after scanning them with his divine consciousness. They were all high-level god emperors. Chapter 42-52. There are 4 guardians from the divine offering land in the next challenge. There should be at least one half-step ultimate god, right? Below Duan Lingtian's group of 4 who suddenly appeared, the 6 upper divine emperors looked at Duan Lingtian's group from afar. Their eyes were indifferent and their faces were calm. It seemed like they were not nervous at all. The guardians from the divine offering land just now were 5 half-step ultimate gods. Now that there are only 4 of them, I'm sure at least one of them is a half-step ultimate god. Maybe even 2 of them are half-step ultimate gods. His tone was incomparably calm, as if he was talking about something unimportant. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, another person said faintly when he heard the words of the person who was exploring the secret realm with him. The 6 of us are all half-step ultimate gods. Only 3 of us were able to kill the 5 people in the first checkpoint within 10 breaths of time. For this trial, the 6 of us will attack together. From the moment we attack, we should be able to finish the battle within 5 breaths of time. The third challenger from the land of sanctions to speak smiled indifferently and fearlessly. 5 breaths of time? The fourth person shook his head and said, I think you're underestimating yourself and us. We have 6 half-step ultimate gods. Even if there are 2 half-step ultimate gods among the 4 of them, it'll be difficult for them to survive for more than 3 breaths of time, let alone 5 breaths of time. Unless we give them a chance to escape. We have someone who's good at the law of space among us. Even if they have someone who's good at the law of space, it's impossible for them to teleport. Even if they have someone who's good at the law of wind, we have 2 people who are good at the law of wind. In terms of speed, even if they have 2 half-step ultimate gods who are good at the law of wind, we won't lose to them. As soon as the fourth person finished speaking, the other 4 nodded in agreement. I'm talking about if we don't cooperate. The person who said 5 breaths of time smiled awkwardly. If we had discussed beforehand and cooperated to deal with them, it would have taken less than 3 breaths of time. If we're in a state of disunity, it should have taken more than 3 breaths of time. The people from the 6 sanctioned lands spoke as if there was no one else present. Furthermore, they did not send voice transmissions to each other. They spoke directly. As a result, their voices were all heard by Duan Ling Tian and the others. Duan Ling Tian was only slightly surprised as he did not expect all the people from the 6 sanctioned lands to be half-step ultimate gods. The other 3 gatekeepers from the divine offering land like Duan Ling Tian were shocked. They have 6 half-step ultimate gods? It's over. It's over. At that moment, the 3 of them were terrified. This was because the 3 of them were only upper-rank divine emperors who were close to becoming half-step ultimate gods. They were still a distance away from becoming half-step ultimate gods. Are you half-step ultimate gods? One of them glanced at the Duan Ling Tian trio and couldn't help but ask. Another person shook his head. I'm not. Even if all 4 of us are half-step ultimate gods, do you think we can survive this time? Based on what they're saying, the 5 gatekeepers from the divine offering land are all half-step ultimate gods like us. There's no half-step ultimate gods among them. If I'm not mistaken, there should be at most 2 half-step ultimate gods among the 4 of us. There might even be only 1 half-step ultimate god. Let me say this first, I'm not a half-step ultimate god. The third person spoke. He glanced at the first person who spoke and then looked at Duan Lingtian. The first person who spoke noticed the third person's gaze and turned pale. Don't look at me. I'm not a half-step ultimate god either. As soon as he finished speaking, all three of them, including him, looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian gently nodded as he looked at the three of them. I should be considered a half-step ultimate god. Should be. When Duan Lingtian's words entered into the ears of the three of them, they were undoubtedly words of modesty. This was because in their opinion, if they were not half-step ultimate gods, Duan Lingtian must be a half-step ultimate god. It's over. A half-step ultimate god. With the three of us, I'm afraid we won't even be able to withstand a single blow from the six of them. I can't believe I'm so unlucky to have accidentally entered a secret realm like this. I might have had a chance if I came in a few later. Now, I'm dead meat. Even after confirming that Duan Lingtian was a half-step ultimate god, the three of them from the divine offering land were not happy at all. They were all dejected and thought they were going to die. The four of them did not use voice transmission to communicate with each other. Therefore, the six of them in the land of sanctions heard everything clearly. Only one half-step ultimate god among the four of them? I overestimated them earlier. I think that even if we only send 3 people, we'll be able to finish them off in 10 breaths' time. If the 6 of us work together, I feel like we'll be able to kill them in a single breath's time. At this moment, 4 of the 6 from the land of sanction stared at Duan Lingtian and the others with a mocking smile on their faces. Only the 2 of them maintained a calm expression. Extraordinary, one of the 2 spoke at the right time. It's best not to be careless. This time, the 6 of us will attack them together again. We can't assume they're only half-step ultimate gods just because they said they're only half-step ultimate gods. Indeed. Another person who looked equally calm also spoke. We still have to be careful. The 6 of us will attack together and discuss our cooperation beforehand. We'll try to take them down in the shortest time possible. It's best to treat all 4 of them as half-step ultimate gods. Although the other 4 felt they were being overly cautious, they did not reject their suggestion as it was not a big deal to be careful. If that's the case, let's attack together. One of the 4 with a mocking smile grinned. What's the plan next? I'll follow your lead. The other 3 with a mocking smile looked at the 2 who had remained calm so far. Their gazes were the same as if they were following orders. The 2 of them looked at each other before one of them said, I'm good at the law of space. I'll be responsible for disrupting the space and cooperating with them to hunt down the fastest among them. The 2 of you are good at the law of wind. You'll be ready to chase down the escaping ones at any time. As for the others, we'll kill them directly. He did not deliberately transmit his voice when he was talking about the plan. Although he felt they had to be careful, he also felt there was no need to be secretive. Even if the opponents were 4 half-step ultimate gods, they could still take them down without hiding anything. This time, the 4 gatekeepers of the divine offering land would definitely die. The 6 from the land of sanctions were making plans as if no one was around. Duan Lingtian and the other gatekeepers from the divine offering land heard their plan clearly. For a moment, the 3 of them who were already in despair became even more desperate. They think we're deliberately deceiving them. Unfortunately, I'm really not a half-step ultimate god. It doesn't matter if they have a plan or not, we're all going to die this time. I regret it. I shouldn't have entered the dimensional battlefield if I knew this would happen. The 3 gatekeepers' faces were pale and their hopes were dashed. Even when they saw the divine power rising from the 6 gatekeepers from the land of sanctions, their bodies did not show any signs of abnormality. They were still maintaining their weak divine power in the air and did not show any signs of battle. It was as if they had completely given up on resisting. Duan Lingtian was the only one who took a step forward. The divine power on his body swept out and waves of dimensional storm raged around him. Duan Lingtian stepped out and took the lead to face the 6 gatekeepers from the land of sanctions alone. The 3 gatekeepers from the divine offering land who were originally in despair seemed to have been influenced by Duan Lingtian. A fierce look appeared on their faces at that moment. This master doesn't intend to wait for death. We can't embarrass the divine offering land. Even if we can't win, we'll fight them. Even if we die, we'll die a glorious death. Master, let me help you. The 3 gatekeepers from the divine offering land who were prepared to die a moment ago also stepped forward and stood side by side with Duan Lingtian after Duan Lingtian stepped forward to protect them behind him. However, Duan Lingtian was not influenced by the 3 gatekeepers' willingness to die. Instead, he was stunned. Did the 3 of them misunderstand me? Did they think I was willing to die? The 6 gatekeepers from the land of sanctions also broke through the air and charged toward Duan Lingtian and the other 3. I think we're being too careful. Those 3 were obviously waiting for death. If it wasn't for the half-step ultimate god who stepped forward and influenced them, they would have given up on resisting. The mocking smile on one of the gatekeepers' face became even brighter. Don't be careless. We'll follow the original plan and do our best to kill them. Yes. A lion will use its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Don't underestimate anyone. I'll shake the surrounding space. The 2 of you who are proficient in the law of wind, keep an eye on them and prioritize the deserter among them. Fortunately, I'm not proficient in the law of space or the law of wind. I don't have to go through so much trouble and can directly fight them. The 6 half-step ultimate gods from the land of sanctions broke through the air and charged toward Duan Lingtian and the other 3 with absolute confidence. In their opinion, what awaited them next would be a complete crushing victory. Even the 2 gatekeepers who were calmer thought so. At this moment, among Duan Lingtian's group of 4, apart from Duan Lingtian, the other 3 had already made up their minds to die a glorious death. However, the depths of their eyes were still filled with despair. In the face of death, their hearts were still filled with despair even if they pretended to be tough and no longer feared. Chapter 42-53. Although the 6 people from the land of sanctions felt that they would definitely win the battle, they did not hold back as 3 of them were on standby while the other 3 made the first move. The high-grade god items that were full souls began to shine brightly, and the power they unleashed was even more dazzling than before. The 3 half-step ultimate gods immediately rushed forward with the intention of killing Duan Lingtian and the other 3. Meanwhile, the other 3 people didn't stay idle as well. In the beginning, they were just watching from the sidelines. However, when they noticed none of Duan Lingtian's group of 4 was escaping, they followed suit and charged towards Duan Lingtian's group of 4. Let's fight it out with them. Let's kill this one who's good at the law of fire together and drag him down with us before we die. Kill him. The other 3 upper-rank god emperors from the land of divine offering next to Duan Lingtian stared at one of the 3 who led the charge. The one who was good at the law of fire was the only one among the 3 who was good at the law of fire. However, their imposing auras were completely annihilated in the next instant. This was because Duan Lingtian's spatial windstorm swept them away and sent them away from the battlefield. At the same time, he became a protective barrier in front of them. The 3 of them were confused at first as they did not understand why their own people would attack them. However, they immediately realized what the only half-step ultimate god among them was going to do when they were sent to the back. He was going to take on the 6 half-step ultimate gods from the land of sanctions alone. Why did he have to do this? It doesn't matter if we die early or later. Does he think we can still live if he dies? Forget it. His efforts have been wasted. Let's let him shine for the last time and then let him die. The three of them had no complaints and did not feel it was a pity that they did not kill the other half-step ultimate god who was good at the law of fire. This was because the possibility of them killing him was almost zero. After all, there were still 5 other half-step ultimate gods on the other side. They could not just watch the 4 of them kill the half-step ultimate god who was good at the law of fire. Duan Lingtian naturally did not know what the 3 of them were thinking. He didn't even bother to control the stunned gazes of the 6 from the land of judgment. A spatial storm swept out from his body, and in an instant, he controlled the surrounding space. Then, a rainbow-colored light sword whizzed out of his body and floated in the void. A beautiful figure wearing a rainbow-colored robe appeared. "It's your bad luck to meet me." In the next instant, Duan Lingtian said calmly as he looked at the 6 eminent ultimate gods who had regained their senses and were charging toward him. Among the 6 of them, only 2 of them were slightly frowning with vigilance while the other 4 were sneering. "A half-step ultimate god wants to fight the 6 of us? A mantis trying to stop a chariot? You overestimate yourself. Ridiculous." However, the disdain and indifference on their faces did not last long. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian swung the rainbow-colored light sword in his hand. The rainbow-colored sword light whizzed out, causing the void to tremble and tiny spatial cracks to appear. The sword light continued to expand and become more and more dazzling as if it could cover everything in its path. The 6 half-step ultimate gods from the land of judgment were only in a stalemate for a moment before they were completely crushed by the rainbow-colored sword light. At the same time, a faint light swept across the entire heaven and earth as if it had shrouded a large area that could not be seen by the naked eye. 100,000 miles of dim light. The 3 from the land of divine offering who were protected by Duan Lingtian behind him cried out in horror. "Retreat! Retreat quickly!" At the same time, the 2 calmer ones among the 6 from the land of judgment shouted almost at the same time. Then, the 2 of them took the lead to retreat. However, the other 4 were still a little slow to react. Whoosh! The rainbow-colored sword light destroyed everything in its path. It was invincible and directly engulfed the 4 half-step ultimate gods who had yet to fully recover from their shock. No, impossible. After the 4 half-step ultimate gods fell, their final unwilling screams echoed in the ears of the people in the secret realm. "Let's go." At the same time, the remaining 2 half-step ultimate gods from the land of judgment looked at each other and said in unison. In the next moment, they released their divine powers and formed a thick defense in front of them. An illusory door appeared above their heads in a timely manner. Whoosh! Another rainbow-colored sword radiance swept over, shattering the defenses that the 2 of them had condensed in front of them. However, just as the sword radiance shattered their defenses and was about to land on their bodies, their figures disappeared into thin air. The rainbow-colored sword light missed its target and continued to slash downwards. It landed on a continuous mountain range below, directly severing the mountain range. After the dust settled, a terrifying ravine appeared. It was so deep that the bottom could not be seen, and its length could not be seen. Breaking a mountain with a single slash. They're quite vigilant. When the dust had settled, Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. It was as though he was not bothered by the fact that the 2 people from the Judgment Land had fled. His eyes were calm, and a faint smile appeared on his face. It did not matter to him whether or not he killed those 2. He was sent into the secret realm as a gatekeeper. As long as he could survive, there was nothing more he could ask for. At this moment, the 3 people who were also from the land of divine remains were completely dumbfounded. They originally thought they were going to die. After all, the 6 people from the land of judgment were all half-step ultimate gods. On their side, there were not only 4 half-step ultimate gods, but only 1 half-step ultimate god. They had even decided to die with the only remaining half-step ultimate god in the world. However, they did not expect the other party to send them to the back as if to buy them more time to survive. At least, they thought so at that time. They all thought the other party was also prepared to die and just wanted to die first. Although they could not figure out why there was such a person, they did not suspect the other party was that kind of person. After all, there was no place that did not exist in this vast world. It was only at this moment that they finally understood. The other party was not the kind of weirdo who liked to die alone. The other party did not send them to the back to die first so that they could die later. It was because he was confident in dealing with the 6 half-step ultimate gods from the land of judgment. He crushed the attack of 6 half-step ultimate gods with one strike and killed 4 half-step ultimate gods at the same time. The remaining 2 half-step ultimate gods would have died if they didn't activate the secret realm's law in time and leave the secret realm. Those 2 are very fast. Even if they were a little slower, they would still be killed. That's terrifying. Although this master is only a high-level divine emperor, I'm afraid his strength is comparable to some lower-level ultimate gods. Maybe this master can even kill an ordinary lower-level ultimate god. Today, even an ordinary lower-level ultimate god would not be able to kill the 6 of them so easily. After the 3 of them regained their senses, they looked at each other and spoke one after another. Their voices were full of shock and their eyes were still filled with disbelief. "Thank you, Master, for saving our lives." One of them was the first to regain his senses and rose to the sky to thank Duan Ling Tian. The other 2 hurriedly followed and bowed to thank Duan Ling Tian. They also introduced themselves and solemnly promised that if Duan Ling Tian needed their help in the future, they would not hesitate to risk their lives. However, Duan Ling Tian merely smiled faintly. He did not mind at all. To him, the 3 of them were just passers-by in his life. You don't have to do this. The fact that you're still alive today means that you're not fated to die. Master, may I know your name? One of the 3 men asked Duan Ling Tian anxiously when the spatial whirlpool appeared and a suction force swept out. What's the matter? Master, even if you don't want anything in return, you should at least let us know the name of our savior, right? Said the other person. Seeing this, Duan Ling Tian did not deliberately hide his name. My name is Duan Ling Tian. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 of them, including Duan Ling Tian, were enveloped by the sucking force of the whirlpool and were taken away from the secret realm. As for the other 3, as they were taken away, they also engraved the name Duan Ling Tian in their hearts. This time, if it were not for this master, they would have died without a doubt. If they were to tell others about this after they got out, they would definitely be shocked beyond words. Perhaps. Not many people dared to believe that there would be such a terrifying upper-level god emperor in the world. Even if there were people who believed that there was such a terrifying upper-level god emperor, they might not believe that they would coincidentally meet him. This time, they were swept into the secret realm where the people from the land of punishment were exploring and the experience of being the gatekeepers. This experience was unforgettable for them. That elegant and unrestrained purple figure who seemed to be invincible was also destined to be unforgettable for them. Duan Ling Tian himself did not think much of it. Even if he had saved the 3 of them, it was just a small effort. If the 3 of them had died, he would have dealt with the 6 people from the land of punishment all the same. Saving the 3 of them was just a matter of convenience. What a magical dimensional battlefield. After Duan Ling Tian was sent out, he realized that he was no longer in the sky above the valley where he had been swept into previously. He appeared in a barren stone forest. In the stone forest, there were huge rocks everywhere. The big ones were like pillars that supported the sky and the small ones were 7 to 8 meters tall. In this place, it was very easy to hide one's body. Duan Ling Tian did not stay there for long. He quickly left the stone forest and continued his journey in the dimensional battlefield. Along the way, he continued to cultivate and continue to comprehend. In actual combat, he discovered his shortcomings and improved himself. Time passed quietly. The day when the chaotic area would open was getting closer and closer. 3 years before that day, Duan Lingtian finally stepped into the final bottleneck of the upper Divine Emperor realm. He was only one step away from the lower Divine Emperor realm. Next, I'll go into seclusion, consume the heavenly Tao fruit and step into the ultimate God realm. Duan Lingtian left the inner area of the battlefield and returned to the outer area. He found a secluded place, set up layers of formations, and went into seclusion. As long as the formations did not move, he would not be awakened. If there was any movement, even if it was just the slightest movement, he would be the first to wake up. Since he was outside, he naturally could not be reckless. He always had to have a backup plan. The third heavenly Tao fruit. With my current cultivation, I'll definitely enter the ultimate God realm after digesting all of its medicinal efficacy. Divine fruits like the heavenly Tao fruit could only be consumed 3 at most. Consuming the 4th would greatly reduce the medicinal efficacy. It was also because of this that Duan Lingtian did not consume the heaven ascension fruit he had obtained in the natural secret realm. 2 divine fruits of the same type would develop a resistance to each other. If there was no resistance, he would have already entered the ultimate God realm with 1 heavenly Tao fruit and 1 heaven ascension fruit. There was no need to wait until now. Chapter 42-54. The heavenly adjudicator battlefield was the battlefield where the divine offering land and the sanctioned land intersected. In this place, people from the world of divine remains and the sanctioned lands were fighting everywhere. Not only outside, but even inside the secret territory, it was the same. Only those who came from the same realm of gods could enter the secret realm at the same time. There were 2 types of secret realms. One was for people from the same realm of gods who did not know each other to enter the secret land at the same time. After the secret land was opened, they would enter the secret land together with other strangers. During this process, they would face all kinds of challenges in the secret land. Some of the challenges would even be the gatekeeper of the secret land. The other type of secret land was even crueler. 2 people from different realms of gods would enter the secret land at the same time and appear in a certain scene to kill each other. After killing each other, not only would they be rewarded, but they would also receive additional rewards. In the end, if one side was annihilated and the other survived, they would be able to obtain additional rewards. This type of secret land was also the cruelest. Only when one party was killed would the journey in the secret land be considered over. Before that, one could not even choose to surrender. For this reason, one had to bear the risk of entering the secret land. Naturally, this was not the only type of secret land. Even the secret land was just as dangerous. It was a one-on-one secret land. 2 people would enter the same secret land and kill each other. The winner would receive additional rewards. The more battle merits one accumulated, the better the additional rewards one would receive in the secret land. Whether it was a secret land or a secret land, it was the same. However, there were many people like Duan Lingtian who had been accumulating battle merits in the multi-person secret realm before they finally opened the multi-person secret realm. This was because they might not be matched with other people like Duan Lingtian. Once you accumulated 100,000 or even 1 million battle points, you would be able to open the multiplayer secret realm. If no one had accumulated enough battle points to open the multiplayer secret realm, the multiplayer secret realm would not open. Under such circumstances, it would be easier to open the secret land. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian had been accumulating his battle merit points while waiting for the last secret realm to be opened. It was a single-person secret realm. He had no intention of opening a multi-person secret realm. Perhaps, when he went to open the multiplayer secret realm, the chaotic area would have already opened before the others could open the multiplayer secret realm. While Duan Lingtian was in closed-door cultivation to break through to the ultimate god stage, in a multi-person secret realm, a beam of light suddenly shot out in all directions and shook heaven and earth. Moreover, it was the kind of secret realm where many people were fighting each other. Originally, there were 6 people fighting each other, 3 against 3. At this moment, one of the 3 people, a graceful figure with a veil over her face, glowed brightly. Her divine power seemed to have risen by an entire level in the blink of an eye. Breakthrough. The expressions of the 3 people on the other side changed greatly, and they all retreated at the same time. On the other hand, the other 2 people on the woman's side who were wearing a veil and had obviously made a breakthrough during the battle revealed expressions of wild joy. There's hope to turn the tables. Who would have thought, ever since they entered this multi-person secret realm, they had gone from being in high spirits to being in despair. It could be said that they had experienced ups and downs in their emotions. 5 people against 5 people. 2 of them had died, so the remaining 3 were against 3. However, the 3 people on the other side were obviously stronger than the 3 of them. Just a moment ago, the 3 of them were barely holding on and were about to lose. However, they did not expect the strongest female expert among them to make a breakthrough during the battle at the critical moment. In the blink of an eye, the divine power breath of a mid-level ultimate god had already swept across all directions. Take advantage of her breakthrough and kill the other 2. Fight the other 2 to death and the 3 of us might have a chance if we join forces. The 3 lower-level ultimate gods from the land of sanctions who originally thought that victory was within their grasp chose to charge forward after subconsciously retreating for a moment. Now, they had no other choice. They could only fight. If they fought, there was still a glimmer of hope. If they did not fight, they would definitely die when the woman fully familiarized herself with the power of a mid-level ultimate god and joined forces with the other 2. Kill. At that moment, the 3 lower-level ultimate gods from the land of sanctions were like mad dogs as they pounced on the 2 people from the land of divine remains. Only the woman who was still in the midst of her breakthrough was abandoned by them. The 2 people from the land of divine remains turned pale as they subconsciously rushed in the direction of the woman's breakthrough, thinking that she would be able to help them block the attacks. However, the woman seemed to have fallen into a strange state. Although she was in the midst of a breakthrough, the energy emanating from her body seemed to be reversing time. One of the lower-level ultimate gods from the land of divine remains approached her and half of his black hair instantly turned white. It was even to the extent that the other half of his face that originally had the appearance of a young man seemed to have experienced countless years at this instant, and it became extremely old and covered in wrinkles. How can this be? Not only is she having a breakthrough in her cultivation base, but even her temporal law energy is also improving. Why does it feel like there's no end to her temporal law energy's improvement? But, it doesn't seem right. The 2 people from the land of divine remains who were close to the woman narrowed their eyes in shock as they could not figure out what was happening. Do you think she has mastered the infinite Tao of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth? One of them asked the other through telepathy as they were fleeing. The other person's eyes widened when he heard the question. Yes. When we saw her attack earlier, we suspected that she had mastered the embryonic form of the infinite Tao. Otherwise, with her attainments in the law of time, even if she had her clone, she might not be much stronger than us. However, even though her clone was destroyed, her strength is still stronger than us. At that time, I suspected that she had mastered some kind of 4 Tao of heaven and earth. However, we were too blind and her side did not show it clearly. That's why we couldn't tell. Don't go near her. I feel like the temporal law energy around her is in the midst of a breakthrough in the infinite Tao. Endless years passed in an instant. Earlier, I felt that not only was half of my lifespan slipping away, but even the divine power in my body had also weakened. The infinite Tao is terrifying. We just have to make sure that the 3 of them don't catch up to us. As long as she successfully completes her breakthrough, the 3 of us can easily defeat the 3 people from the land of sanctions. The two people on the woman's side did not dare to get too close to the woman. They kept a distance from the three lesser ultimate gods from the land of sanctions and started a tug of war. Of course, calling it a tug of war was an understatement. The two people from the land of divine offering were running for their lives. Why don't we take advantage of the fact that the woman is in a strange state and hasn't woken up for a long time to kill her? If she dies, the other two will have no chance of survival. The three lesser ultimate gods from the land of sanctions saw that they would not be able to find an opportunity to attack the other two people from the land of divine offering. They wished that they had mastered the law of wind and the law of space so that they could catch up to the two people from the land of divine offering. All right. Let's kill her first. Let's stay away from her and not get too close to her. One of the people from the land of sanctions earlier had visibly aged half of his body when he got too close to her. Previously, I thought this woman's law of time was strange. Now, it seems like she has mastered the embryonic form of the infinite Tao. Now, it seems like not only is her cultivation base breaking through, but her infinite Tao is also transforming. After the transformation, she might be able to truly master the infinite Tao. I underestimated her earlier. I didn't expect her to master the infinite Tao. If she really breaks through to the intermediate ultimate God realm and masters the infinite Tao, she might be able to easily kill us all on her own. Let's kill her first. At this moment, the three people from the land of sanctions noticed that the woman might be completely mastering the infinite Tao of the four heavenly and earthly Tao. Their expressions turned solemn. A hint of fear flashed in the depths of their eyes. In the next moment, the three of them gave up on pursuing the other two and joined forces to attack the woman. The two people from the land of divine offering were horrified when they saw that the three of them had suddenly abandoned them and attacked the woman. They instinctively wanted to help the woman. However, it was too late for them to make a move now because they were too far away. Oh no! One of the people's expression changed again. On the other hand, he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to the woman. Miss Kerr, wake up. Just break through your cultivation base. It won't be too late to comprehend the infinite Tao after we kill them. Of course, he also knew that the woman might have entered a mysterious state of enlightenment. That was why she showed signs of completely mastering the infinite Tao. If she forcefully stopped, she might miss the opportunity to comprehend the infinite Tao. It would be extremely difficult for her to comprehend it again. However, there was no other choice now. If the woman continued to comprehend the infinite Tao, the three of them would definitely die if they joined forces. At that time, even if she comprehended the infinite Tao before she died, what could she do? Sometimes, some things had to be given up in the end. Although he felt sorry for the woman, he had no choice but to wake her up now. She also believed that if the woman was saved, even if she lost this fortuitous encounter, she would absolutely not blame him. At the same time, as the people from the world of divine remains transmitted their voices to the woman, she opened her eyes in an instant. There was a mysterious glow in her eyes that was extremely strange. In the next moment, her eyes were clear as she saw the three people from the land of punishment joining forces to attack her. At this moment, the three of them were attacking her with all their might. The void trembled, and the terrifying energy caused the surrounding space to shake as though it would collapse at any time. Just a little bit more. The woman let out a sigh. Her calm eyes suddenly flickered with a cold murderous intent. Originally, I could have completely mastered the limitless Tao and improved my strength further. It's all because of you that my enlightenment was forcefully interrupted. You obstructed my progress and might interfere with my plan 100 years later. All of you deserve to die. Chapter 42-55. Although she had not fully comprehended the infinite Tao, she was close to reaching the final step. However, he had also reached the final step. Compared to before, he could not be mentioned in the same breath. She had even regained her cultivation base of a medium ultimate god. In her previous life, she had chosen to walk the path of death. Before she reincarnated, she had already entered the medium ultimate god realm and had completely consolidated her cultivation base. Even in the entire world of divine remains, her talent was still outstanding. In her previous life, her achievements were much higher than Yunqing Yan's. For this reason, Yunqing Yan wanted to have her. If he had her, he would be able to gain the Xia clan's support and stabilize the Yun clan so that he could smoothly become the clan leader. As a woman with a man in the family, it might be difficult for her to take charge of the Xia clan. However, as long as she was strong enough, her authority in the Xia clan would not be weaker than the clan leader. Yunqing Yan had his eyes on this point. It's just like before. I don't need to consolidate my cultivation base after entering the medium ultimate god realm. Once I break through, it's completely consolidated. Is this the foundation of my previous life? Kerr had only confirmed one thing after she came to the divine offering land. Every time she made a breakthrough in her cultivation base, she did not need to spend time consolidating her cultivation base. Therefore, she suspected it had something to do with her previous life. In her previous life, when she chose the path of reincarnation, she had just consolidated her cultivation base of a medium ultimate god. Therefore, in this life, she did not need to spend time consolidating her cultivation base until she reached the medium ultimate god realm. Now, she had confirmed this conjecture. Although she had just entered the medium ultimate god realm, her cultivation base had been completely consolidated. Her divine power was stable, and she could use it freely without any discomfort. At this moment, Kerr was in a trance as she circulated her divine power. It was as though she had returned to her previous life when she chose to reincarnate and went through the ordeal of death. Father. Why did he treat me like that? Just because I'm not Auntie's biological daughter? With a sigh in her heart, Kerr sensed that the three attacks were getting closer and closer. She completely returned to her senses. The void in front of her trembled, and a slender brush appeared in her hand. This brush was jade green in color and there was a faint white light lingering around it. A condensed soul was also faintly discernible. At first glance, this condensed soul looked more like the soul of a little girl. Whoosh! After that, the brush in Kerr's hand seemed to have come to life. It moved like a dragon, and with just a casual stroke, the space in front of her seemed to have solidified. The three ferocious attacks froze in the void in the blink of an eye. Although they broke through the bindings, their speed was still very slow. Seeing this, the faces of the three cultivators from the land of sanctions changed. How is this possible? It wasn't difficult for the three of them to notice that the middle-level ultimate god in front of them had a very stable divine power. There wasn't the slightest bit of sluggishness when he attacked. This was something that was almost impossible. It was difficult for a lower ultimate god to step into the middle ultimate god realm. Not only was it difficult to consolidate one's cultivation base, but it also required time to familiarize oneself with the newly transformed divine power. Because of this, they thought that they might be able to kill the middle-level ultimate god realm expert even if the three of them worked together. However, they only realized how naive they were at that moment. Let's give it our all. Otherwise, we won't be able to escape death. One of them roared and his ultimate god illusory body appeared. It was more than 10 meters tall. At the same time, his attack seemed to have been boosted in an instant. Rays of crimson light wandered around his body. His aura was overbearing. The other two cultivators did not hesitate. Their ultimate god illusory body appeared and their bloodline power appeared. They were going all out. Competing with the ultimate god illusory body? Kuer smiled faintly. Immediately, her supreme god phantom also appeared. The supreme god phantom was more than 100 meters tall, like a peerless goddess of war. She looked down at the three supreme gods that were more than 10 meters tall, like an adult looking down at 3 children. She has really consolidated her cultivation base. How is this possible? The 3 lower ultimate gods from the world of divine remains were shocked, and they saw Kerr's 100-meter-tall ultimate god illusory body. At that moment, the last bit of hope they had in their hearts was gone. Initially, they thought they were mistaken. The middle-level ultimate god illusory body's divine power was just a little stable, but not really stable. However, they no longer had any doubts when they saw the middle-level ultimate god illusory body perfectly presented. The middle-level ultimate god illusory body had indeed consolidated her cultivation base. She had just broken through to the middle ultimate god realm and had already consolidated her cultivation base. This, they could not help but feel their scalps go numb when they thought about it. They were not the only ones who felt their scalps go numb at that moment. Even the 2 cultivators from the world of divine remains were so shocked that they froze in their tracks. Even their attacks were dispelled halfway. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? How is this possible? The 2 of them only came back to their senses when they saw Kerr's 100-meter-tall ultimate god illusory body attack. A brush as tall as a mountain slashed across the sky and easily crushed one of the lower ultimate gods from the land of sanctions. They were not dreaming. They did not enter an illusion or anything. All of this was real. Boom! The lower ultimate god fell. A huge ultimate god illusory body avatar appeared and let out an unwilling roar before crashing to the ground. Blood rained down from the sky. A lower ultimate god was killed in an instant. At that moment, the other 2 lower ultimate gods from the land of sanctions were in complete despair. Take 2 more of my brushes. Ku-Er's indifferent voice shook the heavens and the earth. The 100-meter-tall divine venerate phantom casually waved her hand. Immediately, the mountain-like writing brush fell with a loud rumble. Boom! A brush light fell and enveloped one of the lower ultimate gods. The lower ultimate god illusory body's first reaction was not to resist but to escape. However, when the brush light hit the void, it caused the space around him to stagnate and controlled the flow of time in the void where he was. This was the profundity of the temporal law. Of course, in order to control the opponent, one must be stronger than the opponent. Otherwise, if one's strength was weaker than the opponent, it would be difficult to control the flow of time in the space where the opponent was. The profundity of the temporal law was similar to the spatial law's imprisonment profundity. If one's strength was weaker than the opponent's, it would be difficult to imprison the opponent. Even if one was lucky enough to imprison the opponent would be able to break the imprison with greater strength. When one's strength exceeded a certain level, any technique would be useless. One could defeat 10 techniques with brute strength. No. The lower ultimate god from the land of sanctions was shocked when he felt the flow of time around him had slowed down. Even his own movements had begun to slow down. In the next moment, he wanted to attack, but his attack was still affected by the flow of time. Of course, when he attacked, the flow of time restriction was obviously not as strong. After all, the flow of time originated from Kerr. However, if someone tried to break it with brute strength, they would still be affected to a certain extent. As for how much of an effect it had, it would depend entirely on the strength of the person who attacked. A lower ultimate god would be affected, but it would not be much. There was still a long way to go before he could break the flow of time. Boom! When Kerr's brush light fell on the lower ultimate god, it not only crushed the lower ultimate god's attack that was affected by the flow of time but also completely enveloped him. In the next moment, after being enveloped by the brush light, the lower ultimate god visibly aged. In the end, he even turned into a skeleton. The skeleton then turned into ashes and dissipated between heaven and earth as if he had never existed. The power of time had completely washed him away. He was erased from this world. In an instant it was as if he had been cut off from eternity. This was the epitome of a stroke cutting off eternity. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. The last lower ultimate god from the land of sanctions was in complete despair. Facing the stroke that fell on him again, his face was blank and his hopes were dashed. This time, Kerr's brushlight did not even encounter any resistance and directly crushed him to death. It was just like the previous person. A stroke cutting off eternity. Under the washing of the power of time, the lower ultimate god who originally looked like a middle-aged man turned into an old man in an instant. Then, he turned into a skeleton and finally, he turned into ashes. 2 lower ultimate gods were killed in 1 or 2 breaths' time. The heaven and earth anomaly of their deaths also appeared one after another within a breath's time. 2 unwilling cries shook heaven and earth. Then, 2 huge figures suddenly fell. 2 more lower ultimate gods had fallen. A rain of blood fell and blew on the faces of the other 2 lower ultimate gods from the land of divine remains, causing them to feel a chill in their hearts. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that this woman who called herself Duan Kuer, who had been silent since the beginning, would be so terrifying. In the beginning, she kept a low profile and later displayed strength that was even stronger than theirs. Later on, when they thought they were going to die, not only did she make a breakthrough to the medium ultimate god realm, but she also completely consolidated her cultivation base at the same time. This was completely beyond their understanding. They had never even heard of such a situation before, let alone witnessing it with their own eyes. Even if an immortal expert recultivated. I'm afraid it's nothing more than this. One of them could not help but let his imagination run wild. Could the woman in front of him be an immortal expert who recultivated from the beginning? If that was the case, it would make sense. Other than that, he really could not think of anyone else who could be so nature-defying. All the extra rewards will be mine. At that moment, Kerr's ultimate god apparition dissipated. She calmly glanced at the other 2 people who came from the land of divine remains like her and asked, "Do you have any objections?" Her gaze seemed calm and without any hostility, but when it fell into the eyes of the 2 people from the land of divine remains, they could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. At the same time, they quickly expressed their stance. No objections, no objections. Of course, no objections. Today, if it weren't for Master Kerr's help, we would have died. It's only right for you to take the extra rewards. Chapter 42-56. Kerr did not expect to become a medium ultimate god during this trip to the secret zone. Initially, she had thought it would be good enough if she could make a breakthrough before the chaotic region where the realms of gods converged. She did not expect to make a breakthrough in advance. As for the reason for her breakthrough, it was none other than the fact that the opponents she encountered in the multiplayer secret realm were too strong, causing her to feel a fatal threat. Thus, she broke through under the heavy pressure. This was not the first time she had made a breakthrough. Over the years, she had made a breakthrough in the realm battlefield several times when she was on the brink of death. The reason she was so lucky was because she had the foundation from her past life. Otherwise, she would not have been so lucky time and time again. It's also because I didn't encounter opponents that are too strong. Otherwise, even if I'm lucky enough to make a breakthrough, I would still die if I'm not a match for my opponent. After obtaining the generous reward, Kerr left the secret zone. Her eyes shone brightly as she thought to herself, "Now that I've regained my cultivation base from my past life, my mastery of the law of time is stronger than before, and I have the embryonic form of the infinite Tao, I'm much stronger than before. Now, even in the family, I have a certain amount of authority. Now, there's still some time before that chaotic area opens." Lin Fan said. "I haven't been back since I left the divine offering land and entered the realm battlefield. It's time for me to visit my parents, Sister Fei, Si Ling, and the others." "That girl, Si Ling, is all grown up now?" We haven't seen each other for so many years. I wonder if she still remembers me as her mother. Ker's eyes were filled with tenderness when she thought about her daughter. At the same time, she felt a stab of pain in her heart. When she left her daughter was still very young. At the very least, the time she spent with her daughter was far less than the time she left. Si Ling, I hope you can understand me. I left you so that we can reunite after 100 years. Ker sighed before she made her way to the nearby military camp. She was going to use the teleportation formation in the military camp to return to the Divine Offering Land. Then, she would return to the Xia clan. When Ker left the world of Divine Remains. In a remote area of the world of Divine Remains, the wind and clouds were surging. Terrifying auras tore apart the formation and spread out. It even startled a group of people nearby. This aura is so strong. This is a high-level god emperor breaking through to become a supreme god. I wonder if they're from our sanctioned land or the world of Divine Remains. It doesn't matter which side he's from, it's better for us to leave as soon as possible. If he's from the world of Divine Remains, we'll definitely die if he targets us. Since this area was only the outer region of the battlefield, very few ultimate gods would appear here. Although there were many emperor gods, they immediately made way when they realized that an ultimate god had appeared. Regardless of whether it was the people from the world of Divine Remains or the land of sanctions, none of them dared to linger in the vicinity for fear of being targeted by the other party. If the other party was from a realm of gods, they would not be able to escape death. The terrifying energy spread out like a whirlpool, constantly expanding to the surroundings. At this moment, at the center of the raging energy storm, the various formations that were previously used to assist the cultivator in his closed-door cultivation had been ruthlessly destroyed. It was even to the extent that even a large expanse of the surrounding mountain range had been swept into a flat area by the terrifying and raging unstable energy. When looked at from afar, the entire expanse of land was covered in desolation and extremely dilapidated. Waves of visible whirlpool energy were still swirling in the void, stirring up a sandstorm that filled the sky. At the center of the sandstorm, a figure was sitting cross-legged in the void with his eyes closed as he cultivated. Is this the ultimate god's divine energy? It's so powerful. Suddenly, the figure's owner opened his eyes. His gaze was as sharp as lightning. If there was anyone present, they would not dare to look him in the eye. It was a young man in a long purple robe. He had dashing eyebrows, bright eyes, and a handsome face. His aura was outstanding and radiant. Everything around him seemed to pale in comparison as he stood there. I, Duan Ling Tian, have finally entered the ultimate god realm. From now on, I can be considered an expert in the realms of gods, Duan Ling Tian said. In the realm of gods, there were many powerhouses. However, only those who had entered the ultimate god realm could be considered as true powerhouses. Of course, even before his breakthrough, Duan Lingtian's combat strength was enough to kill a medium-level ultimate god. It was enough for him to be recognized as a powerhouse in the realm of gods. However, Duan Lingtian did not feel the same way. He also felt that only those who had entered the ultimate god realm could be considered as powerhouses in the realm of gods. They were powerhouses who could rule over a territory and rule over it. It's completely different, my soul energy has also undergone a transformation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the difference between the ultimate god realm and the upper god realm. His perception was now 10 times stronger than before. Even his eyesight and hearing had improved to a whole new level. Also, the Supreme Godhead has merged with my body. Apart from that, when Duan Lingtian was breaking through to the ultimate god stage, he wanted to take out the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity to comprehend the law of space. He did not expect the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity would fuse with his body as soon as it came into contact with his godly venerate divine energy. It even entered his sea of consciousness and transformed into a force similar to soul energy before merging with his soul. Of course, Duan Lingtian initially thought the Supreme Godhead had merged with his soul. However, when he subconsciously used his soul energy to observe his soul, it was not difficult for him to discover the Supreme Godhead was still there. It was just that it was enveloped by his soul energy. The Supreme Godhead that had transformed into a force similar to soul energy became a part of his soul after merging with his soul. At the same time, it returned to its original state and existed in his soul. I didn't expect the Supreme Godhead to merge with my soul after entering the ultimate God realm. Moreover, it's constantly deepening my understanding of the law of space. This was something Duan Lingtian had just discovered. In the past, he could only use the Supreme Godhead to comprehend the law of space when he fell into a deep slumber to deepen and improve his understanding of the law of space. However, the Supreme Godhead had merged with his soul and was constantly deepening his understanding of the law of space. Moreover, the speed of deepening was not any slower than when he had entered a deep slumber. If this continues, my understanding of the law of space will be faster than before. I won't even have to spend too much time on it. Duan Lingtian was shocked and pleasantly surprised when he thought of this. Perhaps, it won't be long before my law of space reaches the point where it can illuminate 1,000,000 miles. Duan Lingtian's law of space was not weak at all. After all, even a medium ultimate God would not be able to control the law of space that could illuminate 100,000 miles. Moreover, he had just entered the lower ultimate God realm. However, I've just broken through and my divine power is still unstable. There's no shortcut for me to quickly consolidate my cultivation. I'll have to rely on myself to do so. Of course, although I haven't consolidated my cultivation, the strength of my divine power is much stronger than before. Now, I'm not completely powerless even if I'm up against some slightly stronger mid-level ultimate gods. Of course, I'm definitely no match for top-medium ultimate gods like Third Senior Brother. Although Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had broken through, he was not as excited as before when he thought about how he was still no match for some of the more powerful medium-level ultimate gods. I'll familiarize myself with this unstable divine power and use all the battle merits I've accumulated to open a single-person secret realm. If I'm not mistaken, the single-person secret realm I'll enter won't be a secret realm where I can compete with a lower ultimate god from another sanctioned land. After all, it's basically impossible for a lower ultimate god to be as bored as me and only open a secret realm after accumulating so many battle merits. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian entered the inner circle and began to look for opponents. After searching for a few days, he did not meet anyone from the sanctioned land. He did meet someone from the divine offering land, but he did not attack. A few days later, he met another person from the divine offering land who was also a lower ultimate god. This time, Duan Lingtian could not help but move to intercept his opponent. According to his plan, the people from the divine offering land should be sparring and not killing. Otherwise, when would he be able to find a suitable opponent? Your Excellency, we're both from the divine offering land. Do you want to fight with me? The lower ultimate god from the divine offering land was a middle-aged man with a faint gray light shining around his body, indicating his identity as a person from the divine offering land. However, at this moment, his expression was not very pleasant. Let's spar. Duan Lingtian grinned. I've just broken through to the ultimate god stage, so I wanted to find an opponent to familiarize myself with the divine energy in my body. However, after searching for some time, I didn't find anyone from the land of sanctions. Instead, I met two people from the divine offering land. Let's just spar and not get serious. What do you think? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Just made a breakthrough? However, the middle-aged man's frown instantly relaxed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. There was a hint of playfulness in the depths of his eyes. He did not expect the lower ultimate god in front of him to be a lower ultimate god who had just broken through to the ultimate god realm. Now that he had deliberately observed and sensed his opponent's restless divine power, he confirmed that his opponent had just stepped into the ultimate God realm and his divine power had yet to stabilize. "Boy, I'm not interested in sparring with you." A cold light flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes and his expression changed in the blink of an eye. "Since you want to fight, I'll fight with you. Let's fight to the death." Chapter 42-57. In the dimensional battlefield, people of the same cultivation level and from the same realm of gods would rarely take the initiative to fight each other unless they had a personal grudge against each other. After all, even if one killed the other party, one would not be able to take the other party's battle merits. Moreover, the other party had self-destructed their storage ring. Even if one was lucky enough to kill the other party, the most one could do was to take the other party's divine weapon. Moreover, one could be injured in the process of fighting. It was fine if it was just a light injury, but if it was a slightly more serious injury, it could very well bring about a lot of hidden dangers in the future. If he met someone of the same cultivation level as him in the sanctioned lands, he might not be afraid of the other party, but because of this, he might be slightly weaker than the other party, or even be in danger of dying. Therefore, even if the lower ultimate god in front of Duan Ling Tian met Duan Ling Tian and found out that Duan Ling Tian was also from the divine offering land and was also a lower ultimate god, the lower ultimate god had no intention of attacking Duan Ling Tian. Even if he killed the other party, the most he could do was to take the other party's divine weapon and he might even be injured. Just entered the lower ultimate god realm? However, the lower ultimate god that Duan Ling Tian met now wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian when he heard that Duan Ling Tian had just entered the ultimate god realm. In his opinion, killing a lower ultimate god like Duan Ling Tian would be effortless and he would not be injured at all. Under such circumstances, he could obtain a full soul high-grade divine artifact without any effort at all. Fight to the death? Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard the other party's words. He immediately guessed what the other party was thinking and smiled faintly. "If you want to fight to the death, I have no objections. However, I'll give you a chance. If you agree to my request to spar, I won't take your life when we fight later. Otherwise, don't blame me for not holding back." When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, his tone was still calm, and his expression was as calm as before. Pfft. However, the other party did not seem to appreciate it. Instead, he sneered with a look of disdain. "Boy, you've just entered the ultimate god realm. How dare you talk nonsense in front of me? Do you think I'll be afraid of you just because you said that? Ridiculous. Now, I can confirm that you've just entered the ultimate god realm. You haven't even consolidated your cultivation base yet, and your divine power is unstable. Do you really think you can kill me?" Without waiting for Duan Ling Tian to speak, the other party immediately attacked. The void trembled as scorching flames burned the void, whistling towards Duan Ling Tian. It was unknown whether it was because Duan Ling Tian's words earlier had alerted him or because he wanted to end the battle quickly. As soon as he attacked, he used his high-quality god artifact, a god artifact that could be called an elite weapon. It was a folding fan. He held the folding fan in his hand, and as he opened it, he seemed to be able to control the flames of the world. The flames burned the sky, enveloping the entire world, and converged towards Duan Ling Tian. In addition, his divine power was stable when he attacked. It was obvious that he was a lower ultimate god who had completely consolidated his cultivation base. Compared to Duan Ling Tian's divine power, it was not on the same level. Although this person's strength is not the best among the lower ultimate gods, he's not bad. Duan Ling Tian's expression did not change when he saw his opponent attack. He had a rough idea of his opponent's strength. Normally, I can overpower him without using the 4 heavenly Dao. I won't use my avatar to fight with him. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Duan Ling Tian's unstable divine power vibrated. The moment the space law appeared, signs of 100,000 miles of dim light appeared, covering an area of 100,000 miles. Then, the 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared in his hand. With a shake of the sword, his divine power and the space law merged. In the form of a rainbow energy, the sword light condensed into a sword to meet the sweeping flames. Dim light of 100,000 miles. Duan Lingtian's opponent had a mocking smile on his face at first. He felt that the lower ultimate god in front of him was overestimating himself and dared to provoke him. However, the mocking smile on his face disappeared when he saw Duan Lingtian's space law phenomenon. It was replaced by a solemn expression. You're not completely useless after all. You've mastered the space law to such an extent. However, you can't kill me with just this little bit of strength. As his opponent sneered, flames condensed and collided head-on with Duan Lingtian's rainbow sword light. When the two collided, dazzling fireworks bloomed as beautiful as fireworks. The two of them were evenly matched in their first confrontation. I've underestimated you. However, with your strength, even if your bloodline power is extraordinary, you'll only be able to fight me to a draw. You're not qualified to kill me. At that moment, Duan Lingtian's opponent no longer dared to underestimate Duan Lingtian. He completely regarded Duan Lingtian as his opponent. In fact, when Duan Lingtian displayed the space law of 100,000 miles of dim light, his opponent knew that it would be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian with his strength. Even if he was stronger than Duan Lingtian, it would be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian in a short time. Moreover, Duan Lingtian could escape and it would be difficult for him to catch up. After all, Duan Lingtian was an expert in the space law. In terms of speed, the wind law was first, followed by the space law and time law of the 4 supreme laws. If he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, his opponent's bloodline power would have to be very weak. The possibility of that was very, very small. Of course, even if he was aware of this, he did not think that Duan Lingtian had the ability to defeat him, let alone kill him. Therefore, he did not admit defeat. He did not think it was necessary. Even if he wanted to stop, he had to wait for Duan Lingtian to take the initiative to give him a way out. He would not take the initiative to stop. After all, he was not afraid of Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Waves of blood mist wrapped around his body at an unknown time. Then, his body changed and revealed a 10-meter-tall ultimate god phantom. Only a lower ultimate god who had completely consolidated his cultivation base could manifest the ultimate god phantom. Duan Lingtian did not have this ability at the moment. Boy, your power of law is amazing. However, you haven't completely consolidated your cultivation base and your divine power is unstable. You're still no match for me. The lower ultimate god who had manifested the ultimate god phantom sneered and attacked with his ultimate god phantom. The flames in the sky surged and raged as if they could burn heaven and earth. At that moment, Duan Lingtian was engulfed in a sea of fire. The flames in the sky were surrounded by waves of blood mist. Soon, the blood mist merged with the flames and further increased the power of the flames. It was breathtaking. It was obvious that the bloodline power of a lower-rank ultimate god was capable of increasing the power of the laws. When his bloodline power merged with the power of law, although it had not reached the stage of 100,000 miles of dim light, there was already a faint outline of a vision. However, the vision did not appear for a long time. Such a situation would usually only happen to those who had mastered the power of law to the stage of 100,000 miles of dim light. At that moment, the lower ultimate god had achieved this with the help of his bloodline power. Not a bad bloodline power. However, just when his opponent thought he had defeated Duan Lingtian and that Duan Lingtian could only escape, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and continued to attack. He did not use his avatar. He did not use the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian attacked again and was constantly suppressed by his opponent. He was completely at a disadvantage. Boy, if you don't use your bloodline power, you'll die in less than 30 moves. The lower ultimate god said in an indifferent tone. His contempt and disdain were obvious. In fact, although he said so, he was confident that he could kill his opponent who had not used his bloodline power in 10 moves. The reason why he said that was just a ploy. He wanted to see if the other party would be careless because of this. If his opponent was careless, he would have a chance to kill his opponent before he activated his bloodline power. He could see it now. The reason why the purple-clad young man in front of him had not used his bloodline power was because he wanted to use him to test his newly transformed divine power. When he had just entered the lower ultimate god realm, he had also found someone to practice with. However, the person who practiced with him at that time was his elder, allowing him to test his divine power to his heart's content. However, his opponent was not related to him. He did not have the time to test his divine power with his opponent. My divine power is indeed my shortcoming since I just broke through. Duan Lingtian acted as if he did not hear his opponent at all and continued to test his divine power. At the same time, he kept sighing in his heart during the process. If this continues, I won't be able to stop his attacks in less than 10 moves. In fact, Duan Lingtian had already realized his current shortcomings and knew that he would soon be crushed by his opponent's attacks. At most, 3 moves will be enough to crush his attacks. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's opponent was filled with excitement. A hint of excitement could be seen in the depths of his eyes. In his opinion, as long as he crushed his opponent's attacks, he would be able to seriously injure him. After that, even if his opponent used his bloodline power, he would not be able to escape under his nose. At that time, his opponent would definitely die. I won't play with you anymore. Just when Duan Lingtian's opponent thought that he was about to seriously injure his opponent, Duan Lingtian spoke in a calm tone. At the same time, the aura of the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hands suddenly changed. Earlier, the 7 orifices exquisite sword had actually been hiding its strength. At least, it had not shown the increase in power after the supreme artifact embryo was integrated into its body. Now, it was showing its full power. Naturally, this display alone would not be able to turn the situation around. At most, it would only delay the time it would take for the 7 orifices exquisite sword to be defeated. However, the reason Duan Lingtian did this was because he wanted to personally experience the improvement of the 7 orifices exquisite sword. When Duan Lingtian's opponent heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was still a little wary. However, after sensing the changes in the 7 orifices exquisite sword, he was first stunned and then sneered in his heart. In his opinion, his opponent's artifact soul was still hiding its true strength. However, even if it did not hide its true strength now, it would only last a few moves at most. Even if he did not notice the danger, his artifact soul has. It seems that it will be difficult to keep him here. At this moment, he felt a little regretful. He felt that the prey in front of him was about to escape. And he would not be able to kill his opponent. End of chapter. Chapter 42-58. However, when he realized that the space around him was trembling and a strange and terrifying power seemed to be controlling the space around him, his expression changed completely. This is the Tao of control of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. Although the purple-clad young man was at a disadvantage, the purple-clad young man was still looking at him calmly. His heart shuddered when he thought about what the purple-clad young man had said earlier. I'm done playing with you. Previously, when he heard the purple-clad young man's words, he thought the purple-clad young man was just bluffing. However, when he saw the purple-clad young man's divine weapon, he thought the purple-clad young man was trying to escape. Perhaps, the purple-clad young man was using his bloodline energy to fight him to a draw. At this moment, the purple-clad young man finally understood the purple-clad young man's words. His strength is, at most, slightly weaker than mine. Now that he's using the Tao of control, he's definitely stronger than me. Most importantly, he hasn't used his bloodline energy yet. In his opinion, the purple-clad young man's bloodline energy should be able to fight him to a draw. However, the purple-clad young man's Tao of control, which was obviously not in its embryonic form, was more than enough to surpass him. Even if the purple-clad young man did not use his bloodline energy, it was more than enough to surpass him. Coupled with his bloodline energy, the purple-clad young man would definitely die. Sir, I was just joking earlier. The purple-clad young man Duan Lingtian's purple-clad young man's expression changed rapidly. Finally, he forced a smile that was uglier than a crying face. After all, both of us are from the same realm of gods. Let's just spar. At the same time, the purple-clad young man's divine energy surged as flames raged on his body. He was ready to flee. He was waiting for the purple-clad young man's reply. He would flee as soon as he sensed something was amiss. Although his chances of escaping were slim, he knew he would die if he stayed. He had no choice but to flee even if he had a slim chance of survival. Are you going back on your word? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. It's not that I didn't give you a chance earlier. You're the one who didn't cherish it. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the purple-clad young man's expression darkened. The flames on his body surged as he tried to flee. The purple-clad young man's 10-meter-tall ultimate god illusory body transformed into a huge fireball before it exploded. Bang! However, following a loud bang, the entire space seemed to be restricted by something, causing him to crash into the space above, causing the space to tremble. However, he did not manage to escape far away. Whoosh! 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 Streaks of sharp and dazzling sword lights whizzed over and sealed off the surrounding void as if forming a sword formation. Coupled with the space control power, it trapped the escaping underground ultimate god of the divine offering land and prevented him from escaping. At that moment, the lower-rank ultimate god from the world of divine remains turned pale. Sword. Sword principle. He was a lower ultimate god after all and was not a blind person. It was not difficult for him to see that this was another branch of the four heavens and earth Tao, the sword Tao. It was not weaker than the control Tao and its attainments were not low. At the very least, it was not inferior to the Tao of control that the other party had displayed earlier. This person I met. What kind of monster is he? Such a monster has just entered the ultimate god realm? In other words, this person has mastered such attainments in sword principle and control Tao before entering the ultimate god realm? Where did such a monster come from in the world of divine remains? I've never heard of such a monster even in those giant ultimate god forces. Whether now or in the past. I've never heard of such a thing. At that moment, the lower-rank ultimate god who realized that it would be difficult for him to escape completely panicked. He regretted being so forceful earlier and agreeing to spar with the other party. That way, things would not have turned out this way. Judging from the other party's posture, it was obvious that the other party did not intend to fight to the death and only wanted to spar with him. After all, the other party was very polite at the beginning. Judging from the other party's current strength, even an ordinary medium ultimate god would not be a match for the other party. If such a person really wanted to kill him, there was no need for him to spar with him. Your Excellency, the low-rank ultimate god from the world of divine remains forced a smile on his face and tried to make himself smile brightly. It's my fault for failing to recognize Mount Tai. You're a great man, so please forgive me. He was really panicking. Judging from the current situation, if the person in front of him really wanted to kill him, he might not be able to withstand more than 3 moves if he went all out. However, Duan Lingtian ignored him. He looked at him calmly and directly answered with his actions. Thousands of 7-colored sword rays gathered and attacked the other party. Whoosh! 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 The seven-colored sword rays pierced through the air. In the face of obstacles, the tyrannical spatial energy helped to clear them first. The lower-rank ultimate god resisted with a pale face and repeatedly called out, "Your Excellency, However, Duan Lingtian was not interested in listening to the other party's introduction. Before the other party could finish his sentence, the space law clone had teleported behind the other party and then a cold swordlight swept past and chopped off the other party's head. After that, the seven-colored sword rays that filled the sky swept down and turned the other party's body into a rain of blood. Blood poured down like rain. A tall illusory figure, with the strength to support the heavens and earth, let out a cry of unwillingness, and then crashed to the ground. The lower-rank ultimate god from the world of divine remains had fallen. He fell with regret. If Duan Lingtian had asked him to spar in the beginning, even if he was not very willing, Duan Lingtian would not be too interested in making things difficult for him as long as he did not go overboard. However, the problem was, Duan Lingtian asked him to spar and he actually wanted to take Duan Lingtian's life. From the moment he said that there was no need to talk about life and death, his fate was already sealed. Although the divine power of a lower-rank ultimate god is not very stable, it's not comparable to the divine power of an upper-rank ultimate god. With my current strength, except for some powerful middle-rank ultimate gods, most of the middle-rank ultimate gods and existences below the middle-rank ultimate god are no longer a threat to me. After a series of experiments, Duan Lingtian had a better understanding of his current strength and was quite satisfied with it. The improvement of my cultivation base and strength is not too slow. Now, there's still 100 years before the spatial passage between the realms of gods and the Devata realms reopens. I'll strive to become a middle-rank ultimate god after 100 years. Duan Lingtian knew very well. Although he had successfully become a lower-rank ultimate god, the path of cultivation would be much more difficult after he became a lower-rank ultimate god. Moreover, he would no longer have such a high-efficiency external force to help him advance. Even if he could kill someone with the same cultivation base or a higher cultivation base to obtain rewards, it would be like pouring a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood for an ultimate god cultivator. Although there were still external forces, they would not be as effective for ultimate gods as they were for god emperors. I hope the opening of the personal secret realm and the chaotic area will bring me some luck. I still have 90 years to go. I hope my luck will be better. Otherwise, it won't be easy for me to become a middle-rank ultimate god in 100 years. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he thought about this. After becoming a ultimate god, it would be difficult for him to improve his cultivation speed even if he had many fortuitous encounters. Even if there were powerful supreme experts who were still alive and well, they would only be able to help him enter the medium ultimate god realm and consolidate his cultivation base 100 years later. It was almost impossible for him to improve his cultivation. Let's open the personal secret realm. I'll consume all my battle merits and see what kind of personal secret realm I can open. After killing the lower-rank ultimate god in the divine offering land and causing the heaven and earth phenomenon, Duan Lingtian did not stay in the same place. He teleported a few times and left the area. Then, he entered the inner area and found a secluded place. He took out his battle merit token and consumed all his battle merits to open the personal secret realm. In the divine offering land, in an icy plain that was still some distance away from the Xia clan, a giant ultimate god clan. A graceful figure cut across the sky and headed towards the Xia family. However, in the void that was still some distance away from the Xia clan, there were a few people who spread out and guarded the four directions. Suddenly, the person who was guarding the east side narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Over there, a swift figure was rushing over at lightning speed. Is that Miss Ning Shui from the Xia clan? She has become a middle-rank ultimate god? And she has consolidated her cultivation base? It was an old man. At this moment, his expression changed drastically and he quickly sent out 5 messages at the same time. 3 of the messages were sent to 3 different directions around the Xia clan. The other 2 messages were sent to the west and crossed a very long distance to reach another giant ultimate god clan in the divine offering land, the Yun clan. Xia Ningshui has become a middle-rank ultimate god. And she has consolidated her cultivation base as a middle-rank ultimate god? Xia Ningshui was a genius in her previous life. Now that she has reincarnated, she has become even more of a genius. How long has it been since she reincarnated? She has recovered her cultivation base from her previous life? Yun Bin is no match for her now that she has recovered her cultivation base. 3 silhouettes flew towards the east of the Xia family from 3 different directions. Their divine powers filled the sky and their speed was extremely fast. In the east side of the Xia clan, the old man stopped the graceful figure that was heading toward the Xia clan. The graceful figure stopped after being stopped by the old man, revealing her graceful figure and beautiful face. She stared at the old man and frowned for a while before her eyebrows relaxed. Are you from the Yun clan? She had some impression of the old man in front of her. In her previous life, she seemed to have seen him when the Yun clan came to visit the Xia clan. However, she could not remember his name. She only vaguely remembered that he was an elder of the Yun clan. Yun Bin greets Miss Ningshui. The old man bowed slightly as a greeting, but the divine power around his body began to fluctuate without any concealment. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.